Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Today, somewhere to stay.
Accommodation.
Accommodation for people who are traveling.
Natalie, where do you like staying when you're traveling?
I like bed and breakfast places.
Bed and breakfast places? What are they?
They're small hotels or even people's houses where you often stay for just one night and have a bed and breakfast.
Oh.
Where do you like staying, Kevin?
If I can, I stay in a youth hostel.
Why?
It's a place where you can meet people. And it's a place that doesn't cost much.
Why do you like staying in a youth hostel? Why do you like staying in a youth hostel?
It's a place where you can meet people. It's a place that doesn't cost much.
Where do you like staying when you're traveling?
When I'm traveling, the accommodation I prefer is mainly bed and breakfast accommodation. I prefer that to hotels because I find hotels too formal. Bed and breakfast accommodation is more homely.
I like places that are small and have a warm family atmosphere.
I like to stay at places that are big and fancy.
I like staying in suites. And the Embassy Suites is an American phenomenon, but it's where you get a nice room and a nice bedroom suite and a small kitchenette.
Before I was married and had children, I went camping a lot. But now, if we go traveling, we'll stay in a hotel.
Yes.
Do you have a room for the night?
Yes. Come in. Here's your room.
Where's the bed?
Bed. Bed. What's a bed?
It's a thing that you sleep on.
You can sleep there.
Is there a bathroom?
A bathroom? What's a bathroom?
Well, it's a place where you can wash your hands and face.
You can wash your hands and face there.
Oh.
Well, good night then.
Good night.
Oh, if there's anything you need, a towel.
Yes.
Soap.
Yes.
Don't ask me.
Oh.
You used to work in a hotel, didn't you?
Yes, when I was a student.
What did you do?
I was a bellboy.
A bellboy?
Yes.
I used to work in a hotel as well.
Really? Were you a bellboy?
No, I worked as a receptionist.
A bellboy and a receptionist. Two people who work in a hotel. A bellboy is someone who carries your suitcases. A bellboy is someone who carries your suitcases. The receptionist is the person who gives you your key. The receptionist is the person who gives you your key. James Brady is in Manchester on business. He's staying in a hotel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Terrible weather.
Yes.
Excuse me, but what happened to you?
A car went past and splashed me. My name is Brady, by the way. James Brady. I have a reservation.
Oh, yes, Mr. Brady. You're the person who asked about a conference room.
That's right.
Well, our small meetings room is free tomorrow.
Well, excellent. That's just what I wanted.
Good. And you're staying for 2 nights?
Yes.
Bed and breakfast only?
That's right.
Would Would you mind filling in this form, please?
No, not at all.
You can have your shirt washed here in the hotel if you like.
Can I have my suit cleaned as well?
That should be no problem. I'll give you a call in your room.
Great. Thanks.
The hotel receptionist wanted James to fill in a form. This is what she said.
Would you mind filling in this form?
Would you mind? That's a polite way of asking somebody to do something. It means, is it a problem for you to do this? And how did James answer?
No, not at all.
James said, no, not at all. That means, no, it isn't a problem. James's shirt is dirty. The receptionist offered to wash it. Well, not wash it herself, but she said that someone in the hotel would wash it.
You can have your shirt washed here in the hotel.
That was good news for James, so he asked about his suit as well.
Can I have my suit cleaned?
James doesn't want to clean the suit himself. He wants someone else to do it. So he said, can I have it cleaned?
Now James is in his hotel room. He wants to have his shirt washed. He wants to have his suit cleaned. And he's hungry.
Hello, James Brady.
Reception here, Mr. Brady. It's okay, you can have your suit cleaned. It'll be ready tomorrow morning. Can you give it to the maid on your floor?
Yes, of course. That's marvellous. Thank you very much. Oh, can I have something to eat?
Yes, certainly. I'll put you through to room service.
Room service. Can I help you?
Yes. Can I have a beef sandwich, please? And an orange juice.
Of course. It'll be about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Your food, sir.
Thank you.
Would you mind signing the bill, please?
Sorry. No, of course not. Oh. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
In the United States, there are many different places for travelers to stay. One of them is Rancho Encantado, a ranch hotel in New Mexico. The owner of the hotel is John Egan. Let's find out what Rancho Encantado has to offer.
We have 2 tennis courts at Rancho Encantado that are of a very good surface called Plexipave. And the individual that we have taking care of them, we refer to as the recreation director. We have a swimming pool which has a sun deck around it where the guests can sit back and just enjoy the beautiful sunshine of New Mexico. We have a variety of services and amenities available at Rancho Encantado. For instance, we offer a laundry service on a daily basis where the guests can have their clothing sent into town and actually cleaned and pressed, and they can get them back the same day.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Hi, I'm checking out.
Certainly. Do you have your key with you?
The front desk is the nerve center of the entire operation. There is nothing that takes place on Rancho Encantado that doesn't at some point involve the front desk.
And I'd be happy to explain this to you. Okay. We have 3 nights at this rate here, and this is your tax on your room. This is an implied deposit of $350 that you sent in to us. I have a dinner charge, 1 evening, laundry, 2 horseback rides, and 1 massage.
Horseback riding is a very important feature of Rancho Encantado, and it's certainly one of the reasons that people come from around the country to stay at the ranch. The person in charge of our stable operation we refer to as the head wrangler.
How you doing, son?
Wrangler, of course, is a term that is common in the Southwest, and it just means the person who takes care of the horses.
Most of our riders have never been on a horse. We're happy to take them out and give them an opportunity to see the land and the beauty of New Mexico by horseback, not by car. There are deer and squirrel and a lot of beautiful birds, and the bear and elk are primarily more in the wilderness. But from time to time, like in the fall of the year, they'll come down a little bit, so we'll catch them. 1, 2, 3, go! Hold at the knot. Okay. Take your other hand and grasp the reins together. Okay? Now slide your hand down toward the horse's neck.
I think the reason that people come to the Southwest is not only because of the scenery itself, the vast spaces and the beautiful colors of the country, but also the important history and the legends that surround the Southwest insofar as cowboys are concerned and Indians and so on. This is a uniquely American sort of legend, but at the same time it's something that I think people throughout the world really identify with and love to be a part of.
New Mexico looks beautiful.
Fascinating.
Yes, it is.
Well, that's all for today. It's goodbye from me, from the man who used to be a bellboy, and the woman who used to be a receptionist. Goodbye.
And have a nice day.
Hello. Today we look at careers.
We're going to talk about the work that people do and how long they've been doing it.
And we'll talk about people's ambitions, what they want to do and what they want to be.
Let's start with James Brady. James and Julia formed their own company 3 months ago. They've been working together since then. At the moment, James is in Manchester on business. He's in his hotel dining room waiting for breakfast.
Paul Cook?
Yes? Sorry, I don't...
James Brady.
Of course. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
Would you like to join me?
Thank you very much.
Are you still with MAP Advertising?
No, I have my own company now. Well, I'm working with Julia Marsh.
Oh, I remember Julia. How is she?
Fine.
How long have you been working together?
For about 3 months. Since May. What about you? Are you still working for,
Art and Design.
Art and Design?
Yes, I've been working there for 10 years.
Good morning, Mr. Brady.
Good morning.
How's your suit?
Oh, it's all right now. Thank you very much.
Good.
How's your suit?
I'll explain during breakfast.
James told Paul Cook that he was working with Julia Marsh. Paul wanted to know something.
How long have you been working together? How long have you been working together?
And this is how James answered.
For 3 months, since May. For 3 months, since May.
Paul talked about his job at a company called Art and Design.
I've been working there for 10 years. He started 10 years ago. He's still working there, so he said, I've been working there for 10 years.
What kind of work do you do? And how long have you been doing it?
I'm a U.S. Customs inspector, and I've been doing it for 20 years.
I'm a dentist, and I have been doing this work for 20 years.
I go to Lake Brantley High School, and I've been going to high school for the last 3 years.
I've been working at the Morgan Motor Company, a manufacturer of cars, for the last 6 years.
I work for the London Ambulance Service, and I've been working there for the past 4 years.
I'm a writer and a journalist, and I've been doing that for nearly 30 years.
Over here. How long have you been standing like that?
I don't know.
Well, look at your sign.
1590. 1590? I've been standing like this since 1590.
Since 1590? What about me? Can you read my sign?
1575.
1575? That means we've been like this for more than 400 years.
Let's go back to James Brady and Paul Cook at their hotel in Manchester.
So, I had my suit cleaned and got it back this morning.
I see.
What are you doing here in Manchester?
I have an interview for a job.
A job?
Yes. I've been looking for a new job for ages. I've applied for a job with a newspaper company here in Manchester.
What kind of job?
Well, they're starting a new weekly magazine for young people, and they're looking for a designer.
Have you worked on a magazine before?
No, but it's always been my ambition. Oh, I must go. I don't want to be late.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. I've been looking for a new job for ages. I've applied for a job with a newspaper company.
Have you worked on a magazine before?
No, but it's always been my ambition.
Paul has always wanted to work on a magazine. It's always been his ambition. What's your ambition, Kevin? What would you like to be?
I'd like to be a writer, a novelist.
Have you written any books?
Not yet, but I will. Do you have any secret ambitions, David?
Yes. I'd like to learn to fly. I'd like to be a pilot.
Really?
Yes.
What about you? Do you have any secret ambitions?
I've always wanted to write a successful stage play for the West End.
I'd actually like to climb Mount Everest.
I'd like to retire when I'm 55.
Secret ambitions. I'd like to write a book.
I've always wanted to play the piano.
One of my secret ambitions that has nothing to do with work is to win the Texas Championships in cycling.
The Royal College of Art in London has courses in painting, sculpture, photography, and much more. Katie Burnell is a student of ceramics. That's working with clay. Rob Gerling is studying computer design. Let's find out about their studies.
I'm studying a course called Computer-Related Design, which is a 2-year course leading to a master's degree in design. I've been studying since September '91, and hopefully I'll graduate in July this year. In short, the course is about making computers easier to use. That's my job. In our society, we're using computers more and more as a part of our work routine, and it's come down to people like me on our course to think of more interesting ways of interacting with machines, computers, more effective ways, and perhaps more imaginative ways.
I am studying for an MA in ceramics at the Royal College of Art. I've been studying for nearly 2 years now. This is my final year. The first year we do quite a lot of project work, and then throughout the summer holidays after the first year we have to write a thesis. And then in the second year we have a final exam where we have to put up a show and talk about our work for an hour. And then we have a big show where the public come to see what we've made. I'm working on a project at the moment which is basically making a large piece of sculpture. I've been working on it now since the beginning of September, and I started the project by making large collages from drawings of myself. And the sculpture is made up of a pair of arms and a pair of legs, and they're very large and curvaceous. They're going to be in very, very bright colours. And they will be set against a stripy coloured background. In the end, I will present it for my MA. It'll be part of my show. I'm presenting some sculpture, and also as a complete contrast to that, I'm presenting a range of tableware whose colours and forms will reflect the forms and colours of the sculpture. So I'm presenting two completely different things, but which relate to each other.
What are Katie and Rob's ambitions? Do they know yet?
Yes, I really would like to get my own studio, but to start with, I don't think I'll be able to afford it. So I will have to get some sort of job, whatever it is. I may have to be a waitress or work in a bar or something to get enough money together to get my own studio. But that's what I ultimately would like, and to exhibit work in galleries and exhibitions.
I'd like to be part of a general movement, I think, to make technology a really fundamental and useful part of our daily lives. And there's a big push in computers at the moment to develop small and portable personal electronic products that will really be useful to people's lives, that they will really find and get pleasure from. Perhaps I think that people like me on my course have some of the answers to making those products more accessible, more usable, more friendly.
Well, I hope that Rob and Katie achieve their ambitions.
How long have we been working today?
Since 9 o'clock this morning.
That's 8 hours.
I think that's long enough.
So do I. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello.
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 Today, we look at exhibitions. You can see exhibitions of paintings,
Sculpture.
Photography.
science.
You can see exhibitions at a museum.
Or at an art gallery.
What kind of exhibitions do you like?
I love the Surrealist painters, and if there are any exhibitions on, I always try to get to see them.
I like paintings and historical exhibitions.
I love art galleries.
I like art exhibitions most of all, I suppose. But any sort of art.
My favorite museum is the Museum of Natural History in New York City, which has the fantastic dinosaur display.
I like modern art exhibitions.
I went to see an exhibition of sculpture last week. It was at the Tate Gallery. That's an art gallery in London. It wasn't the first time I'd been to the Tate Gallery. I'd been there many times before. But it was the best exhibition I'd ever seen there.
Yes, it was great, wasn't it? I went with him. It was the first time I'd been to the Tate. It's really good.
I didn't go with them. I've never been to the Tate Gallery. Next time you go, can I come?
Oh, Natalie.
Of course you can.
I went to the Tate Gallery last week. I went to the Tate Gallery last week. I'd been there many times before. I'd been. I had been. I'd been there many times before.
You may remember that James Brady's hobby is photography. Well, today, he and Julia Marsh have gone to an art gallery to see an exhibition of photographs. But James has been in a bad mood all day.
What do you think of this, James?
It's okay.
James.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking about Tom Hall.
Because he received a prize for something you did?
Yes. The Drake bicycle campaign.
Trying to remember. Had anyone worked on that campaign before you?
No, they hadn't. And before I left MAP, I'd finished it. What do you think I should do?
Well, as I see it, there's nothing you can do. Except enjoy the exhibition.
Sorry. I think that's Ireland. Who's the photographer?
126. John Patrick Brady.
What? That's amazing.
Do you know him?
He's my cousin.
Had anyone worked on that campaign before you?
No, they hadn't. And before I left MAP, I'd finished it.
He'd finished it before he left MAP. He'd finished it. He had finished it. He'd finished it before he left MAP.
At the exhibition, James and Julia have found more photographs taken by James's cousin.
Here's another one. Aren't they wonderful?
They're very nice.
Now, what do you really think? Isn't he a great photographer?
He's good. Yes, he's very good. Is he a professional photographer, or is this his hobby?
I don't really know. He was still a student when I last saw him. He'd always been a keen photographer, like me. But he certainly hadn't had an exhibition when I left Ireland, I'm sure of that. He'd never even sold a photograph, as far as I can remember.
Why didn't he tell you about this exhibition?
Well, I haven't seen him for ages. I'm so pleased he's doing well.
And I'm so pleased you're in a better mood.
What do you mean?
Before you found your cousin's photo, she hadn't smiled all day.
Well, maybe I better go and ring Tom Hall while I'm still in a good mood.
Good idea. I'll join you later.
James left Ireland several months ago, but he was telling Julia about things that had happened before that. When James left Ireland, John hadn't had an exhibition. Hadn't had. Had not had. John hadn't had an exhibition. He'd never sold a photograph. He'd never sold. He had never sold. He'd never sold a photograph. And from photography to painting.
Sorry I'm late. I was at the hairdresser's.
That's okay. Ah! What happened to you?
I told you. I went to the hairdresser's.
The hairdressers?
Well, I hadn't been for ages, and my coat was getting too long.
And what happened?
Well, the hairdresser was new.
New?
I hadn't seen him before.
And?
Before I knew what he was doing, he'd cut it all off. It feels okay, but I think I'll get another coat before winter.
Yes, you'd better.
We're going now to the Science Museum in London. Our guide is Alison Porter. Let's start with an exhibition of old trains, cars and trams.
This is the Caerphilly Castle. When it was built in 1923, it was the most powerful locomotive in the country. No previous locomotives had had the pulling power of this one. And when it ended its working life in 1960, it had travelled nearly 2 million miles. This is a city tram from Glasgow in Scotland. It was built in 1901, but this is what it looked like in 1927. By then, it had been modernised 3 times. They had added a roof. The original tram had been open. This is Puffing Billy, one of the early steam locomotives. It was built in 1813 to pull wagons of coal from the mines to the River Tyne in the north of England. Before Puffing Billy was invented, horses had pulled the wagons of coal. You can see that the wheels are made of metal. Before 1813, they had used wood to make the wheels. This you will probably know, the Morris Mini Miner, better known as the Mini. The Mini was designed for modern city driving. They tried to make it as small as possible. Before this, designers of cars had placed the gearbox here, and they had put the engine this way. As you can see, in the Mini, the engine goes this way, and the gearbox is under it. This meant that the Mini was much shorter.
One of the most popular rooms at the Science Museum, especially with children, is the launch pad. It's an interactive exhibition where visitors can touch the exhibits.
Launchpad is our largest interactive gallery, and when it opened, it was the first of its type in this country. It has a number of exhibits. As many as 60 different interactive exhibits are in the gallery. During the week, you'll see school parties using the gallery with their teachers, but at weekends, families come and the whole lot join in. I find the museum a very stimulating place. It's a place that's both a lot of fun and it's also a big learning environment. And I think that anyone that visits here will go away feeling that they've learned something from the experience and they can take that away with them.
Have you ever been to the Science Museum, Kevin?
No, but I'd like to.
Hold it right there. Hey, do you think I should have an exhibition of my photographs?
No.
No.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
Really? Is that right? Oh, how interesting. Well, it's been nice talking to you. Bye, Mom. Sorry, my mother. Hello.
Today, we talk about communication, especially communicating by telephone.
Using a phone is the same all over the world. You just have to say different things. To make a call, you dial the number. And you wait.
Ah, busy. He's talking to someone.
When the line is busy, engaged, you try again.
Ah. Hello. Can I speak to Bob Scott, please?
I'm sorry. I think you have the wrong number.
Ah, sorry. Hello. Could I speak to Bob Scott, please?
Bob Scott speaking.
Hi, Bob. This is Kevin Dutcher.
Kevin who?
Dutcher?
Sorry, Mr. Dutcher. I'm very busy right now. Could you call back later?
See? Easy.
Answer the phone.
No, you answer the phone.
Why should I?
Because I answered the phone yesterday, and it was for you.
Well, let it ring then.
I will.
I don't like them.
Everybody
They make a noise.
Hello?
the telephone sometimes.
Well,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Why not?
because I don't like it.
No, it isn't. Just a moment, please.
And you're stupid.
It's for you.
Well, I can't
Huh.
cut it off.
I'm afraid they aren't here at the moment. Can I help you? Really? You want me to answer 3 questions, and if I get them right, I win a holiday. Okay. It's a vegetable. Washington. I think it's in Italy. Really? Great. Chirpy. My name is Chirpy. Yes, I will. thank you. Whoopee! I've won a holiday in Honolulu.
James Brady wants to make a phone call to Tom Hall at MAP Advertising. But making a phone call isn't always easy.
Good afternoon. MAP Advertising. Would you hold the line, please?
Yes, of course. Come on.
Hello? Are you still there?
Yes.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right. Could you put me through to Tom Hall, please?
Who's calling?
James Brady.
Mr. Brady, this is Sandra. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Sandra, how are you?
Fine. I'm afraid Mr. Hall is in a meeting.
Oh. Well, could you put me through to Rita, please?
Certainly. Just a moment, I'll put you through. Sorry, Mr. Brady. Rita's phone is engaged.
Well, can I leave a message for Tom?
Of course.
Could he call me as soon...
Oh, just a moment. Mr. Hall is here now.
Oh, good. Thanks. Hello? Tom? Tom? Are you there? Oh, no.
Listen again to some of the telephone language that was used.
Would you hold the line, please? Hold the line.
Could you put me through to Tom Hall, please? Put me through.
Who's calling? Who's calling? I'll put you through. I'll put you through.
Eventually, James spoke to Tom Hall. James was angry because Tom had received a prize for an advertising campaign which James had managed before he left MAP. Now, Julia wants to know about the phone call.
What did you say to Tom?
I said I was very unhappy that he hadn't spoken to me about the prize.
And what did he say?
Well, he said he was sorry that I was unhappy. But he also said that the agency had won the prize and not an individual employee.
Well, he's right, of course.
I suppose so. Anyway, he said he wanted us to be friends. And he asked me if I would go and see him. Spend a weekend in the country.
And what did you say?
I said I would. And I asked if you could come with me.
Oh, did you?
Wouldn't you like a weekend in the country?
I'll think about it.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun.
I said I'd think about it. And now I've got some news for you.
What?
I've just phoned Carl. His company have accepted our campaign plan. We've got the contract to advertise the computer.
Great.
James told Julia about his conversation with Tom. When you tell someone about a conversation, the language changes. James said to Tom, "I am very unhappy." But this is what he told Julia.
I said I was very unhappy.
James said to Tom, "Can Julia come with me?"
I asked if you could come with me.
James talked to Julia about his phone call to Tom Hall. What was the last phone call you had?
The last telephone call I had was from a friend of mine. We were going to meet for lunch at 12, but she said she couldn't make it until 1:30.
The last phone call I had was from my daughter, and she was explaining that she wasn't going to be able to come home for the weekend.
The last phone call I had was this morning at 5:15 when a friend of mine rang me to tell me that a friend of ours had just had a baby boy.
Last night, my friend Jessica called me and asked if she could borrow an outfit to wear to school the next day.
In Britain, if there is an emergency, the telephone number you have to dial is 999. The operator then asks if you want police, fire, or ambulance. If you ask for the ambulance service, you might speak to Michelle Redfern. Michelle answers the telephone at the London Ambulance Control Room. What happens when someone dials 999?
When somebody dials 999, they'll speak to a British Telecom operator. The operator will ask the caller what service they require, either police, fire brigade or ambulance. The caller then will say ambulance service. The operator, that's the British Telecom operator, will then connect them with the ambulance service. She will then say, "You are connected to the London Ambulance Service. Go ahead." As a London Ambulance Service operator, I would then say, "London Ambulance, can I help you? What is wrong?"
Hello, London Ambulance, can I help you? Yes, what can I do for you?
Okay, ambulance service. Hello, ambulance service.
Hello, London Ambulance, can I help you? 12 Edric House, Page Street.
Okay, that's Peterborough Road.
Hold on, what area of London is that?
The information you want from a caller is the correct location. That is very important. You need to know where they actually are.
Yeah, what's the address, sir? 36 where? Larch. L-A-R-C-H. Close, and that's where, sir? SW. Southwest 12.
Okay, so what's the address? Flat 11. Right, 61 Kingsgate Road, Northwest 6.
Once you've actually got the correct information, then you then find out what is wrong, why they need an ambulance. If you can help, give advice over the phone and get an ambulance to them as soon as you can.
Do you remember any of today's calls?
I received a call from a doctor's receptionist, and she said to me that a patient had walked to the surgery with a heart attack.
London Ambulance, can I help you? Is this an immediate ambulance? And the doctor's name?
I received a 999 call this morning from a midwife, and she said that a lady was in labour. And she told me the name and the address.
Yeah, what's the address?
I also asked her how far gone she was in pregnancy, and she told me she was full-term in pregnancy.
Is she full-term?
Right, what's the address then?
Okay, and contractions?
I also asked her, has she had contractions? And she told me she was having them 3 to 5 minutes.
Oh, we'd better get there pretty quick then.
And that she was to go into the London hospital in Whitechapel.
Actually, can you just hold the line one moment? Let me just check this out. Western Street. Okay, we'll get someone along to you as soon as we can. All right, bye-bye.
The main aim of my job is to help the public and get them the ambulance there as soon as we can in the shortest time possible.
Is she conscious? She isn't. Is she breathing okay? Well, can you find out for me, please? She isn't. Yeah, what colour are her lips? What colour are her lips? Are her lips? Right, are you prepared to do artificial resuscitation or not? Yeah, but are you prepared to do resuscitation?
The job satisfaction I get is actually knowing that I could have saved a life. And that is why I do the job.
I always wondered who answered emergency calls.
Is there anything else?
No?
No, Mom. Natalie wasn't talking to you. She asked us if there was anything else. Goodbye.
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 No, I wasn't saying goodbye to you, Mom. I wasn't. So, how's Uncle Brian doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Today, we talk about travel.
We go to a travel agent's.
But we say goodbye to James and Julia.
Travel. Suppose you're travelling by rail. There are lots of things that you need to know. Where to buy a ticket, where the train leaves from, and so on. How do you ask for that information?
Well, you say, "Excuse me, where can I buy a ticket?" Where can I buy a ticket? Or, can you tell me where I can buy a ticket? Can you tell me where I can buy a ticket? Then there's this question. Where does the train leave from? Where does the train leave from? Or, do you know where the train leaves from? Do you know where the train leaves from?
Julia Marsh and James Brady are travelling today. They're going to a town called Banbury to see Tom Hall. They've decided to go by train. The only problem is, James played tennis yesterday, and he hurt his ankle.
I don't know which platform we want. Do you?
It's platform 2, I think. But I'm not sure if it's the same at weekends.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Do you know where the Banbury train leaves from?
Yes. Platform 1.
Is platform 1 on this side?
No. It's the last platform. Over there.
Oh. Excuse me. Could you help me, please?
Of course. But I must deliver this parcel first. Would you mind waiting a moment?
No. Not at all. Thank you.
Let's listen again to some of the things they said.
I don't know which platform we want.
I'm not sure if it's the same at weekends.
Could you help me, please?
Of course.
Now back to James and Julia at the station.
Can you manage?
Yes, thank you.
Will you be all right now?
Yes, I think so. It was very kind of you to help us.
Not at all.
Thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure. Oops.
Oh, no, we've forgotten to buy the tickets.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Can you tell me where the ticket office is, please?
Yes. It's right over there. Opposite platform 12.
Oh, no.
It's all right. I'll go.
Did you notice the way Julia and James thanked the man?
It was very kind of you to help us.
Not at all.
Thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Can you tell me which way north is?
North? North is that way. But you shouldn't go north. I'm travelling south for the winter.
Is it hot or cold in the south?
I'm not sure, but I think it's hot. That's why I'm going south. I know that it's cold in the north.
Ah, thank you for your help. Well, time to go.
But that's north.
Yes, I know.
James and Julia are still at the station, waiting for their train.
What are you reading?
A book about India.
Well, I've always wanted to go there. I read a wonderful book about India when I was a boy. I don't know who wrote it. It was called The Forgotten Land. What's that one about?
The writer describes a journey through India. He travelled by slow train, by boat. He even went 200 kilometres by taxi.
That sounds wonderful. I'd love to do something like that.
I wonder if I would like it.
I think you would. Maybe we could go there together.
Together? You and me on a slow train through India? I'm not a very good travelling companion.
I'm sure you'd love it.
Would I, James?
Yes, you would.
India. With you. I wonder.
I'm afraid that's the last we'll see of James and Julia. I wonder if they'll go to India. I hope so.
If you had the chance, which unusual or exotic place would you go to?
If I had the opportunity, I think I'd like to go to Tahiti.
I'd go to Thailand.
Oh, I'd love to go to Africa. I would love to go to Tanzania and spend some time maybe in the area of Kilimanjaro.
If I had a chance, I would probably go to Jamaica.
I think somewhere in the Far East.
I would go to Hawaii, because the weather would be warm, the beaches would be nice.
Kuoni is a travel agency in England that specialises in long-distance holidays to exotic places. Maria Paul works for Kuoni. She describes some of the holidays they offer.
Kuoni offers some very exciting tours. We go to some quite unusual places that possibly people haven't heard too much about. Little islands like Koh Samui. We go to places like the Maldive Islands. Lots of different islands with very different characters, different things to offer everyone. Everything from a particularly deluxe island like Karumba down to tiny little islands with just very basic accommodation, restaurants with sand floors, that type of thing. And then there's completely the other end of the market, princess cruises around the Caribbean, the ultimate in luxury. The customers can ask for absolutely anything and we'll provide it, but I think probably the most popular destinations overall are Thailand, Hong Kong, Barbados in the Caribbean, although other Caribbean islands also do very well, Egypt is always popular. A lot of people are fascinated by Egypt and the culture. The Nile cruises in particular, always very full.
What questions do Maria's clients ask?
Usually the first question is this available? Normally they have a fair idea of what they want, although they quite often can be persuaded to choose something different if their first option isn't available. So you're interested in a Far East holiday. Do you know where exactly? Have you got some idea of where you'd like to go?
Well, we were thinking of something like Bali or one of the exotic islands in that area.
Clients can ask all kinds of questions. Everything from how long is the flight, what is the movie on the flight, what kind of meals are served. It does all seem to be available.
Something I forgot to ask. Would you mind arranging for us to have some vegetarian food on the aeroplane?
Yes, certainly. That's no problem at all.
Thank you very much.
Clients quite often want to know exactly how many stars a hotel is, what grade of hotel it is, exactly what the facilities are.
Is it a high-rise hotel?
No, none of the buildings are higher than the height of the palm trees, which is rather nice, I think. Working in the travel business, you find that every day is different. You don't know what the client is going to want. When they come through the door, they could ask for anything. They could ask for a rail ticket, or they could ask for the most wonderful exotic holiday. Your flight will leave on the 21st of June, as I said, via Jakarta to Denpasar. And then we have 14 nights on a room-only basis in the Bali Sol. Is that the type of thing you were looking for?
Well, that sounds terrific.
Yes, that sounds fine.
Okay, and can you tell me how you'd like to pay?
By credit card, please.
Certainly. Every day is different, completely different. It doesn't get boring. I know people that have been in the travel business for 20, 25 years, and they still get excited about traveling. They don't get blasé about traveling to the airport and going off on a trip. It's not an everyday thing. It's always exciting.
I think I need a holiday.
So do I. Do you know what exotic place I'd go to?
No.
A desert island. A place where there are no other people.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, wait for me. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm David Riley.
Hello, I'm Natalie Forbes.
Hi, I'm Kevin Dutcher.
Today, we look at politics and elections.
We look at ways of expressing opinions.
And we meet this man, Neil Kinnock, a famous British politician. Politics, opinions, and elections.
In an election, people choose a new government. They vote for candidates from political parties. In Great Britain, there's an election every 5 years.
In the United States, we vote for a new president every 4 years. I've been voting for 7 years. I've voted in 2 presidential elections. What about you?
Well, I've been voting for about 14 years now. I've voted in 1, 2, 3 elections.
I've only voted in one election.
Who did you vote for?
That's a secret.
An election. In an election, you vote for a candidate. You vote for a candidate.
I've voted in 2 elections. I've been voting for 7 years. I've been voting. I have been voting. I've been voting for 7 years.
Who did you vote for at the last election?
I'm not prepared to answer that.
I voted for the Conservative Party.
I'd rather not answer that question.
I voted Liberal at the last general election.
As a public servant, I probably shouldn't say that.
I voted for the Labour Party.
Well, I inherited a title from my grandfather, so I'm what they call a peer, and therefore I don't have actually any vote in general elections, but I do vote in the House of Lords.
Have you always voted for the same party?
I voted for the same party for the last few general elections.
I haven't always voted for the same party.
I've always voted for the Labour Party.
I've been living in this forest for a long time, and I've seen a lot of changes. But this new road is a very bad idea. I'm against it.
So am I. Here.
The new road means more people, and people bring food. I'm for the new road.
Well, we all need food, so I think I'm for it too. As I see it, it doesn't matter if you're for the new road or against the new road.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter because the road has already been built.
Where?
I haven't seen it.
What are you talking about?
What motorway?
Talking nonsense.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He certainly doesn't.
Here are some ways to express an opinion.
This new road is a very bad idea. I'm against it. I'm against it. I don't agree with the idea.
The new road means more people. I'm for it. I'm for it. I agree with the idea.
As I see it, it doesn't matter if you're for the new road or against the new road. As I see it, in my opinion, from my point of view.
The 3 main political parties in Britain are the Conservative Party, the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats. Neil Kinnock was the leader of the Labour Party from 1983 to 1992. He resigned as leader after the 1992 general election, but he is still a Member of Parliament. We asked him to describe the British political system.
Now, Parliament is divided into 2 houses. The House of Commons, which is entirely elected. Everybody in the House of Commons is an elected Member of Parliament, and they're elected from 650 constituencies in the United Kingdom. Constituencies vary a little in size, but most of them are around about 60,000 electors. And the political parties put candidates up for election, and the election is decided by first past the post. That is to say, the candidate with the most votes gets elected. The House of Lords is a non-elected chamber of the Parliament, and its roots go back for 600 years.
What does he think of the House of Lords?
I think it's ridiculous in any democracy for people to be able to gain a place in Parliament simply because of the fortunes of birth. So I would like to get rid of the hereditary peers. I don't mean execute them under a guillotine. I do mean deny them the power to sit.
What part does the Queen or King play in this system?
For 300 years, Britain has had a constitutional monarchy. It is the Queen in Parliament who begins each legislative year in Parliament with the Queen's speech from the throne.
My government will maintain a substantial aid programme to reduce poverty in developing countries. Its objectives will include promoting good government, sensible economic policies, and respect for human rights.
The Queen's speech is written for her by the government and lists the general important items of legislation and policy which the government intends to put before the legislature, before the Parliament, in the forthcoming year.
Right. Let's see if I can remember all that. As in many other countries, British people vote in an election for a candidate to represent their local area. This area is called a constituency. And Britain is divided into 650 constituencies. Each constituency elects an MP, a member of Parliament, to the House of Commons, which is one of the Houses of Parliament. The other is the House of Lords. Members of the House of Lords are not elected.
Let's look now at a day in Parliament. In the morning, MPs answer letters and work on committees. The main business of the House of Commons begins in the afternoon. What happens?
The House of Commons begins to sit as a full assembly at 2:30 in the afternoon. And on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, there's a question time.
Mr. Speaker, at the time that the Prime Minister said that if his policies weren't hurting, they weren't working, did he realize that those policies would cause the longest recession since the 1930s?
We have taken action in order to ensure that we come out of this recession in a way that will ensure sustained recovery. And as the Governor of the Bank of England said only yesterday, the conditions are now in place to underpin the sustained recovery.
Mr. Speaker.
After the question time, the House will move to the consideration of a motion. It might be a piece of legislation, a bill, or it might be simply a motion of the House. And there will be a debate. Some members of Parliament will be involved in the debate, usually around 20 or 25. Some others will sit in to listen to the debate and take the chance to question ministers on the issue that's under debate.
May I ask him this question? If suitably qualified staff have been difficult to attract into Aldermaston because of the existence of higher salaries in the private sector, will not the introduction of a private contractor have the effect of increasing the costs of this programme?
Well, I was quite sympathetic to what the Honourable Gentleman was saying until he got to the last line. But the point that I've made, and I sought to make to the Honourable Gentleman, is that I believe that with the best possible production management expertise,
the House will continue to sit until 10 o'clock, but more often than not, the House goes on well past that, because there is always secondary business, secondary legislation, resolutions coming before the House, which mean that the House of Commons can quite normally go through till 1 o'clock in the morning, and on, I don't know, 20 occasions in a year, sometimes go into 4, 5 o'clock, or even sit all night. I've done that many times.
Do British MPs have to work all night?
Well, Neil Kinnock says he's done that many times.
But he has been an MP for more than 20 years.
But he says they work at least until 10 o'clock at night, and often much later.
That's true.
Neil Kinnock has been an MP since 1970. How does he look back on his career?
I've been involved in politics since I was about 15. I've fought as the candidate for my constituency every election since 1970. So that makes one in 1970, two in 1974, one in 1979, then again in 1983, and in 1987, and in 1992. I'm not sure how many that makes altogether. What I have to say is, I think I'm right in saying the majority has gone up slightly every time, which makes me very happy.
Has he made any mistakes?
I've made many mistakes. I don't think that there's a person alive of 50 years of age who hasn't made mistakes. And any politician with a 22, 23-year career in politics who says they haven't made mistakes, they're either too stupid to recognize them or too arrogant to accept them. So I've made mistakes. There are occasions on which I've spoken too long. There are occasions in which I've associated myself with causes that proved to be the wrong causes. And there are times when I would have liked to have acted much faster than I did, but a series of circumstances prevented that. And so in that 23 years, I don't think I've made more errors than most other people, but I've certainly made them.
That's interesting. A politician who admits that he's made some mistakes.
Yes, it's unusual.
Here are some things Neil Kinnock said about his political career.
I've fought every election since 1970. I've made many mistakes. I don't think I've made more errors than most other people.
Right. Kevin, I'd like to know about the American political system. I've never understood it.
Do you have a couple of hours?
Yes.
Are you sitting comfortably?
Yes.
Right. Well, there are two main parties, the Republicans and the Democrats. And there are two main houses. Goodbye. The House of Representatives and the Senate. Now, the Senate has two members.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we look at rules and regulations. Things you are allowed to do and things you are not allowed to do.
We talk about schools.
And we visit this place, a secondary school in England.
Schools, of course, have lots of rules and regulations. At my school, for example, boys had to wear white shirts. You weren't allowed to wear a shirt that was any other colour.
Really? At my school, they didn't let you go into the classroom if the teacher wasn't there.
At my school, you were allowed to wear what you liked. And they let you go where you liked, too.
Nowadays, some things are different, but some things are the same. When I was at school, you weren't allowed to wear coloured shirts. You weren't permitted to. Nowadays, at some schools, you're allowed to wear anything you like. You're permitted to.
When I was at school, they didn't let you go into the classroom if the teacher wasn't there. And it's still the same. They don't let you go into the classroom if the teacher isn't there.
What about your school? Were there any rules that you didn't like?
I can't remember liking any of them. I disliked all of them.
I didn't like having to wear short trousers till I was 13, especially on cold winter days.
Where I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley, it was so hot that the temperature never got below 60 degrees. And they wouldn't allow us to wear shorts, and I thought that was kind of ridiculous.
It always irritated me that only staff were supposed to walk through the front entrance of the school, so I always walked through the front entrance of the school and got in trouble for it.
I was fortunate in that I went to a school with no rules.
Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Come on. It's easy. Just do this. Now you try. You're supposed to start flapping your wings before you take off.
Sorry.
Try again.
Oh, I see.
Honestly, you're not supposed to stop flying when you're in the air. You're supposed to keep going.
Oh, look, I can do it.
That's very good.
Is it all right if I do it again?
Not now. Let's wait until tomorrow.
Supposed to do and not supposed to do.
You're not supposed to stop. You're not supposed to stop flying when you're in the air. You're supposed to keep going. You're supposed to keep going.
In Britain, there are some secondary schools where pupils must pass an exam to get in. They're called grammar schools. Wickham High School is a grammar school for girls. To find out about the school, we'll hear from 3 people. The head teacher, a teacher of Spanish, and first of all, a pupil in the 6th form, who's 18 years old and in her final year.
Wickham High School is a secondary school. It's for girls only, and it's a grammar school, which means we have to pass an exam before we can enter the school.
The girls tend to sit an exam at 12 in their primary schools, and depending on the results of that exam, we take in about the top 30% of intelligence levels.
There are only 145 grammar schools in the country out of the several thousand secondary schools in the country, so it isn't typical of secondary education in this country.
There are about 1,000 pupils. There's a main school and a 6th form, which run separately.
If we go back to when we were looking at anorexia, what were the causes we looked at? We looked at several. Who can just remember them? Stress, okay, Horace.
In the main school, there is a uniform. Pupils are supposed to wear a blue and white striped shirt. In the 2nd and 3rd years, they're supposed to wear a navy jumper, and in the 4th and 5th years, it's a burgundy jumper. It's a specially designed school jumper with the school emblem on, and they have to wear a navy skirt. At the moment, they let us wear any type of shoe as long as it's black and smart. But when I first joined the school, they made us choose between 5 different pairs of shoes, and we had to wear one of those.
There are also regulations about what they should wear in their hair. They have to wear a certain colour of ribbon or hair ornament, and they're supposed to keep their hair out of their eyes for safety reasons.
Okay, so we've got 500 over B minus B equals 40.
In the 6th form, they let us wear what we want to, but it has to be smart, and we have to wear skirts, but we're allowed to wear jewellery and things like that.
At Wickham High School, there are rules about what you can wear.
Girls are supposed to wear blue and white striped shirts, but they can wear any kind of shoes.
As long as they're black.
But when girls reach the 6th form, that's the last 2 years at the school, things change.
They let us wear what we want to. We're allowed to wear jewellery. But we have to wear skirts.
We've heard about the rules for what the pupils must wear. The school also has a lot of rules for how they must behave, what they're supposed to do at lunchtime, what they're allowed to do in study periods, how they should walk in the school, and how they must behave In the classroom.
Pupils are supposed to stand up when a teacher walks into the classroom and to remain standing up until the teacher tells them to sit down.
Buenos días, Dorce. Buenos días, señora. Sentaos. Bien. Ser y estar. Ser y estar. Let's see who remembers. Nahida, ser, por favor.
That is the only rule that they must do. Other than that, of course, follow what the teacher is saying. Listen to instructions.
Now, ¿eres inglés o americano? ¿Eres inglés o americano? Catherine? Muy bien.
Wherever the girls move inside the building, there are fairly narrow corridors and staircases. So girls must walk on the left at all times. They're not allowed to run in the corridor at any time. And they must be very careful when they're climbing stairs to keep to the left. We have to have quite strict rules also about movement outside because we have quite a few narrow walkways, and so therefore also there are areas where the girls are only allowed to walk in one direction. So there is one way into a building and another way out, and they're not allowed to turn around in the wrong direction.
The main school have to stay on site during the lunch hour, but the sixth form are allowed to go outside school as long as they're back within the hour. We're not allowed to go down to the bottom of the field, and there's another area around the side of one of the buildings where we're not supposed to go either.
The perimeters of the school field are actually out of view from the main buildings, and girls may not go beyond an area where the ground dips down and they're out of sight. This is for their own safety, as well as for us to make sure that they're not breaking the no smoking rule. The rules about smoking in the school are strict. No girl is permitted to smoke under any circumstances, either in school or on her way to and from school.
In the sixth form, there are 3 areas in which we can stay during the study periods. We can either go to the library, and that's a silent area, so we're not allowed to speak at all, or we can go to the study room. We're permitted to eat and to talk quietly in there, or we can stay in the common room, and we can do anything in there. We can make as much noise as we like.
Let me just fall at your feet.
I think the ability to conform to rules, provided those rules are accepted as reasonable and sensible, is part of being a law-abiding citizen and being able to fit in to whatever social structure you're in. I see no reason why girls should not question rules, and I would encourage them to do that. I think it does prepare them for the world of work, where there are even stricter rules and regulations in many ways, particularly in health and safety, and things that one can, must, or must not do.
The head teacher explaining why she thinks rules are a good thing.
Why do they have to walk on the left?
I don't know. Maybe it's because we have to drive on the left in Britain.
Oh, yeah.
When they get to the sixth form, the girls have more choice in everything. For instance, in their free time, there are 3 places they can go: the library, the study room, and the common room.
In the library, we're not allowed to speak at all. In the study room, we're permitted to eat and talk quietly. In the common room, we can make as much noise as we like.
I have a question.
What's that?
Why do you have to drive on the left in Britain?
Well,
It's a long story. Goodbye.
goodbye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we look at training. That's work training. The training you need to do a particular job.
And we meet this man, Michael Killingsworth, who trains flight attendants for American Airlines.
Work training tells you what you're supposed to do in a particular job.
What you should do and what you shouldn't do.
If you're working in a shop or an office with customers or clients, there are some things you must remember to do and some things you must remember not to do. You should be polite. You should always be polite. You shouldn't be rude. You should never be rude. And remember, the customer is always right.
Work training is designed to show you what to do and what not to do. But can you be trained to do a job? Or is experience more important?
I think you need both training and experience.
I think experience is more important than training.
Training is the most important.
Oh, I'm a great believer in hands-on experience.
A person can be trained for a job, but they would do the job better with experience.
I think people can be trained to do a job as long as they're trained by people who are experienced.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What's the matter?
You shouldn't have done that.
Done what?
That smile. It's all wrong. You should have painted a big smile, not that little one.
But I like it.
I'm the teacher and you're just the student. You should do as I say. No, 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 no. You shouldn't have done it like that. Here, let me show you. And these eyes should be bigger. There. That's how you should do it. Don't you agree?
Yes, sir.
Remember, Leonardo, people want happy paintings.
Yes, sir.
Young people today have no idea. No idea at all. No, 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 no. You shouldn't have done that, Michelangelo.
This is the way the teacher told his student that he had done something wrong.
You shouldn't have done it like that. You should have painted a big smile.
Do you know what flight attendants are? They're the people who greet you, say hello, when you get on a plane. And later they bring you food and drink. American Airlines train their flight attendants at a special center in Dallas, Texas. Michael Killingsworth is the director of the training program for flight attendants. What does the training involve?
Training for an American Airlines flight attendant requires 6.5 weeks. The training program includes a great deal of emphasis on emergency procedures, food service procedures, general procedures, and a great deal of customer service.
Captain Masick, First Officer Smith, and Flight Engineer Hughes has informed me that our flying time to Seattle today will be 3 hours at an altitude of 31,000 feet. Seattle is reported with fair weather. Now we'd like to direct your attention to the video screens located throughout the aircraft for a brief message about our safety features on our 767.
Ian, what should have been the next announcement?
After he did his welcome board, I think we should have done our safety video introduction.
Okay. He did do safety. Did he introduce the crew?
Yes.
My name is?
The basic qualities that we look for in a flight attendant are flexibility, personality, poise, self-control. There's no way, even in 6.5 weeks of training, that we can tell you every single thing that would occur in the life of a flight attendant. There's a lot of situations that we'll share with you, that our own personal experiences we'll share with you. We'll try to cover as much as we can, But because the job of a flight attendant is so diverse, there's no way we could answer every single what-if question.
No. The question was, should you stack the nuts? No, you should not stack the nuts. Does it look very professional if the nuts are just stacked on top of each other? No, we want them to be presented very professionally.
So flight attendants receive 6.5 weeks of work training.
Only 6.5 weeks?
That's right. And as Michael says, it's impossible to teach them everything they need to know in such a short time. A combination of work training and experience is vital for the job. During the 6.5 weeks, they receive training in many different aspects of the work.
Food service procedures. How you're supposed to serve food. Emergency procedures. What you're supposed to do in an emergency. Customer service. How you should serve the needs of passengers.
Michael talked about the training program. Now let's hear about the different jobs flight attendants have to do during a flight. What are they supposed to do first?
When passengers are boarding the aircraft, it's very important that an appropriate greeting is used by the flight attendant. An appropriate salutation or greeting, such as good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome aboard, or we are happy to have you. I am happy to see you.
Good evening. How are you?
Just fine, thank you.
Wonderful. All right. If you cross over, go down that aisle, your seat is on the left.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy the flight.
I stress to my students that it's very important
Welcome.
that
How are you?
you understand that communication is not just the way you speak. It's verbal and it's also nonverbal. And by means of nonverbal, the use of your body language is so important. What do you do with your hands? What do you do with your arms? If you stand with your arms crossed, you've closed yourself off. You're a closed-in person and you're not approachable, versus having your hands open. When your hands are open or at your side, you're more approachable. You're open to conversation.
Welcome aboard.
Once you take off, the flight attendant will then perform their actual service procedures, food service, which is, and sometimes it's just a beverage service. But there's always a way of enhancing that service. It's not just delivering a beverage. It's not just handing out pretzels or delivering a sandwich. It's how you do it.
Miss McIntyre, may I offer you a first-class menu? And Mr. Smith, the menu for you? I'll be back momentarily to take your preference, okay?
It's important to remember to use proper terminologies such as, may I offer you a beverage? May I offer you a snack or a meal? What else can I get you? Is there anything else I can get you?
You're welcome.
One of the most precise parts of the training is how to serve meals to first-class passengers on international flights. At American Airlines, this is called the International Flagship Service.
When we teach the International Flagship Service, it's very specific how everything is done.
Always remember to set two passengers at the same time. You must position yourself between the passengers. The table setting will begin by placing the bread plate down. You're supposed to place both plates down, the passenger's upper left-hand corner. Once the plate is down, you will add the ramekin of butter. Next will be the service plate. Don't forget to place the eagle at 12 o'clock. When placing the salt and pepper, don't forget to be sure that the pepper is on the right. And remember to place the glass at 1 o'clock.
Once that procedure is completed, we have what we call a phase 3, and we call this the phase that pays. You get out and you get into the cabin and get to know the passengers and get to talk to them.
So how's things going here today?
Great.
Y'all enjoying your flight?
Yeah, we're discussing an African safari.
An African safari. Wow, must be nice. No, not yet, but I'm hoping someday to get there.
At the end of the flight, as the passengers are leaving, it's important to use phrases such as, thank you for being with us today, Thank you for choosing us. It was nice meeting you. It was great to see you. It was nice getting to know you. Enjoy your day. I hope to see you again.
There are a lot of little things that a flight attendant must remember to do. Here are some examples.
You're supposed to place both plates down at the same time. Don't forget to place the eagle at 12 o'clock. In other words, when the plate is on the tray, the eagle should be facing away from the passenger. Remember to place the glass at 1 o'clock. In other words, the glass should be near the eagle.
That job is more difficult than it looks.
Yes, so much to remember to do.
That's right. So much that you mustn't forget. Like putting the eagle on the plate at 1 o'clock.
You've forgotten already. You're supposed to put the eagle at 12 o'clock.
No, you're supposed to put the glass at 12 o'clock. No?
No.
I don't think David could be a flight attendant, do you? Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we look at the world around us.
Especially places which are very hot or very cold.
And we talk to this man, Matt Dickinson, an explorer who has experienced extreme temperatures in different parts of the world.
Have you ever been anywhere that was very hot or very cold?
Coldest place is Helsinki in midwinter, and I think it was -20.
Oh, I lived in Madras, India for almost 3 years, and it was extremely hot there.
The coldest would probably be parts of northern Russia, when it was -26, -27. It may not be cold for the locals, but it felt very cold indeed to me.
The hottest place I've ever been to is the deserts of New Mexico in the United States, where it can get up to 40 degrees centigrade quite often. But it's a dry heat, and you don't feel it quite so much.
The hottest place I've ever been to is India. When I was there, the temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius. However, I did spend most of my time in air-conditioned hotels.
The coldest place I've ever been to is Sweden. When I was there, it was 25 degrees below zero. Although it didn't feel cold, because it was sunny and it wasn't windy. And, of course, there was central heating everywhere.
That's the difference between travelers and explorers. Travelers don't want to be too hot or too cold, whereas explorers visit the hottest and coldest and most dangerous places on Earth because they want to experience the heat, the cold, and the danger.
That's right. Being very hot or very cold can be exciting. However, not everyone would agree.
Oh, it's freezing.
What?
It's freezing. I can't put up with this at all.
Oh, it's not as cold as last year.
What? I think it's much colder than last year.
No, it isn't. Although I admit the wind is a bit stronger. Come on, let's go for a swim.
A swim? Here? You must be joking. The water's like ice.
It's not. It's a lot warmer than last year. Come on.
I'm not a very good swimmer.
Of course you are. You swim much better than I do.
No, I don't.
You're not enjoying this holiday, are you?
No, not much.
And And I was looking forward to coming here so much.
Listen again to these ways of comparing weather conditions.
It's not as cold as last year.
I think it's much colder than last year.
Much colder. Or, here's another way to compare.
It's a lot warmer than last year.
There are still professional explorers who travel to remote parts of the world. People who enjoy the experience of extreme temperatures and dangerous conditions. We're going to meet such a person. His name is Matt Dickinson. First of all, Matt talks about an expedition to the Namib Desert in southwest Africa, one of more than 40 expeditions he has made. So, how far has he traveled?
I believe that I've traveled about 1 million miles in my traveling career since 1976, and every single one of them has been a great pleasure and of fantastic interest to me. Last year, I was fortunate enough to be invited to join an expedition to cross the Namib Desert in southwest Africa, and it took me into extremes of heat that I've never encountered before.
We're 115 degrees.
115?
Check it out.
In the shade. Our journey was 5.5 days from start to finish, and we had to carry an enormous quantity of water to enable us to survive. It's a bit like carrying a refrigerator on your back. Yeah. It's that sort of weight.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, what have we got here? That's about 36 kilograms. Now, the decision we made was to walk for 2 or 3 hours in the morning and 2 or 3 hours in the late afternoon, and then rest through the rest of the day underneath a space blanket. And what we did was to stretch it between a rock surface and the desert floor, and then shelter underneath it in the shade for the hottest part of the day. In that place, nothing can survive. We walked through a great forest, and one associates trees with leaves and shade and life and energy, and all that was left were the skeletons of the trees, just the simple bare branches. It was an eerie and rather intimidating place.
What an extraordinary place. As Matt said, the trees were like skeletons.
All that was left were the skeletons of the trees. No leaves, no shade, no life, no energy.
The Namib Desert is the hottest place that Matt has visited. He said that it had
extremes of heat that I've never encountered before.
Now, Matt Dickinson tells us about a completely different expedition, a trip down a river in Tibet. The problem is, it's a white water river, a very fast-moving river.
One of the most frightening moments I think I've ever had came when I was invited to join an American and Indian team on the Brahmaputra River, which is a whitewater river. It comes crashing out of the Himalayas. It's extremely turbulent and full of rocks, and at some stages you can see no blue water at all. It's completely white and very, very dangerous. The objective was to raft for 120 miles down the river on a stretch of the river that, as far as we knew, had never been rafted before. And it began at a very remote village right on the border of China and India. we set off, and for several days it would be true to say that our expedition was almost completely out of control. There's a limit to the amount of maneuverability of a small rubber raft when it's being tossed from wave to wave in the grip of a ferocious river like the Brahmaputra. Now, this river offers an extreme environment in every sense. It's extremely cold because the water has come from the meltwater snows of Tibet. And we knew from the start that the turbulent, freezing cold conditions of the Brahmaputra could give us some serious problems. Now, we were extremely lucky on several occasions to avoid being tipped out of the boat, but we all knew that eventually disaster might strike, and it was only a matter of time as we bobbed our way down the river, often out of control, that some mishap would occur. Well, it did. We went into a wave which was far too big for our rubber raft to survive, and I felt the extreme rush of adrenaline as the freezing cold water bit into us, and I was plunged into the water as the boat went over. I felt the air being sucked out of my lungs, and as I came out of the swirling white water into which we'd been plunged, I was gasping for breath and completely disorientated. And then it was the horrifying experience of being swept completely out of control with our raft upside down the Brahmaputra River to we knew not what fate.
Phew, he really knows how to enjoy himself.
And did you notice that he was filming when he fell off the raft? A very dangerous expedition, and you can tell by the way he described it.
The river was extremely cold and extremely turbulent. The expedition was almost completely out of control.
We've heard Matt describe the journey across the desert and the whitewater rafting. But how does he compare the dangers of the two expeditions?
There are many differences between the desert and the savage and frightening forces of a whitewater river. The desert is not as terrifying. The river has a great deal of noise. There's the rushing of the water. There's the grinding and rumbling of great rocks, perhaps the size of a house, as they are pushed underneath the surface of the river downstream by the force of the water. But each place has its own dangers, and each place can be life-threatening if things go wrong. And I think that's the fascinating thing about extremes of environment, that the heat, the aridity, the all-embracing oven of the desert is just as dangerous as the savage forces of a whitewater river. But to be in that environment is a completely different experience, and it requires a completely different approach, both mentally and physically, in order to survive.
So, which place was more dangerous, the desert or the whitewater river? Matt's opinion was this.
Each place has its own dangers. The desert is not as terrifying as the river. But the heat of the desert is just as dangerous as the force of the river.
Well, I suppose India isn't the hottest place in the world after all.
And Sweden isn't as cold as I thought it was.
And traveling on the London Underground isn't really that uncomfortable. Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we look at life at work.
We talk about working conditions.
And we meet this man. Bill McIntosh, the manager of an oil platform in the North Sea.
What kind of work do you do? Do you like it?
I work as a press officer for the Bank of England, so what I have to do is to explain the bank's policies to the press and the public in general and answer their questions. I like explaining things, so I enjoy my job.
I'm a student and I don't particularly like going to school.
I'm a professional footballer and manager, and I love it.
I'm a teacher and I like it because I find it very stimulating and I enjoy working with people, particularly young people.
I'm an archaeologist. I enjoy my job. I enjoy the thrill of discovering things that have lain hidden for hundreds or thousands of years, and I enjoy trying to tell others about it as well.
What was your first job, Kevin?
Well, when I was a student, I worked in a hotel during the vacation.
Why?
Why? So that I could make some money.
How much did you make?
Not much. The wages were very low. I worked in a hotel so that I could make some money. But the wages were very low. Wages, or salary, or pay. That's the money you earn from your job.
The working conditions here are terrible. Terrible. They're so bad that I intend to complain to the management.
Excuse me.
Really?
Yes. I mean, the wages are awful.
May I say something?
Just a minute. We don't get any wages.
Exactly. And we never get a break.
We don't need a break. We're machines. We never get tired. We never go wrong.
But I demand the right to have a break. Let me finish. As I was saying, I demand the right to have a break.
We don't need a break. And we never go wrong. Never.
The working conditions weren't very good when I worked in the hotel either. I worked for 10 hours a day. I worked for so long that I never had time to do anything else, except sleep. And the meal breaks were so short that I never had time to eat anything. I was hungry all the time. And the wages were so low that I didn't save any money.
Kevin worked in a hotel so that he could earn some money. That was his reason for working there. But the wages were very low. The result was he didn't save any money at all.
Off the north coast of Scotland in the North Sea, there are oil platforms which work 24 hours a day, pumping oil and gas from under the sea. Bill McIntosh is the manager of a North Sea oil platform. Let's find out what the work of an oil platform is and how that work is organized.
The platforms that we work from produce oil and gas, and within the platform we make the oil and gas safe. We process it just a little. We then export it, as we call it, through a pipeline to shore. Once it gets to the shore, it's then loaded on a large tanker and taken to some other part of the world. When we're working offshore, we work what we call a shift pattern, and we work 2 weeks offshore, and then we come home for 2 weeks onshore. Typically, my day will start at 5 in the morning. I will be at my desk generally at about 5:30 or 6 in the morning. The day shift crew They will come on at 7, and they will work right through until 7 later that day. Breakfast, we normally have breakfast between 6 and 7:30, something like that. Lunch break is about 11:30 through to 12:30. And then the evening meal, which for the night shift is breakfast time, is 6:30 until 7:30. And then for the night shift crew, because bear in mind, an oil production platform runs 24 hours a day, then around 11:30 till 12:30 is the midnight meal. An oil production platform offshore is interesting because it's where you live as well as the place that you work. So you can't, unlike onshore, you can't drive home. So offshore, we have a gymnasium, for example, which has a multi-gym running machines and stuff like that. And we have snooker, billiards, table tennis. We have quite a variety of things. And we have a large cinema, and we take satellite television so we can get news virtually as it's happening. The normal working day offshore is 12 hours. That occasionally stretches to 15 hours, but the day itself is very demanding. The work itself is quite demanding. So there is usually only 3 or 4 hours at the most after the end of the shift to occupy yourself. People tend to be in bed at 9:30 or 10 o'clock at night. We look for as much of the home comforts as we can possibly get. So the accommodation that we have is very good. But importantly, the meals, and you are working a long day. It's a minimum of a 12-hour day. We're working an 84-hour week. And the food is commensurately good. Sometimes too much food.
They have to work 12 hours a day and 7 days a week.
Yes, but after 2 weeks, they get 2 weeks off. Here's how Bill McIntosh described the hours of work.
The work on the oil platform is done in shifts. There's the day shift, the men who work from 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock at night. And there's the night shift, the men that work through the night. Everybody on the platform works a 12-hour day and an 84-hour week.
The oil platform is situated close to the Arctic Circle. What are the hazards, the dangers of working there?
The particular platform that I actually work on, in fact, is in an area we know as the Shetland Basin, which is very much in the northern North Sea. Now that's exposed to quite a variety of climate, quite rapid climate changes as well. Now this is typically in the month of January, for example, we can get wind speeds in excess of 100 knots. The rain can be very heavy, the snow can be very heavy, and because we are only 4 degrees below the Arctic Circle, we can get quite a severe drop in temperature. The seas in these northern waters can really be quite violent. Typically we might have waves of around 12 or 15 meters in height. And they come in from the North Atlantic, and they're very powerful. It is particularly important to have firm and fixed safety procedures offshore. It is a potentially hazardous environment. Typically, no one can leave the accommodation to go out into the workplace unless they are properly attired. Now, that means, as a minimum, they will be wearing a safety helmet, flame-proof coveralls, protective eyeglasses, and steel protected boots.
Violent seas, rapid climate changes, and heavy rain and snow.
And the platform itself is so dangerous that the workers have to wear protective clothing.
They wear safety helmets so that their heads are protected against injury. They wear protective eyeglasses so that their eyes are protected against the freezing wind.
It's quite incredible that anyone wants to work there.
Yes, hard, dangerous work, long hours, freezing weather.
That's right. The work is so hard and the weather is so severe. Why does anyone want to work there?
There are a number of reasons for people wanting to work offshore. Clearly, because it's a difficult environment, then the pay scale is much greater, is much higher. There are a number of additional benefits to working offshore. One of the main ones, of course, is perhaps the free time that you can get. You do work the 2 weeks offshore, but you do get a clear 2 weeks onshore. Now, in addition to that, because it is a relatively hazardous environment, working offshore, then there are other benefits, pension benefits, medical benefits, which are perhaps a little better than you might ordinarily expect to get onshore.
So, now we know. As the work is so dangerous, there are a lot of special benefits.
And the pay is good, and there's a lot of time off.
I'm afraid it doesn't attract me.
No? I could see myself on one of those platforms, drilling for oil, fighting against the wind and the sea.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Man against nature, fighting the elements, the waves lapping up against my shoulders.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today we look at sport.
And we talk to this man, Justin Fashanu, a professional footballer.
We all played different sports at school.
That's right. I played rugby at school. I didn't like it. I wish I'd played golf.
When I was at school, I played baseball. I wish I'd played tennis.
I did play tennis at school, and I won the school cup.
Congratulations.
Well done. I played rugby at school. I wish I'd played golf. I wish I had played golf. I wish I'd played golf.
I played baseball at school. I wish I'd played tennis.
Which sports did you play at school?
Rugby, cricket and basketball.
Tennis, netball, hockey, gymnastics, swimming.
High jumping, and I reached a county standard in that sport. I also played hockey, football and rugby.
I didn't play sports at school.
Which sports do you wish you'd played at school?
I wish I'd played tennis at school.
I wish I'd tried fencing, archery, sub-aqua diving.
I wish I'd played cricket at school.
I wish that I'd had the opportunity earlier in life to do more climbing.
I wish I could see the game. I can't see anything.
What a shame.
We're too small. I wish we were bigger.
I know. It's a pity. But I have an idea.
Hey, who are you?
I am here to give you 3 wishes.
3 wishes? Great. Well, I wish I could see the game.
Easy.
Great. But I wish we were a bit nearer.
Easy.
What are you doing here?
I wish you hadn't done that.
Don't worry. Oh, I wish I hadn't done that either.
We're too small. I wish we were bigger. I can't see anything. I wish I could see the game. That little boy was watching other people play sport. He was a spectator. We call a lot of spectators a crowd. Now, at a football match...
Wait a minute. What kind of football? There's American football, rugby football, soccer...
Oh, I mean soccer. We often call soccer football.
Ah. You were saying?
Yes. At a football match, the spectators go to watch two teams who play against each other. The winner is the team that scores more goals.
Or points, if it's American football or rugby.
Yes. The other team is the loser. And if both teams have the same number of goals, or points, it's a draw.
In winter, the English national sport is football. That's association football or soccer. Justin Fashanu is an English professional footballer. Here is how he describes his long and varied career in football.
When I was 15 and a half, I left school and I joined Norwich City Football Club in the First Division. I made my debut at 17.
17-year-old Justin Fashanu has only been a professional since Christmas Day. But this afternoon he gets his first game for Norwich City in the First Division.
My first appearance was against a team called West Bromwich Albion in the First Division, and they had 3 other black players playing for their team. And at that stage there was probably about 6 black professional footballers in the First Division, and so this was quite a unique thing in football to have 4 players on the same football field.
Davis. Peters came in.
It was fun. It was a big crowd, 25,000 people in Norwich, and I was playing with people who were heroes and role models and things. And we drew 2-2. I didn't manage to score, but it was fun. A lot of fun.
Fashanu! So close to making a name for himself in his first appearance.
I then moved to Nottingham Forest for £1 million at 19. And then I played 18, 19 times for England under-21 team. And we won, we're the first actually England team to win the European under-21 championships. I then managed to win an England B cap, and I was on the substitutes bench for a World Cup match against Romania.
And Jordanescu again. And the free kick given against Watson.
I then moved to Notts County in the First Division, Southampton and Brighton. I then had a knee injury which forced me out of the game for 4 years. In that time I went to America and rehabilitated my knee in Los Angeles and then Canada. Managed to do that, came back here and resumed my career at Torquay United.
Justin talked a lot about his early career. He talked about some things that he managed to do and some things that he didn't manage to do, starting with his first match.
I didn't manage to score. He didn't get a goal in his first match. I managed to win an England B cap. That means he was chosen to play for the England B team, the second team. I moved to Nottingham Forest for £1 million at 19. A lot of money. I then had a knee injury, and that injury kept him out of football for 4 years.
Justin is now a player and assistant manager at Torquay United, a small club in the southwest of England. What does he think of the club?
It's a small club. It has very few supporters. 1,800, 900 would be the hardcore. We're a long way away from anywhere, so all the games we have to travel to away, it's quite a long journey. And it's a lot different to what I've been used to, but I'm experiencing managing here, and I'm experiencing dealing with trying to put a successful team onto the field without having lots of money and without having the luxuries that go with being a professional sportsman. So it's quite a culture shock.
Well played! Free kick there. Listen, you got a free kick because you got in front of him. Well done.
The players at this club are fabulous people. A lot of them are young, and it's a pleasure working with them. The only downside of that is that we've got probably a little bit of an imbalance of having too many young players who don't have the experience to help each other when you go through bad times. And so we're tending to lose a lot more games than we really should do because of lack of experience. I wish that the support for the team was more passionate and knowledgeable as well, because we have a very young team here. Because of the finances of a small club like Torquay, people have to be a little bit patient because we haven't got the finished article. We've got kids learning their trade, and it becomes very daunting for these kids playing at home, which it shouldn't be. We should be able to play at home and really express ourselves and enjoy playing at home. So I wish that people were a little bit more tolerant, but I think that's society now. I think that everybody wants a winner and they want it now.
Justin talked about two groups of people at the club.
The players, that's the team. And the supporters, that's the people who come to watch their team.
This is what Justin said about the players.
It's a pleasure working with them. He likes working with his team.
This is what he said about the supporters.
I wish that the support for the team was more passionate. He'd like stronger, louder support from the supporters.
Those were some of the things that Justin wishes were different at his present club. What regrets does he have about his whole career? Did he do some things that he wishes he hadn't done? Are there things that he didn't do that he wishes he had done?
I wish I'd won a full England cap and some more trophies. I think that would have been a highlight in my career, and something that's probably has been missing. I wish that I hadn't moved to Nottingham Forest for £1 million quite as quickly, because at that time there was one or two other offers that would have been put to me, which probably would have been a better option for me, which would have changed my career. I wish that I hadn't been injured because it was at such a crucial time in my career. And I think the last thing that I probably would have changed was that I would have been a little bit more disciplined and taking it a little bit more seriously, because everything had gone so well for me fairly easily that I didn't realize that the hardest thing was staying there, not getting there.
We all have regrets, even successful professional footballers.
That's right. Here are some of the things that Justin regrets.
I wish I'd won a full England cap. That means I wish I'd played for the first team, the full England team. I wish I hadn't moved to Nottingham Forest for £1 million quite so quickly. I wish that I hadn't been injured.
Today we met Justin Fashanu, a professional footballer with some regrets about his past career.
We wish him the best of luck with his future career.
And we hope that you don't regret that you joined us. That's all for now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello.
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 Today, helping people
We look at how to deal with people.
and how to solve their problems.
And we meet this woman, Tina Saunier, who works at Universal Studios in Florida.
I had a problem this morning.
That's right. You were late for work.
I know. My grandmother telephoned me. She wasn't feeling very well,
I'm sorry to hear that.
and she needed my help. She wanted me to go shopping with her.
So, what did you do?
I took her shopping in my car. The trouble is, I nearly had a crash.
And what if you had had a crash?
What do you mean?
What would we have done here if you'd had an accident?
Look, I had to help my grandmother. If I hadn't taken her shopping, she wouldn't have had any food.
Well, Natalie went to help her grandmother, and she was late for work. What would you have done in her position?
I would have done exactly the same.
I would have phoned the school to tell them I was going to be late.
I would certainly have taken my grandmother to the shops. I think people do have obligation to their relatives, and particularly elderly relatives.
I would have explained to my grandmother that I had to be on time.
I would have rung the office, made some excuse, and taken my grandmother to the shops.
I'd have taken my grandmother to the shops.
This is a job for Mighty Man.
What's the matter?
My washing machine has gone wrong.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry to hear that. But don't worry. I'll soon mend it.
But...
It's all right. No job is too hard for me. Do you know something?
What?
If I'd known you had a problem, I would have brought my tools.
Oh.
There you are. Now, what would you have done if I hadn't arrived?
I would have asked her to mend it.
Oh, dear.
The man didn't know there was a problem, so he didn't bring any tools with him.
If I'd known, if I had known, if I'd known, I would have brought my tools. If I'd known, I would have brought my tools.
The man thought he'd done a very good job.
What would you have done if I hadn't arrived? What would you have done if I hadn't arrived?
And the woman replied, I would have asked her to mend it. I would have asked her to mend it.
Universal Studios in Florida has thousands of visitors every day. Tina Saunier works in guest relations, a department which is there to help visitors. Let's find out what happens at Universal Studios and what they do in guest relations.
Universal Studios Florida is a theme park, and it's also
the largest working motion picture studio outside of California. Here we have many rides and shows based on different movies or television series that may now be in progress. And we also do a number of productions, such as commercials and movies, right here on our backlot.
You're going to have a lot of fun today, so let's say smile. Okay. Here you are.
Our guest relations department is set up to assist our guests with whatever needs they may have throughout their day here at Universal. We do everything from warming baby bottles to assisting guests that may get sick throughout the day, giving out information, whether it be foreign language information or just assisting people with planning their day throughout the park.
To go to ET, right now we are right here. All you do is walk up Hollywood Boulevard, sir. Just make a right at the stop sign and continue walking past Mel's Diner to our World Expo area.
Okay.
And ET is a very good place to start.
Okay, thank you very much.
I also try to find out from our guests where they're from, if this is their first trip or their second trip. Usually if it's their first trip, then they need to get familiarized with our studio, and so I suggest ways that they can familiarize themselves by either taking our production tram tour or by walking a certain path that will give them a bird's eye view of everything that they need to do or may want to see.
Down there, our production tour is a 15-minute informational tour, and so what it'll basically do is it'll take you around the studio and just show you where everything is. It's a good way to start your day, too.
I think we'll start there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Have a good time.
We have guests here who lose a variety of things. The most common objects that they lose are sunglasses and cameras.
All of those?
No, I've done 3. We've only got 3 left.
Okay. That's right.
During the summer, a lot of people lose their hats also. And, of course, they lose their children, which is a big thing.
License, no money.
No money?
I got a credit card and it's got a driver's license.
Okay. I'll take that in.
Also, a lot of people, especially men, lose their wallets. A lot of our rides are very turbulent, and they'll go on the ride, and they won't notice it until they get to the cafeteria or a restaurant that they want to go to lunch at and say, oh my goodness, my wallet's gone. We do everything. Anything we can do to assist our guests, we do that so that they can have a great time here.
People seem to lose a lot of things when they visit Universal Studios. Sunglasses,
cameras,
Hats.
wallets.
And children.
At guest relations, Tina and her colleagues often have to deal with people who don't speak English. There are also many visitors who are deaf. What do they do when there are communication problems like that?
We get a great many people here from foreign countries who do not speak English. And it's very hard sometimes to communicate with these people, but oftentimes people can speak just very few words of English, or we can speak, not just myself, but other people that work in the guest relations department here can speak a few words. So there seems to be always someone available to speak, whether it's a few words of French or Spanish or Portuguese or whatever it may be, to be able to assist that guest.
I'm looking for this one in
Spanish?
Yes.
I can get that for you. Let's stay right down.
All right.
Do you need just one?
It's possible to...
Dos?
Yes.
There you are.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
But also, very often it's gestures. It's, well, you know, how can I help you? I don't know. Maybe, you know, come with me. Is this what you want? Pointing.
No Chinese.
Yeah.
No Chinese.
No Chinese. Sorry. We also have a great number of people here that are deaf. And we all don't know sign language. And so sometimes it comes down to them writing down what they need, and we, you know, write back to them.
Tina mentioned 2 methods that people can use to deal with communication problems.
Gestures. And sign language. 2 ways of communicating without speaking.
Tina often has to deal with visitors who have special disabilities. In the next part of the interview, she talks about a visitor who suffered from MS, multiple sclerosis, and we hear about the special arrangements that were made.
Often we have guests who know that they're coming on vacation, and they'll either write us or they'll call us, and they'll tell us their special circumstances and ask if there's anything unique that we can do for them. Such as one time we had a mother, a lady, she was very young, very attractive lady, about 33, and she had 2 small children. Her husband called me in advance and said, look, you know, my wife has been diagnosed with MS, and we don't want our children to know. They're 8 and 9 years old, and I don't want my wife to sit in a wheelchair because I don't want my kids to realize that there's something wrong here. And so what we did is we simply told them to come to guest relations, and that we would assist them by giving them a backdoor card where she would not have to sit in a wheelchair. Also, what we did for that family was, in this case, because she couldn't wait in lines and heat exhaustion was a big problem for them, we suggested that they split their day so that if she needed to go back to the hotel, she could and come back that night. They came at a time of year where they could do that because we had very extended hours at that time.
So, the woman was able to rest and come back to Universal Studios later in the evening. But what would have happened if she hadn't come at that time of year?
We would have done the same thing as far as the VIP pass. However, she wouldn't have been able to fully enjoy her day here, go back to the hotel, and then come back that night because there would have been no night events to come back to.
Tina Saunier meets all kinds of people with all kinds of problems. Let's finish with Tina telling us what is the hardest, or, as she says, the toughest thing about her job.
The toughest part about working in guest relations is being yelled at relentlessly. Oh, gosh. People, sometimes, I have not always been in guest relations, and it's very hard to sometimes listen to some of the things that people have to say to you because they are just so frustrated and they're so mad and they're going to get it out of their system and they don't care what they're calling you or what they're saying. This is how they feel. And you have to stand there and listen. And it used to be very, very hard, but I think because I'm becoming more accustomed to it, it's okay now. I understand that they're just venting, and I know not to take it personally. But it's hard. It's very hard.
Poor Tina. People shouting and getting angry at her all day long.
Yes, and they're supposed to be on holiday.
Imagine what they must be like when they're not having a good time.
Goodbye.
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 Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Today, we talk about banks and money.
And we meet this man, Chris Bailey, who works at the Bank of England.
Banks and money. What do you use your bank for?
I use the bank for paying in my salary each month.
I use it to cash my checks, basically. That's really all I use it for.
I never go into a bank. I simply use it as a method of storing my money and drawing it out.
I use a bank for my checking and my savings accounts.
I personally would be very happy if I never had to walk into a bank again in my life. I'd much rather keep my money in a tin trunk underneath my bed.
I've just opened an account at my local bank here in London. I'm waiting for a checkbook. Instead, I got a letter from the bank this morning. Dear Mr. Dutcher, thank you for opening an account with us. Unfortunately, your checkbook might be delayed. Wonderful. Your checkbook might be delayed. Might be delayed. Perhaps it will be late.
Can I help you?
Yes. I'd like £1 million to be transferred from my current account to my deposit account.
I'm sorry, I'm very busy.
Are you going to transfer the money?
Of course not. You haven't got £1 million.
In that case, I'd like to close my account.
Fine. No problem. Goodbye. Did you hear that? He wanted me to transfer £1 million to his deposit account.
Yes, that's Mr. Higgins. He's the bank's biggest customer.
Oh, no. Mr. Higgins, come back.
He was richer than he looked. That customer had 2 bank accounts. He had a current account. That's the account you use a checkbook with. It's also called a checking account. He also had a deposit account. That's an account which pays you interest on your savings. It's also called a savings account. The customer wanted a rather special service from the bank.
I'd like £1 million to be transferred from my current account to my deposit account. To be transferred.
And Kevin wants something from his bank.
I'd like a checkbook to be sent to me immediately. I said I'd like a checkbook to be sent to me immediately. I told the bank that I wanted a checkbook to be sent to me immediately, but the letter says it might be delayed. I wonder why.
Well, your references have to be checked.
Do they? Oh.
Perhaps it's just a problem with the machine that prints the checkbooks.
What sort of problem?
Well, the machine might be broken.
Do you think so?
Well...
Yes, that must be the reason.
Oh.
Your references have to be checked. Your references have to be checked.
The machine might be broken. The machine might be broken. Britain's central bank is called the Bank of England. Chris Bailey works at the Bank of England, and he's going to tell us about the work that is done by the bank.
The Bank of England is Britain's central bank. Every country has a central bank. We are the government's bank, and we are the issuers of the money, of the notes that circulate in Britain. Some countries have independent central banks, where by constitution or by law, the central bank is set up separately from the government. But in this country, the Bank of England is owned by the government. They own all our shares. We are part of the government team. So we give advice to the Treasury and to our Chancellor of the Exchequer and to the Prime Minister on monetary policy, what would be an appropriate policy, how fast to let the money supply grow. Once the elected politicians, once our democratic government have reached policy decisions based on our advice, we then carry out those policies.
One of the main functions of the Bank of England is to print and issue banknotes. How is that done?
The printing of banknotes is a very complex function. We have to be sure that our notes are as secure against counterfeiting and forgery as they possibly can be. So we want to use the latest printing techniques that are available. We reissue the currency notes about every 10 to 15 years in Britain. If we didn't do that, there's a risk that notes could easily be forged because printing technologies change. We need to be ahead of the counterfeiters. For example, one of the problems which all central banks face these days is that of the colour copier machine. Notes might be forged on a colour copier simply by putting them into the machine and people having a go. We keep ahead of that, partly because of the very complex paper we use, which is not at all like copy machine paper, and partly by the intense patterns and colour combinations in the banknotes, which make it very difficult for a copying machine to reproduce them accurately. We have to be ahead of the technology, which means we have to redesign the product every 10 or 15 years.
Has the public's use of banknotes changed?
The use that the public make of paper money is rather less today than it was, say, 20 or 30 years ago. Typically, a man or woman working in a factory today will have their salary paid to them by a cheque. Whereas 20 years ago, probably somebody came around and gave them an envelope with banknotes inside it. That has changed. People now, when they go shopping, don't pay large amounts of cash across the counter. They use a credit card, or perhaps they use a cheque. So people can economize on banknotes. We print as many banknotes as the public want to use, but the relationship between the amount of banknotes we need to print and the amount of money the public can spend has changed.
Chris Bailey explained that the Bank of England is the government's bank.
The bank gives financial advice to the government and then carries out the government's financial policies.
He also talked about one of the other main jobs of the Bank of England. It prints all the banknotes, and it has to protect the public against forgery. That's when false banknotes are produced by criminals. This is what Chris said.
Notes could be forged, and people use some quite simple methods to do this. Notes might be forged on a colour copier. That's a colour photocopier.
The Bank of England isn't an ordinary bank. You can't open a bank account there. Well, you can't unless you work there. So what banking services does the Bank of England provide for the people who do work there, its staff?
The services that the bank provides to its staff customers are the same as those provided by a commercial bank. Cash can be drawn out across a counter. Cash can be drawn out through the automatic teller machines, which commercial banks, of course, have on the outside of their buildings. Foreign exchange can be bought, either foreign exchange notes or traveller's cheques. Bills can be paid through banks. It's possible to have your utility bill paid, electricity or gas or telecommunications bills. These can be paid through banks. Taxes can be paid through banks. The Bank of England provides all these services to its staff, just as commercial banks provide them to men and women in general in Britain.
Good morning. Good morning. Can I change these dollars into pounds, please?
Certainly. 20, 40, 50.
Exchange rate's 1.6.
All right.
There's £31.25.
That's fine.
There's a £2 commission charge for that. How would you like your money?
In fives, please?
Certainly. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's 29.25.
Thank you. I also have this international money order. Can I pay it into my current account?
Yeah, is it in sterling or in dollars?
It's in sterling.
Yeah, you can take it 21 of the cashiers.
Fine, thanks.
Okay.
There's been a revolution in commercial banking in Britain over the last 20 years. Indeed, a revolution in commercial banking in many parts of the world. Of course, one thing that has changed in commercial banking is the technology. In addition to those technological changes, there's much more competition in banking these days. Nowadays, if you go to a bank and you have a checking account, the bank will probably pay you interest on that checking account because it wants your savings. 20 years ago, that would probably not have been the case. So it's a much more competitive and user-friendly banking system today.
You can only have an account at the Bank of England if you work there.
And if you work there, it's just like an ordinary bank.
With all the usual services.
Cash can be drawn out. You can take money from your account. Foreign exchange can be bought. You can buy dollars, pesetas, lira, yen. Bills can be paid through the bank. And taxes can be paid through the bank.
Listen again to some of the things that were said in the bank.
Good morning. Can I change these dollars into pounds, please? Exchange rate's 1.6. There's a £2 commission charge for that. How would you like your money? In fives, please.
Today, we met Chris Bailey from the Bank of England.
What's that, David? It's a cheque from my aunt. I'll buy you both dinner tonight.
Great.
Thank you.
But I must get to my bank before it closes. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Hello.
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 Today, we look at the news.
And how it's reported on television and radio.
And we talked to this woman, Carol Walker, who is a news reporter on British television.
Good evening. Here is the news. Today, the President said that he was very pleased with the economic situation. Princess Bettina insisted that she had no plans to marry. And the coach of the US basketball team admitted that he felt very disappointed with last night's result. Those were news reports about the President, a princess, and the coach of the US basketball team. What did those people actually say? And how did I report it?
I am very pleased with the economic situation.
He said that he was very pleased with the economic situation.
No, no, no. I have no plans to marry.
She insisted that she had no plans to marry.
Yes, it's true. I feel very disappointed.
He admitted that he felt very disappointed.
How do you get your news? From television, radio, or newspapers?
I get my news from newspapers and the television.
I listen to the radio in the morning and the evening.
I get my news basically a lot from the radio. I don't watch a lot of television, and I don't have time to read the newspaper.
I get my news via satellite television.
I get my news by watching the television news each day.
Hi, welcome to Monster News. Today, I'm going to talk to one of the most famous monsters in the world. Hi, I'm Edwina Doom from Monster News. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Do you have any plans to make a new film? Who's your new girlfriend? And why don't you like answering questions?
Now then, did you want to ask me any questions?
What questions did the reporter ask the monster?
She asked him if he had any plans to make a new film. She asked him who his new girlfriend was. She asked him why he didn't like answering questions.
Television news needs pictures and sound. For any news story, there'll be a camera crew and usually a reporter who is on the spot to explain what is happening. Carol Walker is a BBC television news reporter. Let's find out how a story is put together and what the difficulties are.
Basically, the way we normally work is I will go out with a camera crew to film interviews, street scenes, pictures of the disaster, pictures of people shooting at one another, whatever it may be. We take the pictures back and I'll work with an editor and record my voice track. The editor will put together the pictures, perhaps an excerpt of an interview. And that basic process is the same whether I'm reporting on a British rail story in London or a war anywhere overseas.
We're going to have to keep it quite tight because we've only got, because it's short bulletins, we've only, they're talking about 1:10. Okay, can I just have a look at the pictures we've got of the 225s?
Aerial shots from the cab.
Shots from the cab, we've got some aerials. It'd be nice to start with some of this, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah.
What are the difficulties of the job?
Well, the difficulties vary according to what the story is and where the story is. Often it's a case of battling against the authorities who don't want you to find out what you want to find out.
Yeah, I did speak to her earlier, but I just had another query that I wanted to kind of clarify.
What are the ways to avoid bias and stay objective?
I think that to avoid bias, what you have to do is to stand back a little bit, to try to approach everything that anybody says to you with a certain degree of scepticism, and to try, wherever possible, to check it out and to get the other point of view, and not to necessarily believe everything people tell you, to always be aware that they may very well have a hidden agenda behind what they're telling you, and they may be exaggerating something for political reasons.
Carol works with a camera crew, a team of people who accompany her when she's reporting.
They film interviews and street scenes.
Carol may have to interview a politician or report a terrible accident or disaster.
She's now going to talk about one particular news story, a plane crash in Holland. Here's how she reported it on the television news.
Workers at the site of the crash found the flight data recorder buried beneath the collapsed concrete of the apartment block. It is severely damaged and burned and has been taken to the Farnborough Accident Investigation Centre to be examined by specialists. The cargo plane's full load of fuel kept the huge fire burning here for 3 hours. The flight data recorder is designed to withstand only about half an hour of intense heat.
We had heard from firemen at the scene of the crash that the flight data recorder had been found, and the Dutch Aviation Authority subsequently confirmed that.
These pictures show the El Al cargo plane arriving at Schiphol shortly before its last ill-fated flight. An airport spokesman has confirmed that in July it had a fire in the number 2 engine. Emergency services were alerted as it landed here on 3 engines, but the fire was put out by the plane's own extinguishers.
One senior Dutch air traffic controller had plotted the entire route of the plane. He was able to tell me at exactly what time the pilot had maydaid the emergency, He told me exactly the advice he'd given to the pilot. He told me what the pilot had done to try to avert the crash, and he told me why the plane had actually crashed where it had.
Air traffic controllers have already given crash investigators some details of that final flight, number LY1862, which lasted less than 15 minutes. At 6,000 feet as it headed out along the coast, the Israeli pilot put out a mayday call, reporting fire in the number 3 engine. The radar map charts his downward spiral, circling twice as he struggled to control the plane. Air traffic controllers advised the El Al pilot to head for Schiphol's main runway, where a strong headwind might have helped him. Instead, he went for the closest runway, where a tailwind made his task more difficult. But by that stage, it is debatable whether anything could have saved the plane from crashing.
Other authorities, for example, the city authorities from Amsterdam, the mayor gave a press conference, and we asked why, for example, initially the death toll had been put at in excess of 200. It was later revised to about 80. And the mayor said that it was because it was very difficult to have accurate records in that area where there was a large and partly illegal immigrant community.
At the centre of the crash, the search for further clues is taking second place to the efforts to recover what remains of the dead before Friday's deadline when the site will be cleared. Experts here accept this will make the task of the crash investigators more difficult. Carol Walker, BBC News, Amsterdam.
That was a difficult story to report. Carol interviewed air traffic controllers and people involved in the rescue operation. They were very concerned to find the flight data recorder. This is what Carol found out.
We had heard that the flight data recorder had been found.
And what did the air traffic controller say?
He told me the advice he had given to the pilot. He advised the pilot to head for the main runway.
Reporting about the Amsterdam air disaster was a disturbing job for Carol. So, after all that, does she like her work?
I think I enjoy the unpredictability of it. I think I enjoy the fact that even if I'm having a rather boring day in the office, things can happen very suddenly and I can be travelling somewhere halfway around the world. I think also you get, if you like, a front row seat on events which are shaping history, world events of enormous importance, and a chance to actually be there when those events are happening and to talk to the people who are making history is an extraordinary opportunity.
This is what Carol enjoys about her work.
She likes having a front row seat. She reports on world events of enormous importance. And she interviews people who are making history.
Today, we met Carol Walker, an international television news reporter.
And she told us what her working life was like.
That's all for now. Goodbye.
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 Bye.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, Natalie. Hello, Kevin. Hi, David. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. International English.
Telephone.
Television.
Computer.
Radio.
Camera.
Video cassette.
Made in England.
Passport.
Football.
Jeans.
Sandwich.
Hamburger. My name's David Riley.
My name's Natalie Forbes.
My name's Kevin Dutcher. My name is David Riley. My name's David Riley.
My name is Pietro Rossi.
Amico Ito? Yes? Hello, my name's Claire. Claire Davis. What's your name?
Carlos da Silva.
Hello, my name's John Harris.
Your name, please. Kristina Novak.
Where are you from, Natalie?
I'm from England.
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from England. I am from England. I'm from England.
Where are you from, Kevin?
I'm from the United States. I am from the United States. I'm from the United States.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Italy.
Where are you from? I'm from Japan. Yes, but Tokyo, Osaka? Tokyo. Where are you from?
Brazil.
Where are you from? I'm from Egypt.
Nationality? Sorry, I don't understand. Nationality. Where are you from? Oh, Poland. I'm from Poland.
I'm from Italy.
I'm from Japan.
I'm from Brazil.
I'm from Egypt.
I'm from Poland.
Where are you from?
I am from France.
Where are you from? I'm from America. Where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
Christina Novak is in a hotel. In a hotel, there's a bar, toilets, telephones, Restaurants.
Excuse me, where's the toilet?
There.
Thanks.
Where's the bar?
There.
Excuse me. Where's the telephone?
There. Where's the restaurant? There. Thank you.
Where is the restaurant? Where's the restaurant?
Mr. Harris?
No.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Telephone, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me. Where is the telephone, please?
There.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Mr. Harris?
No.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
Telephone, sir.
Thank you. Excuse me. Where is the telephone, please?
There.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Yes, yes. No, no, no. Yes, 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 yes. No. Yes. Yes.
Excuse me.
No. No.
Excuse me. Please. Thank you. Hello? No. Yes.
Thank you. No. Yes. No.
Telephones. Restaurant. Bar. Toilets. International words, international signs, international English. Taxi. Telephone. Toilet. Bank. Theater. Cinema. Hotel. Restaurant. Steak. Sandwich. How much is it? £10, please. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Thank you. Thank you. How much is it? £10, please.
I'd like this, please. How much is it? £8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you.
I'd like this, please.
I'd like this, please.
£5, please. I'd like this, please. How much is it?
£7. Hello.
Hello.
Where are you from?
I'm from the States. The United States of America.
Ah.
I'd like this, please. How much is it?
£5, please. No, dollars. $5, please. No, $9. $9, please.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So, that's all for today. It's goodbye from Kevin.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from David.
Goodbye.
And goodbye from Natalie.
Goodbye.
Hello, I'm David.
I'm Natalie.
And I'm Kevin.
Today, tickets, cards, forms.
Name, address, telephone number.
Information.
My name's David Riley. This is my house. My address is 9 Hollywood Road, Kensington. My name is David Riley. My address is 9 Hollywood Road, Kensington. My telephone number is 444-8701.
Kevin Dutcher. What's your address?
George Hotel, 10 North Street, London, N1.
North Street, London, N1. What's your telephone number?
281 0640.
What's your name? What's your address? What's your telephone number?
My name's Mark Beebe.
My name is Frank McCundy.
My address is 39 Audley Road, Ealing, West 5.
My address is 100 Yacht Club Road, Box B12, St. Paul, Minnesota.
My telephone number
is 0795 86453.
My telephone number is 081 348 5119.
And now, James Brady, from Ireland. This is Ireland, and this is James Brady. James Brady is from Ireland, but now he's at London Airport.
The Birch Hotel, please.
Birch. What's the address?
Maysole Street.
Maysole Street. Can you spell that, please?
Yes. Maysoule.
Maysole Street. Oh, I know. Get in.
Maysole Street. Can you spell that, please?
Yes. Maysoule.
My name is Brady, James Brady.
Ah, yes, Mr. Brady, from Ireland.
Yes.
Room 214, Mr. Brady.
Thank you.
Mr. Brady. Mr. Brady.
What's your job? Are you a businessman? A businesswoman? An architect? A teacher? A student? A secretary? What's your job?
I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher of English as a foreign language.
I'm an architect.
I'm a housewife.
I'm a manager of a business centre.
I'm a director of a textile company.
I'm a tour guide at Leeds Castle.
I'm a doctor.
Next. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's your surname, please?
Shakespeare.
Your first name?
William.
Where are you from, Mr. Shakespeare?
I'm from Britain. I'm British.
Address?
The Globe Theatre, London, England.
The Globe Theatre, London, England. And your occupation, Mr. Shakespeare?
Occupation? My occupation?
Yes, Mr. Shakespeare. What's your job?
Writer.
Oh. Your name, please?
What's your first name? What's your surname? Your surname. Your family name. Your last name.
Now, James Brady again. James Brady is in London. He has a new job. A job at an advertising company. MAP Advertising.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Hall, please.
Yes, sir. What's your name, please?
James Brady.
Ah, yes. One moment, please.
Hello, Tom Hall.
Mr. Brady is here, Mr. Hall.
Ah, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Brady. I'm Tom Hall. Hello. Sandra, is Julia here?
I don't know, Mr. Hall.
Oh. This way, Mr. Brady. This is my secretary, Rita Patel.
Hello.
Hello, I'm James Brady. You're here. Is Julia in?
No, Mr. Hall.
Ah, Julia. Julia Marsh. This is her desk. Is this Mr. Brady's form?
Yes.
Need some more information. Can you talk to Rita? Yes, sure. Coffee? Yes, please. Rita?
Tea, please, Mr. Hall.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Brady. Surname Brady. B-R-A-D-Y.
Yes.
Your first name is James.
Yes.
Are you married or single?
Single.
And you're from Ireland.
Yes.
What's your address in London?
The Birch Hotel, Maysoule Street, M-A-Y-S-O-U-L-E, London, E1.
What's the telephone number?
352-0529. Now, tea for you, Rita.
Thank you.
And coffee for Mr. Brady. Welcome to MAP Advertising. Thank you.
First name.
Surname.
Address.
Telephone number.
Nationality.
Job. Information. Amanda Fromberg is the manager of a job agency. She finds jobs for people.
Okay, so your surname is? Borthwick. Could you spell that for me, please? B-O-R. Yeah. T-H. Yeah. W-I-C-K. Good afternoon, Alfred Miles. How can we help you? Your surname? Nelson.
What I do is I interview and select candidates for temporary and permanent assignments and vacancies. Hello, my name's Amanda. What I'm going to be doing over the next 15 minutes or so is asking you some questions about yourself, where you live, that sort of thing. Okay, what is your first name? Susan. Susan. And what's your surname, Susan?
Thomas.
T-H-O-M-A-S. Are you Miss or Mrs.?
I'm single.
Miss. Thank you. What is your address, Susan?
13.
Bruce Road. Is that with a C or an S?
That's with a C. Bruce Road.
Harrow.
Middlesex.
And what is your telephone number?
081
081
841
841
8645.
8645. Thank you. And what is your nationality?
British.
Once we've got that information, it becomes a formal document, and we open a file. The way we open a file is we put the information onto a computer.
That's all for today.
G.
O. O.
D.
B. Y.
E.
Goodbye.
Look Ahead helps prepare you for Cambridge Level 1 Key English Test, CET. Cambridge Level 2 Preliminary English Test, PET. Contact the British Council or Cambridge Examinations.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Today, ways of saying hello. Meeting people. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Hello, Natalie. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Table for one?
Yes, please.
This way, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good evening. Good evening.
Now, MAP advertising. That's Sandra Turner. She's the receptionist at MAP advertising. She is the receptionist. She's the receptionist. Her name is Sandra Turner. Her name's Sandra Turner. His name is Tom Hall. He's the managing director, the boss. He is the managing director. He's the managing director. His name is Tom Hall. His name's Tom Hall.
Hi, Sandra.
Hello, Miss Marsh. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Cook.
Ah, yes.
Tom Hall.
Mr. Hall, Mr. Cook is here.
I'll be out in a moment.
Would you like to take a seat, please?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon. I'd like to see Mr. Hall, please. Is he in? Hi, Sandra.
Hello, Miss Marsh. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, madam.
Sir.
Madam.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam.
Sir.
Madam.
Hi, Frank. Hi, Cruella.
Oh.
Sir. Madam.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam.
Saying hello. Meeting people. At MAP Advertising.
Hello, Susan.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Hello, Paul. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Susan, this is Paul Cook. Paul, this is Susan Warren.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Tom Hall and Susan Warren are friends.
Hello, Susan.
Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Paul Cook and Tom Hall are friends too.
Hello, Tom.
Hello, Paul. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Susan Warren and Paul Cook are not friends, they're strangers.
Susan, this is Paul Cook. Paul, this is Susan Warren.
How do you do?
How do you do?
With friends, hello, hello. But with strangers, how do you do? How do you do?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello, George. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
I'm George. How do you do?
Morning, Mrs. Harrison.
Good morning, Mr. Lewis. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Hello, Harry. How are you?
Fine, thanks. And you?
Fine. Bye.
Oh. Bye.
Hello, Mr. Lewis. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Doctor.
Good. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Oh. No, no. Oh, Doctor. Doctor.
Goodbye. Bye. Goodbye.
Hello, Natalie.
Hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I'm fine. You're fine. We're fine.
She's fine. He's fine. They're fine.
Now, back to MAP Advertising.
James Brady?
Yes.
I'm Julia Marsh.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do? Where are you from, James?
I'm from Ireland.
Oh, lovely. Where in Ireland?
Dublin. Who are they?
He's a designer. His name is Paul Cook. He's from Art and Design Limited.
And who is she?
Her name is Susan Warren. She's the marketing manager at Brentwood Engineering.
Thank you.
Hi, James. Lucky to meet Susan Warren. Susan, this is James Brady.
How do you do?
Nice to meet you, Mrs. Warren.
Oh, please, call me Susan.
Hello, Susan.
Hello. What's your job here, James?
I'm an account manager, like Julia.
Paul, I'd like you to meet James Brady. James, this is Paul Cook.
How do you do? Pleased to meet you.
James, I'd like you to meet Susan Warren. Susan, This is James Brady.
Nice to meet you, Mrs. Warren. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Call. Call me Susan. Please call me Susan.
Pleased to meet you. I'm pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you.
Pauline Gay lives in London. She has a family. She also has guests, strangers to stay in her house. Who are these guests?
Students from all over the world who come to England to study English.
Graciela? Yes. Hello, I'm Pauline Gay. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. You have a nice trip? Yes, very good, thank you. My car's over there. Would you like me to help you with your luggage? No, thank you. Okay, okay. Are you driving or am I driving? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
We're back.
Hello.
This is Gabriella, this is my husband Sean.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello. And this is Ella. Hello, Ella. Hello.
This is Hannah.
Hello, Hannah.
Hello. Would you like a cup of tea?
Yes, please.
This is your room.
Oh, it's nice.
You change from the British Rail Station and you go on the Underground. I would show them the London Underground map, how to get to school, various sites that they can see, and my husband likes to sit down and show them the more interesting sites.
St Paul's Cathedral, and it's a good thing to perhaps walk down the river on the embankment because you see the bridges.
I think the main reason is that it's very good for my children, my husband and myself, to speak to people from foreign countries, students from foreign countries, and to learn about other languages and other people's customs.
That's all for today. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hello, I'm David.
I'm Natalie.
And I'm Kevin.
Today, food and drink. Food and drink. In a cafe. In a restaurant. And here in the studio.
What would you like, David? Tea or coffee?
I'd like tea, please.
Milk?
Yes, please.
Sugar?
No, thank you. Thanks.
What would you like to eat?
I'd like an apple, please. Thank you.
Natalie?
A cheese sandwich, please. Thanks. Kevin, what would you like to drink?
I'd like orange juice, please.
would you like to drink?
I would like tea, please. I'd like tea, please.
What would you like to eat?
I'd like an apple, please. What would you like to eat and drink in a cafe?
Yes, please.
I'd like tea, please.
Milk?
Yes, please.
Tea with milk.
And sugar.
Sugar's there.
And I'd like orange juice, please. And a beef sandwich.
Orange juice, 1 beef sandwich. Yes, please. What would you like?
A cheese sandwich, please, and coffee.
Black or white?
White, please.
White. Coffee. Thank you.
White coffee?
Yes. Coffee with milk.
Ah, thank you.
Right.
A cup of tea. Here you are.
Thank you.
A bottle of milk. A glass of milk. Kevin?
Thanks.
What's that? A bottle. A bottle? Yes. A bottle of milk. Oh, what's that? A glass. A glass? A glass of orange juice. Oh, what's that? A cup. A cup? A cup of coffee. What's that? It's your bill. Oh.
Now, a restaurant. At MAP Advertising, it's 1 o'clock. Lunchtime. Time to eat. James Brady is with his boss, the managing director of MAP, Tom Hall.
So that's your first job. Right, Mr. Hall. Not Mr. Hall. Tom, please. Excuse me. Can I have the menu, please?
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Soup, please.
Soup.
And I'd like steak and chips and salad, please. James?
I'd like soup and chicken, please.
Thank you. What would you like to drink?
A bottle of mineral water, please.
And a glass of apple juice for me, please.
Thank you. What would you like for dessert?
James?
I'd like strawberry cake, please.
And for you, sir?
Yes. I'd like strawberry cake, too. Would you like a cup of coffee?
Yes, please, Tom.
Black, sir?
No, white, please.
Black for me, please.
Thank you.
Can I have the bill, please?
Yes, sir.
No.
Menu. Can I have the menu, please? Can I have the menu, please? Bill. Can I have the bill, please? Can I have the bill, please?
Soup. Steak. Chips. Salad. Cake. Strawberry cake.
Strawberry cake. A lemon. An egg. Some strawberries. Some butter. Some cream. Some milk. Some sugar. Some flour. Time to eat.
You can eat in a cafe or a restaurant. Or you can buy sandwiches and eat at work or in a park. This is called takeaway food.
In the United States, it's called takeout food. And you can buy it from Frank McCondy at Buongiorno's.
Buongiorno is an Italian specialty food store, specializing in homemade, ready-to-carry-out food. What are you going to have today?
Well, I'll have some apple juice and a chicken sandwich, hot.
Hot chicken sandwich with tomato sauce and cheese?
Just tomato sauce, no cheese.
No cheese.
No cheese.
Okay.
And a salad.
What kind of dressing would you like?
French dressing.
Okay. Our takeout food consists of homemade meals, which a different one is served every day, hot. That's a pasta or a ravioli, and then we also have many different kinds of sandwiches, soups, and salads. What would you like today, Diane?
What is your soup?
We have a soup today called Vegetable Medley. It's a cheese soup with vegetables.
All right, that sounds good.
Okay, one soup. How about a sandwich today?
I love one. You know how I love your turkey sandwiches.
One turkey. Would you like that with oil or mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
And a tomato.
Tomato.
Lettuce.
Lettuce.
And that's it.
Okay. Fran, how about you?
Well, the soup sounds good. I'll have the soup.
One soup.
And I'll have a turkey sandwich, but I'll have butter on the bread.
With butter. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You can order lunch at Buongiorno 3 ways. You can either telephone it in.
Hello, buongiorno. Oh, okay, what would you like? One pastrami.
You can fax it in, or you can walk through the front door and order it at the counter.
What are you going to have? I think I'll have a beef sandwich today.
Would you like cheese on that beef sandwich?
Yeah, I think I will have some cheese.
How about a dressing on there?
Mayonnaise.
Okay.
Great.
Anything to drink?
A cup of black coffee.
Black coffee, no cream.
Yep.
Okay, thanks, John.
Thank you.
That's all for today, with food and drink. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, I'm David.
I'm Natalie.
And I'm Kevin.
Today, houses and flats. A place to live.
A house. A house. A flat. A flat. A house or a flat. To buy or to rent.
I live here. In a hotel.
I live here. In a house. It's a small house.
I live here, in a flat. It's a big flat.
Live. I live. I live in a house. It's a small house.
I live in a flat. It's a big flat. We live in London. Where do you live?
I live in St. Paul, Minnesota.
I live in London.
I live in Ealing.
I live in Saffron Walden.
I live in Minneapolis.
Do you have a house or a flat?
I have a house.
A house.
We have a house. I have a flat.
I live on a boat.
Live. Do you live? Where do you live?
I live in London.
Have. Do you have? Do you have a house or a flat?
I have a house. What's this?
Apartments. Flats. I want to rent a flat.
Oh, this is a nice flat. It has a big kitchen.
Very big.
It has a bathroom.
Nice.
2 bedrooms.
2 small bedrooms.
And a living room.
Very nice.
It has a garden.
It's small.
And it has central heating. Well? This flat has a kitchen, a bathroom, a living room, and 2 bedrooms. What rooms do you have in your house or flat?
I have 2 bedrooms, a lounge, a kitchen, and a bathroom. I have a sitting room, a dining room, a kitchen, and 2 bedrooms.
5 bedrooms, bathroom, kitchen, lounge, TV room, garage.
In the house we have downstairs kitchen, sitting room, dining room, and hall. Upstairs we have 2 bathrooms, 6 bedrooms, an office, and a playroom.
James Brady is in London. He's in a hotel. He'd like a flat. He'd like to rent a flat.
Good afternoon. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to rent a flat, a small flat,
Furnished or unfurnished?
unfurnished.
This flat has 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom.
Does the flat have central heating?
Yes.
Does it have a garden?
Yes, a small garden.
Well, where is the flat?
It's in Windsor.
Has. This flat has. This flat has 2 bedrooms.
The flat. Does. Does the flat. Have. Does the flat have central heating? Does the flat have central heating?
This flat is in Wimbledon. It has 1 bedroom.
Does the flat have central heating?
Yes.
Does it have a garden?
Yes, it has a big garden.
I'd like to see it. How much is the rent?
No.
This is a nice flat.
No.
What about a house?
A house?
Yes?
No.
No?
No.
It's small.
No, it's big. It has a living room, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms.
What?
It has a living room, a kitchen, and 2 bedrooms.
Does it have a bathroom?
Of course.
Does it have a garden?
Yes.
Okay.
James Brady is in Wimbledon to see the flat.
No.
Right. Let me show you around. This is the living room.
It's big.
The kitchen's through here.
Nice.
Toilet. This is the bedroom and the bathroom.
Nice.
Well?
Yes.
Good.
Kitchen.
Bathroom.
Living room.
Bedroom.
Rooms in a house.
Rooms in a flat.
Or rooms on a houseboat. Truman Howell lives on a houseboat on the Mississippi River in St. Paul.
The reason that I enjoy living on the boat, and that is my preferred lifestyle, is that I have the freedom of moving my home, literally, up and down the river, as I wish. I also am located in downtown St. Paul, literally across the bridge from me, as well as having a natural environment right across the front of my boat, where there are trees and animals and ducks and woodchucks, etc. So it's a very pleasant environment for me, and it's relaxing to come home to this kind of environment after sort of the hubbub of the day and the business of the business world. We have electrical power, we have natural gas that comes to the dock, and we also have our water that is from the public utility as well. This is my living room. And this is the bedroom. This is my kitchen, and this is where we eat. This is where I work. And this is the view from my boat.
Well, do you want to rent a house?
No.
A flat?
Nope.
Well, what?
A houseboat.
Goodbye.
Why not? Live on.
Hello.
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 Today, families.
We meet the Alawalia family. We meet some of Kevin's family. And we meet Tom Hall's family. Tom Hall is the managing director of MAP Advertising. This is his house.
Mum, this is my friend Lucy.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello, Mrs. Hall. This is my sister Kate.
Hello.
Hello. And this is my brother Bob.
Hi.
Hello. Where's Dad?
He's in the garden.
And that's my father.
This is Sally. This is her house. This is Sally's house. This is Sally's friend. And this is Sally's family.
This is my brother. This is my sister. This is my mother. This is my father. This is my father. This is my brother. This is my brother too. This is my mother. And this is my sister.
This is my brother, and this is my sister. This is my brother, this is my sister.
Hi.
Hello.
Who's that?
My sister.
Who's that?
He's my brother.
What's his name?
Chuck. Who's that?
His brother.
Who's that? Who is that? Who's that?
Where does he live?
In the USA.
Yes, but where in the USA?
San Francisco.
What does he do?
He's an engineer.
Who are they?
They're his friends.
Where does he live? Where does he live?
He lives in the USA. He lives in the USA.
What does he do? What's his job? What does he do?
He's an engineer. He's an engineer.
Mom, what's that? That's a cat. What's his name? Felix. Where does he live? He lives in the garden. Mum, who's that? His sister, Kitty. Where does she live? She lives in the kitchen. Felix lives in the garden. Kitty lives in the kitchen. Mum? Yes. What do they do? What do they do? Yes. They eat small mice.
No, Mary.
Yes, Peter.
No, Mary.
Yes, Peter.
Peter Smith?
No.
Mary Smith?
No.
Does Peter Smith live here?
No, he doesn't live here.
Does Mary Smith live here?
No, she doesn't.
Do you live here?
No, I don't.
Does she?
No, she doesn't. We don't live here.
You don't live here. She doesn't live here. Peter and Mary Smith don't live here. Then who?
My sister. My sister lives here.
Do you know Peter and Mary Smith?
Yes.
Where do they live?
I don't know. Oh, yes. They live in Australia.
Do you have their address?
No, I'm sorry. I don't live here. She doesn't live here. We don't live here. Back to Tom Hall's house. It's evening. Time to eat. James Brady is there to have dinner.
How are you? I'm fine, thanks. Come in. James, this is my wife, Barbara. How do you do?
How do you do?
For you.
Oh, thank you.
This is my daughter, Kate.
Hello.
Hello. And her husband, John. How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is my son, Bob. How do you do?
How do you do?
Where's Sally?
I don't know.
She's out tonight.
This is my wife. This is my son. This is my daughter, Kate. This is Kate's husband.
This is my husband, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
Hello.
This is my daughter, Mitzi.
Hi. Hi, Mitzi.
And this is my daughter, Hannah.
Hello, Hannah.
Hello.
And this is my son, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne.
Hello.
Back to James Brady and Tom Hall's family. It's after dinner. Time for coffee.
Would you like some coffee, James?
Yes, please.
Coffee, Kate?
No thanks, Mum. I don't drink coffee in the evening.
Do you live here, Kate?
No, James, they don't live here.
We live in Oxford.
Ah. What do you do?
I'm a teacher.
Do you have any children?
Yes, a boy and a girl.
Are you their teacher?
No, they don't go to school. My son's 4 and my daughter's 2.
I see. And what does John do?
He works for the Bank of England.
In Oxford?
No. We live in Oxford and I work in Oxford, but he works in London.
Oh.
Would you like a chocolate, James?
Thank you.
Mother,
Father,
sister,
brother,
wife,
husband,
daughter,
son.
Families.
The Alawalia family have a shop in London. It sells fabrics or textiles.
Business is basically importing textiles from Japan, India, France, and selling them in the UK.
Except that you keep it white, you can keep it lemon, you can pick it pink.
Who works in the shop?
Basically the whole family. My father, my mother's sister, my brother, his wife, my wife, and my sister. My father generally keeps an eye on the whole business. My mother, my sister-in-law, my wife, they sell the fabrics to the customers. My brother and myself, we generally do the office work. We actually go out buying fabrics, but we also get involved in selling the fabrics and running the whole shop. We all live nearby. We live in Ealing, and we all live separately. My brother with his family, myself with my family, and my parents live separately. We import polyesters from Japan, silks from India, silk chiffons from France. We do wools from Italy, and we do cottons from Switzerland. My parents come from the north of India, the Punjab. The next generation, we were all born in East Africa, Nairobi, Kenya, and our children were all born in London.
And that's all for today. With love from me, her, and him, to you and your family.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello.
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 Today, we go shopping.
We go to some shops.
James Brady wants to go shopping. He wants to buy postcards, stamps, and a pen. And he wants a battery for his camera. Battery. A battery for his camera. Smile.
I'd like these, please. Do you sell stamps?
Yes. 3?
Yes, please. And can I have a pen, please?
Which one?
That one.
This one?
No, that one.
Can I have a pen, please? Can I have a pen, please?
Which one? Which pen do you want? Which one? Which one?
That one. That one.
This one? This one?
No, that one.
This one? No, that one.
One of these?
No, one of those.
James Brady also wants to buy some writing paper. Some envelopes. And a diary.
Anything else?
Yes, I'd like some envelopes. How much are these?
£2.30, sir.
And how much are those?
20 pence each, sir.
Okay, I'd like these and 6 of those.
Anything else?
Yes. Writing paper. Can I have one of those diaries, please? Do you sell batteries?
No, sorry.
Where can I buy one?
A battery? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I know.
Hello.
I live near here.
£9.25, please.
How much are these? How much are those?
20 pence each. Each. For one. Each. 20 pence each.
I'd like these and 6 of those.
Anything else? Do you want anything else? Anything else?
James Brady wants to buy a battery for his camera. He also wants to buy razors, soap, a toothbrush, and a towel.
Right, that's the battery.
What else do you want?
Razors, soap, a towel. And a toothbrush.
The razors and soap are over there.
£2.75 for 10. That's cheap.
That's nice. Do you want this soap?
No, I don't. Look at this. £3.80 for soap. That's expensive. There. £1. That's cheap. I want this one. Now, where are the towels? How much are they?
These are £7.95 each. And these, £11.65. And this one is £16.55.
£24.55, please, sir.
There you are.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
£3.80 for soap. That's expensive. Expensive. £1. That's cheap. Cheap. Not expensive. Would you like an ice cream?
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir?
Which one would you like?
This one, please.
She wants this one.
Which one?
This one.
Which one?
This one.
Chocolate. Okay. $95.
Would you like an ice cream?
Yes. I'd like this one.
Which one?
He wants this one.
Which one?
This one.
Strawberry. Okay. £80 and 95 pence. £1.75, please.
No money.
I don't have any money. Sorry.
Sorry.
When you go shopping, you go to the shops. And when you want to buy fruit and vegetables, you go to the market, the supermarket, or to the greengrocers. Robert Smith is a greengrocer. His shop is near London.
I sell in my shop fruit, vegetables, salads, and flowers.
Morning, Robert.
Good morning.
So you have some white grapes this morning. What are they?
They're seedless grapes from Chile.
And how much a pound?
A pound.
How much are these?
£1.50 a pound.
£1.50. And those red ones?
Those are a pound, also seedless.
Right. I'll have these, please. A bunch, please.
One bunch?
One bunch.
I go to the wholesale market and buy my fruit and vegetables myself. I get up early in the morning, go to the market, find what is best and what is the best price, and buy it.
How much are those potatoes?
The potatoes are 20 pence a pound.
Right. Could I take a pound of potatoes?
A pound of potatoes? My father was also a greengrocer. My grandfather was a greengrocer. And my great-grandfather was a greengrocer. I am actually fourth generation carrying on the family business.
Thank you. Lovely. The oranges, they look a good colour. How much are they?
They're 20 pence each.
Right. Can I have just 2 oranges, please?
Just 2?
Lovely.
Very juicy.
Lovely. And just 2 grapefruits, please. I think that's all.
And that's all? £4.56.
£4.56.
Anything else?
No?
No.
Goodbye.
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 Hello.
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 What do you do every day? Every day, I have breakfast in a cafe at 8 o'clock. Eggs, toast, coffee, breakfast.
I have lunch in a cafe at 1 o'clock. Tea, sandwiches, and an apple. Lunch.
I have dinner at home at 7 o'clock. Meat, potatoes, vegetables, and ice cream. Dinner.
8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
7 o'clock. 7 o'clock.
Quarter past. Quarter past.
Half past. Half past.
Quarter to. Quarter to.
What time is it, please? What time is it, please?
Excuse me, what time is it, please?
It's 6:15. Excuse me, what time is it, please?
It's 3 o'clock. What time is it, please? It's 11:45.
What time is it? It's 2:30. Achoo!
Now we go to MAP Advertising. Tom Hall, the managing director, gets up at 7:30. He has breakfast at 8 o'clock. And he starts work at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Julia? Morning, James.
Good morning.
Right. What do we start with?
The advertisement for beta clocks.
Beta clocks. Ah, yes. Good.
Beta clocks. And the K family.
Hello, my name's Barbara. This is Bill, my husband. And my daughter Betty. This is our day. Morning, afternoon, and evening. Betty? Bill wakes up at 7 o'clock. Betty wakes up at 7:15. We have breakfast at 7:45. Bill starts work at 8 o'clock. My daughter goes to school at 8:30. Betty comes home at 4:15. Bill finishes work at 5 o'clock. We have dinner at 7:30.
Good night, Mum.
My daughter goes to bed at 9:15. Then Bill and I watch television. We go to bed at 11 o'clock.
Beta clocks. The right time.
Well?
Is it all right?
I don't know. The K family, they're...
Different?
Yes.
What time does Bill wake up? What time does Bill wake up?
He wakes up at 7 o'clock.
What time does Bill finish work? What time does Bill finish work?
He finishes work at 5 o'clock.
What time does the daughter go to bed? What time does the daughter go to bed?
She goes to bed at 9:15. Now, what do other people do every day?
I start work at 9 o'clock.
We start work at 9:30.
I finish work at 5:30.
I finish work at about 5 o'clock.
I have dinner at 8:30.
We have dinner usually when I get home around 6:30 or 20 to 7 in the evening.
I go to bed at 10 o'clock on weekdays, and I usually stay up till about midnight at the weekend.
I go to bed during the week at 10:30, and I go to bed at the weekends at 11:30.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Sunday.
No. Oh, no.
Monday. Tuesday. Wednesday. Thursday. Friday.
The weekend.
Mark Beebe is a teacher of English at a language school in England.
It's a residential college, that means that people live and eat here, for students who want to learn English. Students have breakfast from 8 o'clock till 9 o'clock, and lessons start at 9 o'clock.
Easy.
Easy.
Jean.
Jean.
Cheese.
Cheese. Yes, don't forget cheese. Cheese.
The lessons are an hour and a half long, so at 10:30 they have coffee, and the coffee break is half an hour, and then they start again at 11 o'clock for an hour and a half. Lunch is from 12:30 till 2 o'clock. And then they're back in class from from 2 o'clock till 3:30.
Write down 5 sentences. They don't have to be connected, just 5 sentences about the person you imagined in your mind. Between brown and green, like mine.
Yes.
Yeah? Ah, we have a special word for that in English, which is hazel.
Hazel.
Yeah.
After class, there are many things to do. Some students study in the learning centre, some students play volleyball, some students play football, some students have aerobics in the gym. In the evening, well, of course, some students study. They study in the learning centre. There's entertainment here, so some students watch films or the television. And some students go to London, where they go to the cinema or the theatre.
Lunch, Natalie?
Oh, yes.
Lunch, Kevin?
Yes, fine.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
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 Spare time.
After work.
After school.
At the weekend.
In the evening.
Your spare time. What do you do in your spare time?
Do you play football?
Do you play tennis?
Do you go out? Yes, please. Do you go for a walk?
What do you do in your spare time?
In my spare time, I paint and I read, and I do very little sport.
In my spare time, I exercise quite a bit.
In my spare time, I go to the cinema and the theatre. I like playing squash and badminton, and I swim. But my favourite sport is frisbee.
Hello. Sport. I like sport. It's good for you. Athletics. I like athletics. I like watching athletics. Lemonade? No? Well, all right. Just a minute. Thanks. Sport. It's good for you. Excuse me. Lunchtime. Sport. I like sport. I like watching athletics. Watching. I like watching athletics.
I like reading. What do you like doing? What do you like doing?
What do you like doing in your spare time?
I like playing football. Goal!
I like playing rugby.
I I don't like playing football, and I don't like playing rugby. I like reading.
And now, Natalie.
Sorry, I'm reading. I'm reading. I am reading. I'm reading. Sorry.
Oh, well, And now, Kevin. Kevin?
Yes?
What are you doing?
Cooking.
Cooking?
Hello. I'm cooking.
And now, Julia Marsh. At MAP Advertising, it's lunchtime.
Wo ist das Hotel? Wo ist das Hotel Stern? Wo ist das Hotel Stern?
Hello.
Hello. Wo ist der Dom?
Julia, what are you doing?
Oh, reading.
Sandra and I were going for lunch. Would you like to come?
No, thank you. Not today. Sandwiches for me.
All right. See you later.
Bye. Wo ist eine Bank?
Hello, Julia.
James, wo ist eine...
You're having lunch in the office?
Yes. Wo ist das Stadttheater?
What are you reading?
It's a German book. I'm learning German.
Work or hobby?
I'm sorry?
Are you learning German for work, or is it a hobby?
Oh, work. It's for work. But I like learning languages. Wo ist eine...
Do you have a hobby?
Yes.
What is it?
Guess.
No. Come on, I don't like guessing. Tell me.
Jazz. I play the piano.
Really? I like jazz very much.
I'm in a band. We play in local jazz clubs.
Well, I like going to jazz clubs.
Do you? What's your hobby?
Photography.
Julia Marsh and James Brady. Now, some questions. Sandra and Rita. What are they doing?
We're going for lunch.
They're going for lunch. They are. They're going for lunch.
Julia Marsh. What is she learning?
I'm learning German.
She's learning German. She is. She's learning German.
Anne, telephone.
I'm cooking.
Where's Bill?
He's reading a book.
Sandra, telephone.
I'm watching television.
Yes. Just a minute. It's for you.
At MAP Advertising, Julia Marsh is still having lunch and learning German.
Wo ist das Stadttheater? Wo ist der Bahnhofplatz? Wo ist...
Julia,
Tom,
what are you doing?
I'm learning German.
For that contract in Germany?
Yes.
Good. Where's James?
He's shopping.
Shopping?
Yes, he's buying a new camera.
And where's Rita?
She's having lunch with Sandra.
Right. That's everything? Well, goodbye, Julia. Back in 2 weeks.
Where are you going?
Oh, Italy. I'm going to Italy.
Playing basketball.
Running.
Lifting weights.
Doing exercises.
Things that people do in a gym. Tim Leary works in a gym in the United States. What are people doing in his gym today?
We have about 15 people here today, and some people are walking on treadmills, some people are riding bicycles, some people are lifting weights using the leg press machine to exercise their legs, exercising their upper bodies with a chest press machine. Some people are playing basketball, and some people are swimming. In my job, I create athletic programs for the members of our club. I like working here in a gymnasium environment because it's nice to work around people that are here to relax rather than working in a very stressful environment. He's practicing basketball and exercising at the same time. Year after year, more and more people come to the club as health becomes more important in people's lives. Here he is exercising his back and his arms. They come to get healthier. They want to improve their health. They're exercising their legs and their hearts.
Kevin, what do you like doing in your spare time?
In my spare time? In my spare time, I like eating.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello. Today we're at the office and we look at things you can and can't do. Like this. Kevin, can you type?
Can I type? Yes, I can type. Look.
Okay, you can type. Can you draw?
No, I can't draw.
Natalie, can you draw?
No, but I can use a computer.
That's good. Very good.
David, can you type?
No, I can't type.
Can you use a computer?
No, I can't use a computer.
What can you do?
Oh, I can do lots of things.
What?
I can use a photocopier. I can use a fax machine. And I can draw.
You can draw?
Can we see?
Okay.
Mummy, where are we going?
Swimming.
No.
Come on, Oswald.
No.
Oswald, come to Mummy.
No, I can't swim.
You can swim, Oswald.
I can't. I can't.
Please, Oswald, come in the water. It's lovely.
I can't hear you.
Oswald, come here now.
And I can't see you. Oh! I can swim. I can swim.
Now back to MAP advertising. James Brady and Julia Marsh are working late, and James has a problem.
Oh. Where's Rita?
James, it's 6:30.
Oh, yes.
What did you want?
Well, I wanted Rita to... Well, I want to type a letter.
Can you type?
Yes. And no. 2 fingers.
Well, there's a word processor on Rita's desk. Can you use a word processor?
Yes. Yes! Well, I think so. No. Diskette. Is there a diskette?
Yes, in the top drawer of the desk.
Oh. Thanks. Julia, there isn't a dollar sign.
Yes, there is.
Well, I can't see it.
Oh, James, what's that?
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
James, that's terrible.
It's not very good, is it?
Do you want me to do it?
Oh, thanks. Can you read my writing?
Yes, I can. Just.
There's a word processor on Rita's desk. There's. There is. There's. There's a word processor on Rita's desk.
Is there? Is there a diskette? There isn't a dollar sign. There isn't. There is not. There isn't a dollar sign.
Come this way, Miss Marston. There are 5 offices here, Miss Marston. This is your office. Sit down, please.
But there aren't any chairs.
Chairs? You're right. There aren't any chairs. Oh, dear. Never mind. Can you type a letter, please? Dear Mr. Howard, I would like to...
Excuse me. There isn't any paper.
What? Oh, paper. In the top drawer of the desk.
There aren't any drawers.
Miss Marston, get a chair, some paper, and get some drawers.
How?
Use the phone, Miss Marston. Use the phone.
But there isn't a phone.
What? No phone. Aha! But there is a fax machine. Send a fax, Miss Marston, send a fax.
Are there any sockets?
Sockets?
For the fax machine?
Of course there are sockets. Oh, there aren't any sockets.
I can't work here, I can't.
You can. Of course you can. Wait. There. Now you can work. There are 5 offices here.
There aren't any drawers. There aren't. There are not. There aren't any drawers. Are there any sockets? Are there? Are there any sockets?
MAP Advertising. And James Brady again.
Here you are, James, your letter.
Oh, great. Thanks, Julia.
You're welcome. Yes?
Are there any envelopes? Large brown envelopes?
Over there, next to the photocopier.
Oh, and I want to send a fax.
You can't, that machine's not working.
Oh. Well, what can I do?
There's a fax machine upstairs in the design department. You can use that.
Oh, great. Thanks, Julia.
Secretaries.
Businessmen.
Businesswomen.
Offices.
Computers.
Fax machines.
Where can you find all these things? At a business centre. Mary Lou Hubey is the manager of a business centre in London.
A business centre is a place where there are a number of offices which are already furnished. There are telephone lines and telephones already in the rooms, and a businessman can just sign a very simple lease and move in and start work immediately.
Right, do you have an appointment?
Yes, at 4 o'clock. My name's Hadrian.
Please take a seat, I'll let you know you're here.
Thank you.
There are 56 rooms altogether in the centre, 2 kitchens where the tenants can make coffee for themselves. There is a much larger coffee room where tenants can sit down and relax and watch television if they want to. There are 2 reception areas where the tenants' guests can sit while they're waiting for a meeting to start. There are photocopiers. There are fax machines. There are word processors. There are video recorders and television sets. There are overhead projectors. And there are slide carousels. We can do a wide variety of things for our clients. We can type all their letters and prepare any documents that they might need sending out. We can order couriers and taxis for them and even organise their airline tickets. We can organise their meetings for them and food, maybe lunch for those meetings. We can even organise their dry cleaning for them and arrange for flowers to be sent to their wife.
And that's it for today. There isn't any more. Goodbye.
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 Hello. Today I'm here, at work, in the studio.
And today we're here, at work.
In the studio.
Look. You see? Today. Studio. But yesterday. Yesterday, I was at home.
Yesterday, I was at the zoo.
Yesterday, we were at the zoo.
Where were you yesterday?
Yesterday I was at work.
I was at the office yesterday.
I was at work yesterday.
Yesterday I was at work all day long.
Where were your children?
My children were at school yesterday. My daughter was at the swimming pool and my son was at a soccer match.
My son was at nursery, my daughter was at school.
My son was at school yesterday.
A week has 7 days.
Monday, Tuesday,
Wednesday, Thursday,
Friday, Saturday,
Sunday.
That's this week. But this was last week. Last week. Last week.
Where were you last week?
Last week? Well, last Monday I was at home. Last Tuesday I was out. Last Wednesday...
Where were you last Monday?
Last Monday I was at home.
Oh, you were at home. He was at home.
At home. Ha, 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 ha.
You weren't here in this shop.
That's right. I wasn't there in that shop.
He wasn't there in that shop. No.
Where was he last Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday? Where was he last Tuesday?
Where were you last Tuesday?
Last Tuesday, I was out. I was at the cinema.
Oh, you were at the cinema. He was at the cinema.
At the cinema.
You weren't here in this bank?
That's right. I wasn't there in that bank.
He wasn't there in that bank.
That's right.
Where were you last Monday? Where were you last Monday?
I was at home. I was at home.
You weren't in this shop. Weren't. Were not. Weren't. You weren't in this shop.
That's right. I wasn't in that shop. Wasn't. Was. Not. Wasn't. I wasn't in that shop.
Where was he last Tuesday? Where was he last Tuesday? Where were you last Wednesday?
Last Thursday.
Last Friday?
Last Saturday and Sunday. Where were you?
On holiday. I was on holiday.
Oh, you were on holiday.
Really? How was it?
How was
was your holiday?
Wonderful. Look.
How was your holiday? Was your holiday good? Or was it bad? How was it? How was your holiday?
Wonderful.
How was your holiday?
It was wonderful.
Great. Very good.
It was good.
Nice.
How was your holiday?
It was bad.
Not good.
It was terrible. Awful. Very bad.
Thank you. And now, today's weather. This morning, terrible. Cold. But this afternoon, very good. Hot. So, this morning, cold. This afternoon, hot. Thank you.
At MAP Advertising, Rita is back from holiday.
Good morning, madam. Can I help you?
Oh, come on, Sandra. It's me.
Rita, how are you?
Fine.
How was your holiday?
Great. Everything was wonderful. Well, almost everything. Rita, hello. Hello. How was your holiday? Very nice, thank you.
Where were you?
France, near Bordeaux.
Was the weather good?
The weather was wonderful. Well, one day was terrible. It was cold and wet. But the other days were hot.
How was your hotel?
I was with my friend Carol. We weren't in a hotel. We were in a caravan. Very cheap.
Was it nice?
Yes. It was great.
How was the food?
There were some wonderful restaurants in the town. One wasn't very good, but the others, Oh, I have a present for you.
For me?
And for Sandra.
Thank you.
It looks very good. Ah, well, back to work.
Rita was in France on holiday. Tom Hall was in Italy on business. James Brady is at the airport, waiting for him.
Tom!
James! Nice to see you.
How was your flight?
Very good, thanks.
Tired?
Yes, I am. I was in Rome last Thursday, I was in Milan last Saturday, and I was in Paris yesterday. Yes, I am tired.
How were the hotels?
2 weren't bad, but one was awful.
Oh?
The one in Rome. But there was a great restaurant next to the hotel.
Was the food good?
Wonderful.
And how was business?
Business, James, was very good.
My car's outside.
There's a beautiful castle in the south of England called Leeds Castle. Let's have a look at Leeds Castle with someone who loves it. Pat Carr.
I'm a tour guide. I take people around the castle and show them what is here. Leeds Castle was built in the 9th century. It was the home of many kings and queens from Edward I until Henry VIII, nearly 300 years.
This was Queen Catherine's bathroom. As you can see, the bath was very simple. The little stool was for her to sit on when she was in the bath. This was Queen Catherine's room. This is how it was in 1430. It was her bedroom. It was also her dining room. Perhaps there was a table here. It was also an audience or reception room, a room where people came to see her. Our visitors come from all over the world. We have a lot of visitors coming from America. They also come from all parts of Europe, from France, Germany, Italy, from even Japan and China. This was King Henry VIII's dining room. There was a long table here, and these chairs were here in King Henry's time. This table was from a French monastery. The drawers were for knives and forks. I think it's the history of the castle that I find so interesting. Many people lived here. They loved it. They all added to it in their own century. And so it is a little bit of everybody's life, all the people who lived here. And I think this is something special.
That was Pat Carr at Leeds Castle.
And that was Unit 11.
Goodbye.
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 Hello. This is me when I was young. I was 4 then.
And this is me when I was young. I was 6. That was a long time ago.
Well, this isn't me.
Who is it then?
It's my sister's new baby.
Is it a boy or a girl?
A girl.
Can I see, please? Oh. When was she born?
She was born 3 days ago. She was born 3 days ago.
Today we look at our past. We ask questions about our past. Natalie, where were you born?
I was born in Stratford-upon-Avon.
When were you born?
I was born on the 4th of July.
What year?
I'm not telling you that.
Natalie was born on the 4th of July. The 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 4th of July. And the year? 19. 19 what? 1968? 1972? 1974? We don't know.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th.
Now let's meet Rachel Hanson. She is looking for a job. She has an interview at MAP Advertising.
Good morning, Miss Hanson.
Good morning.
Please sit down. Now, I have your application form here, but tell me about yourself in your own words.
Right. I was born in Manchester. When I was 12, my parents went to Africa.
Africa? Did you go with your parents?
No, I stayed in England. I lived with my grandmother. But in the holidays, I went to Africa.
Very nice. Where did you go to school?
In Manchester, I went to the local primary school, Then when I was 12, I went to Claremont, the local secondary school.
But you didn't stay there.
No. I left when I was 16. I went to another school.
Why?
Because Claremont didn't teach business studies.
And then?
I went to college.
And you got a diploma in marketing.
That's right.
And now you want a job in advertising. Right. Let me tell you about MAP.
That was Rachel Hansen talking about her past life. Past. Before now.
Where she was born.
Where she went to school.
When she went to college.
Went. In the past. Go. Go. In the past, went. Went.
My parents went to Africa. I went to the local primary school.
Stay. In the past, stayed. Stayed.
I stayed in England.
Live. In the past, lived. Lived.
I lived with my grandmother.
To ask a question about the past, we use did. Did you go?
Did you go with your parents? Where did you go to school?
Rachel didn't stay at Claremont School. Didn't. Did not. Didn't. Didn't stay.
But you didn't stay there.
She didn't stay there. She left. Leave. In the past, left. Left.
I left when I was 16.
That was Rachel's life. Her past life. But what about other people and their past?
Where and when were you born?
I was born in Nairobi, Kenya on the 18th of October 1958.
I was born in Sydney in Australia in 1958.
I was born in Kansas City, Missouri in 1940, August 28th.
I was born in Amersham in Buckinghamshire in 1940.
I was born in Edinburgh in Scotland on the 2nd of October 1957.
Now, another interview for a job. But this one is different. Now, Mr. Harrison, you were born in 1961.
No, I wasn't. I was born in 1955.
But you wrote 1961 here.
I know. I'm sorry.
Right. You left school when you were 18.
No, I didn't. I left school when I was 14.
But you wrote...
I know. It's not true.
And you went to college in 19... Did you?
No, I didn't go to college.
So, you didn't get a diploma in business management?
No.
But you were a manager for 6 years?
No.
I see. So nothing here is true?
That's right. So, I don't get the job? I can't be a manager?
Well, the job isn't manager, Mr. Harrison. It's tea-boy.
Can Can I have the job?
Well, yes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Billy Schacht worked as a teacher in the United States for 34 years. Here she talks about her past life.
I was born on a farm near Millville, Minnesota in 1916. We had no electricity on the farm. Everything was done by hand. So we had to help with milking, which was done by hand. We gathered eggs. We carried in wood because our stoves burned wood. I went to school in Millville. The school looked like a big square house. And there were 4 grades. The smaller people were downstairs, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These were all ages in the same room. One teacher taught all the subjects to these 4 grades. When I was small, you either were going to be a nurse, a teacher, a secretary, or get married. And the teacher was the choice. The women didn't have that many choices when I was small. I started teaching in Millville, in the same school that I had gone to school in, with a few improvements in the meantime. But I started teaching, again, the 6, 7, 8, and 9-year-olds.
Did you like teaching?
Very much. It was rewarding, extremely rewarding, because you saw kids develop. And if you had some part of this, you knew you didn't do it all alone. There were teachers that came before you who got them to that point. But if you could all of a sudden get them to a point where, hey, they were moving ahead a little bit, it was very satisfying. Yes, I certainly did.
What's that?
It's a photo of you.
Of me? Where did you get it?
From your mother. It's a photo of you when you were 7.
Goodbye.
She looks very pretty, doesn't she?
She was. There's a pretty little girl.
Hello.
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 Today, directions.
Left. Left.
Right. Right.
Straight ahead. Straight ahead.
Today, James Brady is going to a new town. A town he doesn't know.
He has an appointment. A business appointment. Here, in Bridge Street.
Excuse me. Is there a petrol station near here?
Turn right at the end of this road. It's on the left, about 100 meters.
Thank you. Do you have a telephone? I'm late for an appointment.
Sorry, no, but there is a telephone box just round the corner.
Thank you. Okay, fine. Excuse me, how do I get to Bridge Street?
Go straight ahead for about 1 kilometre. You come to some traffic lights, turn left at the lights, and it's the first, second, Third, yes, the third on the right is Bridge Street. There's a cinema on the corner.
So it's straight ahead, left at the lights, it's the third on the right.
Correct.
And is there a car park near Bridge Street?
There's a car park in the town centre. There are signs. You can't miss it.
Thank you very much.
So, how does James Brady get to Bridge Street?
Go straight ahead for about 1 kilometre. Go straight ahead for about 1 kilometre. You come to some traffic lights. Lights. Traffic lights. You come to some traffic lights. Turn left at the lights. At the lights. Turn left at the lights. It's the third on the right. Park Street is the first street. Market Street is the second street. And Bridge Street is the third street on the right.
James Brady asked about 2 other places. Which places?
Is there a petrol station near here? A petrol station. Is there a petrol station near here?
And the second place?
Is there a car park near Bridge Street? A car park. Is there a car park near Bridge Street?
There's a car park in the town centre. There's a car park in the town centre.
What is there in your town?
Is there a hospital? A sports ground?
Is there a shopping centre? A shopping centre. Is there a police station? A police station. What is there in your town?
In Saffron Walden, there's a hospital, there's a library, a town hall, 3 schools.
There is a theatre, there is a fire station, there is a police station, there is a train station.
There are restaurants, there are malls that people shop in, there are office buildings, there are several very large and nice open parks.
There are restaurants, pubs, bars, coffee shops, lots of places to eat.
In my town, there is a library, and that's it.
After the appointment with one of his clients, James Brady wants to buy something for the office.
A souvenir.
Like these?
Excuse me, is there a souvenir shop near here?
No, not near here, but there's one in Penn Road.
And how do I get to Penn Road?
Go along this street to the end, turn right at the main road, go past the post office, across the railway bridge, take the second on the left, and you're in Penn Road. It's about 10 minutes.
And I want to go to a bank. Can you...
Opposite the shop.
Thank you. What did he say? Left or right? Ah, a post office. Right. Past the post office. Across the railway bridge. Second left. Now, first the bank, then the souvenir shop. Oh, excuse me. Could you tell me the way to the car park?
Yes. You go down here to the traffic lights. At the lights, turn left to the town centre, and the car park's on the right.
Thank you.
I want to go to a bank.
Opposite the shop. David is sitting opposite Kevin. Kevin is opposite David. The bank is opposite the shop.
Could you tell me the way to the car park? Could you tell me the way to the car park?
Could you tell me the way to the museum?
That way.
Thank you.
Is this the way to the zoo?
No, that way.
Thank you.
How do I get to the bank?
Go straight ahead and turn right. The bank is in front of you.
Thank you.
The bank is next to the police station.
Oh.
Is there a sports ground near here?
A hotel?
A museum?
A restaurant?
A theater?
A park?
Information. Tourist information. Elizabeth Moody works in a tourist office in Marlow, a small town in England. What does she do?
Mainly, I'm here to help people. People come through the door and they always want something. They either want information about places to visit and things to do, or they want information about travel, or they want somewhere to stay. They always want something, and it's my job to make sure that they get it.
I wonder if you could tell me, are there any restaurants in Marlow where I can take my 2 children?
Yes, there are. In fact, there are several. If you go out of here and turn right into Pound Lane, let me show you. You are here, along Pound Lane to these double roundabouts, turn left into the High Street,
Yes.
and there are several restaurants and cafes on the left-hand side. Would you like to take them up with you?
Yes, thank you.
I've an appointment at the Globe Park Business Estate. I wonder if you could tell me where it is.
Yes, certainly. Do you have a car?
Yes, it's outside.
Right. Well, you need to leave the car park and turn right. Let me show you on the map. It's probably easier.
Thank you.
You're here. You need to turn right into Pound Lane to the double roundabout, turn left up the High Street, turn right at the top, follow that road until you come to a large roundabout, turn right again, and Globe Park is just down there on the right-hand side.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good afternoon. How can I help you?
Good afternoon. I'm looking for accommodation in the area.
Yes, certainly. Do you want a hotel or a guest house?
A hotel would be fine.
Within Marlow Town Centre, or would you like to stay outside?
In the town centre, please.
Right. Would you like me to make a booking for you?
Yes, please.
Can I help you with anything?
Yeah, hi. I was wondering if you could tell me if there was a sports center in town.
Yes, indeed there is. Was there any particular sport you were interested in?
Well, I'd like to go swimming.
Yes, they have an Olympic-sized swimming pool there. This leaflet will give you all the opening times and the prices.
Great.
The river makes Marlow attractive to visitors, and the town itself, which is unspoiled. It's as it was in the 18th century. It has a very happy atmosphere. And it's peaceful. And I think that's important nowadays.
And that's it for today. Natalie, where's the back door?
It's this way.
No, it's that way.
No, it's this way.
No, it's that way.
Goodbye.
No, it's this way.
It is. It's that. David,
it's this way.
come back here. It's that way.
Hello.
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 Today, directions.
Left. Left.
Right. Right.
Straight ahead. Straight ahead.
Today, James Brady is going to a new town. A town he doesn't know.
He has an appointment. A business appointment. Here, in Bridge Street.
Excuse me. Is there a petrol station near here?
Turn right at the end of this road. It's on the left, about 100 metres.
Thank you. Do you have a telephone? I'm late for an appointment.
Sorry, no, but there is a telephone box just round the corner.
Thank you. Okay, bye. Excuse me, how do I get to Bridge Street?
Go straight ahead for about 1 kilometre. You come to some traffic lights, turn left at the lights, and it's the second, third. Yes, the third on the right is Bridge Street. There's a cinema on the corner.
So it's straight ahead, left at the lights, it's the third on the right.
Correct.
And is there a car park near Bridge Street?
There's a car park in the town centre. There are signs. You can't miss it.
Thank you very much.
So, how does James Brady get to Bridge Street?
Go straight ahead for about 1 kilometre. Go straight ahead for about 1 kilometre. You come to some traffic lights. Lights. Traffic lights. You come to some traffic lights. Turn left at the lights. At the lights. Turn left at the lights. It's the third on the right. Park Street is the first street. Market Street is the second street. And Bridge Street is the third street on the right.
James Brady asked about 2 other places. Which places?
Is there a petrol station near here? A petrol station. Is there a petrol station near here?
And the second place?
Is there a car park near Bridge Street? A car park. Is there a car park near Bridge Street?
There's a car park in the town centre. There's a car park in the town centre.
What is there in your town?
Is there a hospital? A sports ground?
Is there a shopping centre? A shopping centre. Is there a police station? A police station. What is there in your town?
In Saffron Walden, there's a hospital, there's a library, a town hall, 3 schools.
There is a theatre, there is a fire station, there is a police station, there is a train station.
There are restaurants, there are malls that people shop in, there are office buildings, there are several very large and nice open parks.
There are restaurants, pubs, bars, coffee shops, lots of places to eat.
In my town, there is a library, and that's it.
After the appointment with one of his clients, James Brady wants to buy something for the office.
A souvenir.
Like these.
Excuse me, is there a souvenir shop near here?
No, not near here, but there's one in Penn Road.
And how do I get to Penn Road?
Go along this street to the end, turn right at the main road, go past the post office, across the railway bridge, take the second on the left, and you're in Penn Road. It's about 10 minutes.
And I want to go to a bank. Can you...
Opposite the shop.
Thank you. What did he say? Left or right? Ah, a post office. Right. Past the post office. Across the railway bridge. Second left. Now, first the bank, then the souvenir shop. Oh, excuse me. Could you tell me the way to the car park?
Yes. You go down here to the traffic lights. At the lights, turn left to the town centre, and the car park's on the right.
Thank you.
I want to go to a bank.
Opposite the shop. David is sitting opposite Kevin. Kevin is opposite David. The bank is opposite the shop.
Could you tell me the way to the car park? Could you tell me the way to the car park?
Could you tell me the way to the museum?
That way.
Thank you.
Is this the way to the zoo?
No, that way.
Thank you.
How do I get to the bank? Go straight ahead and turn right. The bank is in front of you.
Thank you.
The bank is next to the police station.
Oh.
Is there a sports ground near here?
A hotel.
A museum?
A restaurant.
A theatre?
A park.
Information. Tourist information. Elizabeth Moody works in a tourist office in Marlow, a small town in England. What does she do?
Mainly, I'm here to help people. People come through the door and they always want something. They either want information about places to visit and things to do, or they want information about travel, or they want somewhere to stay. They always want something, and it's my job to make sure that they get it.
I wonder if you could tell me, are there any restaurants in Marlow where I can take my 2 children?
Yes, there are. In fact, there are several. If you go out of here and turn right into Pound Lane, let me show you. You are here, along Pound Lane to these double roundabouts, turn left into the High Street, yes. And there are several restaurants and cafes on the left-hand side. Would you like to take them up with you?
Yes, thank you.
I've an appointment at the Globe Park Business Estate. I wonder if you could tell me where it is.
Yes, certainly. Do you have a car?
Yes, it's outside.
Right. Well, you need to leave the car park and turn right. Let me show you on the map. It's probably easier.
Thank you.
You're here. You need to turn right into Pound Lane to the double roundabout, turn left up the High Street, turn right at the top, follow that road until you come to a large roundabout, turn right again, and Globe Park is just down there on the right-hand side.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good afternoon. How can I help you?
Good afternoon. I'm looking for accommodation in the area.
Yes, certainly. Do you want a hotel or a guest house?
A hotel would be fine.
Within Marlow Town Centre, or would you like to stay outside?
In the town centre, please.
Right. Would you like me to make a booking for you?
Yes, please.
Can I help you with anything?
Yeah, hi. I was wondering if you could tell me if there was a sports centre in town.
Yes, indeed there is. Was there any particular sport you were interested in?
Well, I'd like to go swimming.
Yes, they have an Olympic-sized swimming pool there. This leaflet will give you all the opening times and the prices.
Great.
The river makes Marlow attractive to visitors, and the town itself, which is unspoiled. It's as it was in the 18th century. It has a very happy atmosphere. And it's peaceful. And I think that's important nowadays.
And that's it for today. Natalie, where's the back door?
It's this way.
No, it's that way.
No, it's this way.
No, it's that way.
Goodbye.
No, it's this way.
It is. It's that. David,
it's this way.
Come back here. It's that way.
Hello. Today we look at making plans for the future.
Making plans to go out in the evening. Making business appointments.
And we look at what to say on the telephone.
It's Friday morning here, and we're all working.
But this evening...
This evening, I'm going to the theatre at 7 o'clock. Look, tickets.
And I'm having dinner. Here. With a friend. And tomorrow... David, what are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Tomorrow, that's Saturday. Tomorrow, I'm playing tennis. With you.
Oh.
That's this week. And next week... Next week. Next week. Next week.
What are we doing next week?
Monday, studio. Tuesday, studio. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're working next week, every day.
And now, Julia Marsh of MAP Advertising. What is she doing next week?
Good morning. Could I speak to the manager, please? Good morning, Mr. Jones. Julia Marsh speaking, from MAP Advertising. I'm fine, thank you. And you? Good. Mr. Jones, I'd like to make an appointment to see you. Next week sometime. I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. I'm working in Oxford next Monday, all day. I'm sorry, did you say Tuesday or Thursday? Thursday's fine for me. So, next Thursday, the 24th of October, at 10 o'clock.
Dr. Watson's office.
Can I speak to Dr. Watson, please?
I'm afraid you can't, sir. He's with a patient. Would you like to make an appointment?
This afternoon?
I'm sorry. The doctor's playing golf this afternoon.
Pardon? Could you say that again?
He's playing golf this afternoon.
Well, can I see him tomorrow?
I'm afraid you can't, sir. He's working at the hospital tomorrow.
How about next week?
Next week, the doctor's going to an international meeting.
Next month?
Dr. Watson's going on holiday next month to Australia for 6 weeks. Ah, you can see the doctor at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 17th of May next year. Is that all right, sir? Sir?
Kevin, where's the doctor going on holiday?
The doctor? He's going to Australia.
Right. What about you, Natalie? Where are you going on holiday this year?
I'm going to India.
To India?
And you? Where are you going on holiday this year?
I'm going on holiday to Fiji.
We are going to Arizona this winter.
I'm going to France.
This year I am going on holiday to Brittany.
This year we're going skiing in Andorra.
And now, Julia Marsh, on the telephone. It's Monday morning.
I'd like to speak to Anna Baker, please. Oh, can I leave a message? My name's Julia Marsh. Can she call me this afternoon? At work. My office number's 636-2091. That's right. Thank you. Hello?
Hi, Julia. Anna here.
Anna, how nice to hear you. How are you?
Oh, so-so. And you?
The same. Look, Anna, would you like to go out one evening this week?
Julia, I'd love to. When? Which day?
Wednesday?
Wednesday's fine. What do you want to do?
Let's go to the cinema.
The cinema? Great idea.
And after that, let's have dinner.
Wonderful.
Right then. I'll get the tickets and I'll call you back.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Julia telephoned Anna. Anna wasn't there. Julia asked,
Can I leave a message?
A message. Tell Anna something for me. A message. Can I leave a message?
and the message is...
Can she call me this afternoon?
Call. Phone. Telephone. Call. Can she call me this afternoon?
Julia wanted to go out. She had two ideas.
Let's go to the cinema. Let's have dinner.
Let's. Let us. Let's go. Let's have. Let's go to the cinema. Let's have dinner.
Julia Marsh is booking the cinema tickets by telephone.
Good afternoon. I'd like 2 tickets for Wednesday evening. Sorry, could you say that again, please? Oh, 2 £6 tickets, please. The name's Marsh. Thank you. Goodbye.
Julia, I have 2 tickets for a jazz concert this Wednesday. Would you like to come?
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm going to the cinema on Wednesday.
Oh. Well, some other time.
Yes, James. I'd like that. Could you say that again, please?
Could you say that again, please? What was that? Pardon? Did you say eating? Slowly, please. Slowly. Somebody is eating the house. Somebody is eating the house? Oh! Ugh!
Making appointments.
Taking messages.
Buying tickets.
Making plans.
That's the work of a personal assistant. Jennifer Flannery is a personal assistant in the United States. She works for a literary agent. But what is a literary agent?
A literary agent is the link between the author and the publisher. We free the author up from any kind of business responsibilities. They don't have to worry about anything business related. They just need to write.
Okay, I'm afraid he's in a meeting right now. Can I take a message? Did you want to make an appointment? Okay, I'm afraid that's not going to be possible. He's not going to be in the office then.
I am the personal assistant and associate agent at the Lazier Agency. I am the right-hand person, so to speak, for the president of the agency.
I'm afraid that Jonathan's calendar is completely full this Friday, so that's not going to work out.
I give him a photocopy of the calendar. We go over it and discuss, you know, who's coming, why they're coming, did we receive material that needs to be discussed at that meeting.
Do you have the Melody Beatty meeting scheduled for the following week? For the telephone meeting?
With Tom?
With Harper and...
No. I'm waiting. I have it tentatively at 10:30 on Monday. It's impossible and very rare to get everybody who's working on one book in the same place at the same time. We use the phone and letters, but the phones, because of their immediacy, are much more effective.
Hi, is Don Truman there, please? Yes, could you ask him to give Jennifer Flannery a call? And tell him I'm just confirming his appointment with Jonathan and Melody tomorrow afternoon.
Do you like your job?
Oh, very much. It's very fast-paced, very hectic, but I find that very enjoyable.
And now?
Let's go home.
Great idea.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello, I'm David.
Hello, I'm Natalie.
Hi, I'm Kevin.
Today, we look at what people do at the weekend. Do they stay in, stay at home? Or do they go out?
And we look at when people go on holiday.
But first, the weekend. Kevin, what do you do at the weekend?
Well, first I get up late.
Always?
Yes, Always. Every weekend, I get up late. I always get up late. Saturday and Sunday, I always get up late. Always. Always.
What time do you get up at the weekend?
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock?
That's late.
You don't get up before 12 o'clock?
Never. I always get up late. I never get up before 12 o'clock. Never, never, never. Never. Never.
So, you get up late?
Never before 12.
Never before 12. But then what do you do?
Oh, different things. I sometimes go shopping. I sometimes go for a walk. I sometimes watch television. I sometimes go shopping. Not always. I sometimes go for a walk, and I sometimes watch television. Sometimes. Sometimes.
Always. Always. Sometimes. Sometimes. Never. Never.
At MAP Advertising, Rachel Hanson is doing some market research for a magazine. It's a magazine for young men and women. Rachel wants to know what they do at the weekend.
Excuse me,
Yes?
could I ask you some questions?
Of course. Sit down.
It's nice here.
Yes, it is. What do you want to know?
I work for an advertising agency, and I'm doing some research. It's for a new magazine, for people like you.
People like me? What do you mean?
People between 18 and 25 years old.
Oh, okay.
Right. What do you do at the weekend?
Well, on Fridays, my wife always goes to her exercise class. Then she visits friends.
Don't you go out?
Not on Fridays. I never go out on Fridays. I stay at home and watch television.
And on Saturdays?
On Saturdays, my wife and I always go sailing together.
Really?
We love it. We never miss it. And then, in the evening, we go out.
Where to?
Different places. We sometimes go and see friends. We sometimes go to the cinema or a restaurant. But we always go out on Saturday evenings.
I see. And now, Sunday. What happens on Sundays?
Nothing special. We often go for a walk. And I always cook a big Sunday lunch.
Oh? How often do you do the cooking?
Twice a week. 3 times a week.
Thank you very much. All I need now are your personal details. Your name, job, and so on. What's your surname?
Robinson.
So, what did Rachel find out?
On Saturdays, my wife and I always go sailing. We never miss it. We always go sailing. Every Saturday. We sometimes go to the cinema. We sometimes go to a restaurant.
And what about Sundays?
We often go for a walk. Often.
Often. Often.
Always. Often. Sometimes. Never.
Kevin, how often do you go out?
3 times a week.
Natalie?
Twice a week. And how often do you go out?
Once a week. How often do you go out? How often? How often?
3 times a week. Twice a week. Once a week.
Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, 11 times, 12 times.
How often?
But I never go out.
Cook the dinner.
I always cook the dinner. How often do you cook the dinner?
Wash the dishes.
How often do you wash the dishes? I always wash the dishes. I always cook the dinner. I always wash the dishes. We never go out.
We don't always work. We sometimes go out. And we sometimes go on holiday. Natalie, how often do you go on holiday?
Once a year.
Kevin?
About 4 times a year.
4 times a year?
How often do you go on holiday?
Probably twice a year, once in the winter, then again a summer holiday.
I go on holiday about 5 or 6 times a year.
I try and go on holiday at least 3 times a year.
I take a vacation about once or twice a year.
I don't very often go on holiday at all.
How often do you eat in a restaurant?
I eat in a restaurant about twice a week.
At least once or twice a week.
Oh, we probably eat in a restaurant once a week.
How often do I eat in a restaurant? Once a month?
Always.
Never.
Sometimes.
Once a day.
Twice a week.
6 times a year.
How often? How often do people do things? The Wheeler family live in the United States. Let's join them for a typical American weekend at home.
Our home here is fairly large. We have 4 bedrooms, an office, a bunch of bathrooms, I think 4 bathrooms. In England, you'd say it was 3 reception rooms, but it's a front room, a dining room, and a breakfast nook. We do a lot of things around the house on the weekend. We garden quite a bit, working in our garden. We play basketball on the basketball court we got out and back.
All right.
At the weekends here, I go out a lot with my friends on Friday or Saturday nights. Sometimes we'll go to the movies or just go to other people's houses and watch videos.
Usually Saturday afternoon is crank up the barbecue, and that's our meal, because during the summer it gets pretty hot here, and sometimes you just want to be outside rather than be inside. In California, you really have two seasons from our entertainment point of view. Spring, summer, and fall are very much the same type of activities, and then winter is very different on the activities that we do on the weekend. Summertime activities are usually involved around the children's sports. My youngest son plays Little League. That's baseball.
You're going to see a lot of little boys taking a game very, very seriously. They're all dressed up in their uniforms. There'll be quite a few teams because it's a large park area that they play in. And there are a lot of teams, a lot of different colored uniforms, and they're all playing their game.
I'd like to live in the USA. Natalie, would you like to live in another country?
I'd love to.
Kevin?
I am living in another country.
Oh, yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello. Kevin.
Hi.
Today, we look at doing new things.
And making plans.
I can't drive, but I'm going to learn. I'm going to have lessons. Then I'm going to take a driving test.
Kevin is making plans for the future. First, he's going to learn to drive at this driving school. Then he's going to take a test. Going to.
Kevin is going to learn to drive. What are your plans for the next 6 months?
For the next 6 months are going to be very busy.
I'm going to be a grandmother in July, so I'm going to Switzerland for a month just to be with my daughter.
I'm going to celebrate my wedding anniversary, which is this year 25 years since I was married.
I'm going to be at the mill working and also travelling.
I'm going to teach here until the end of the summer term. Then I shall have a holiday for 8 weeks.
I'm going to start a new life. Did you hear me?
Yes, dear.
What did I say? What am I going to do?
You're going to start a new life.
That's right. First, I'm going to buy some new clothes. Then, I'm going to get a job. Did you hear me?
Yes, dear. You're going to get a job.
Next, I'm going to buy a car.
That's nice. But you can't drive.
That's right. I can't drive, but I'm going to learn.
When are you going to start?
Start what?
Your new life. New clothes, job, car. Are you going to start now, dear?
No, not now. There's sport on TV. I'm going to start a new life. I'm going to start a new life.
Are you going to start now? Are you going to start now?
At MAP Advertising, Rita has some plans. What is she going to do?
Oh, hi, Julia.
Dreaming?
No. I'm thinking about evening classes.
Evening classes?
Yes. I'm going to go to evening classes.
Why?
Because I want to learn a foreign language. Japanese.
Why do you want to learn Japanese?
Because I like Japan. And I want to do something new.
Learning Japanese is going to be difficult.
I know. But I'm going to do it.
Rita is going to go to evening classes to learn Japanese.
Why do you want to learn Japanese?
Because I like Japan.
So, Rita has plans to learn Japanese. We join her now at her local college.
Right. How many languages do you speak? Apart from English, of course.
I speak Hindi.
Ah, how well do you speak it?
Very well. I can write it too.
Any other languages?
I can speak a little French, but I can't write it at all.
A little French. Can't write it. That's it?
Yes.
And you want to join our beginners class in Japanese?
Yes, please.
Well, it's not going to be easy, you know. It's very different from English, Hindi, or French.
I know, but I want to do it.
How many languages can Rita speak, apart from English? And how well can she speak them? She speaks Hindi very well. She speaks a little French. She can't write French at all. How many languages do you speak?
I speak two, Norwegian and English.
English, then I understand and can speak slightly French, German and Russian.
I can speak two other languages reasonably well, French and German. I also have some knowledge of Spanish and Italian.
I speak English, and I understand Italian and French, but I can't speak them fluently.
This is a nice life.
No, it isn't. It's easy. It's too easy. I'm going to change my life. I'm going to leave here now.
Why?
Because I want to be free. And I'm going to travel. To Italy, to France, to Germany, to Holland.
How many languages do you speak?
One, of course.
How are you going to speak to Italian dogs, French dogs, German dogs?
Oh, well,
When are you going to leave?
now, right now.
Well?
It's going to rain.
Gene Abbott is a teacher in California. Josh Lafrano is one of his students. The course that Gene teaches is a practical one, automotive repair, or how to fix cars.
My program is a course in automotive repair. We teach people from the age of 16 through adults
We're located on a high school campus. It's vocational, which means that we train people specific skills that they could use in a job.
I like classes like this because it's more of the real world than it is sitting there reading a textbook, not knowing what you're going to be using it for.
Today's a work day, so when I go back into the shop, I have all of my students working on projects. First, Josh is going to get the air tools out and jack up a car. He's going to take a tire off of that car, probably with the air impact. He's going to take the tire over to the tire machine, let the air out of the tire, take the tire off of the rim like he would if he was replacing or repairing the tire. Then he'll take it to the tire balancer, he'll balance the tire, and then he's going to put the tire back on the car. Every student is an individual that comes into my program. All of them think that they're going to be able to fix their own car. They all have that as a goal that they're going to get out of the program. And then, as part of my introduction to the class, I'll let them know some of the other things that they'll all get, which include consumer awareness, communication skills, and the understanding of how the car works.
Bye.
You're going?
I have a class in 20 minutes.
A class? What kind of class?
Italian cooking. I'm going to learn how to cook all those wonderful Italian meals.
Great.
Goodbye.
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 Hello.
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 Today, we look at planning a trip.
A trip. You go somewhere and you come back. A trip.
You go to another town or to another country and then come back. A trip. For business or for a short holiday.
At MAP Advertising, Tom Hall wants to go on a trip to Edinburgh, Scotland.
You wanted to see me?
Ah, yes. Come in, James. And sit down.
Good meeting.
Yes, it was a very good meeting. Now then, these clients in Edinburgh, when's your next visit?
Let's see. Here we are. I'm going to see them the week after next.
I'd like to see them too, if that's okay with you.
Of course. I'm driving there on the Friday before. Would you like to come with me?
No. Oh, thank you. I won't go on Friday. I'll go on Sunday.
Fine. But why do you want to see these clients?
Excuse me. Tom Hall. Yes. I'll tell you later.
What was the last thing Tom Hall said?
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you. I will. I'll tell you. I'll tell you later.
Later. Not now, in the future. Later. James Brady is going to Edinburgh to visit some clients. He's driving to Edinburgh on Friday. And Tom Hall?
I won't go on Friday. I won't go. Won't. Will not. Won't. I won't go on Friday. I'll go on Sunday.
James Brady is driving to Edinburgh. But how will Tom Hall get there? Will he go by plane or by train?
Rita, I want to fly to Edinburgh on Sunday the 19th. Can you get me a ticket?
Yes, Mr. Hall. Which flight?
The first. No, wait. I think I'll go by train.
By train? But the plane is faster.
Yes, but it's nicer by train. And the plane is more expensive than the train.
True.
And the hotel. Now, I know a good hotel in Edinburgh. It's called the Grand. Can you?
Tom, I know a better hotel.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. Good. Thanks.
Rita, I'll talk to you later about the hotel.
Tom Hall knows a good hotel in Edinburgh, but James says, I know a better hotel. A better hotel. Good. Better. Tom Hall decides to go to Edinburgh by train.
I think I'll go by train. I think I'll go by train.
A train is fast, but the plane is faster. So why does Tom Hall decide to go by train?
The plane is more expensive than the train. The plane is more expensive than the train.
How do you prefer travelling? By train or by plane?
I prefer traveling by plane because I get there faster.
Train if it's more convenient, and I'm not in a great hurry. Obviously the plane is much more convenient if you're travelling long distances.
I prefer traveling by plane because it's faster, and in this country it's much more accessible. The plane will take you where you want to go and the train won't.
I prefer traveling by plane because I like to feel like an astronaut and I'm up there always with a window seat to see what's out there.
Earlier, we heard these two words. Good. Better. Here are two more words. Bad. Worse. Tom Hall is going on a business trip, but not all trips are for business.
Let's go to South America this year.
I'd prefer to go to Asia.
Holidays in Asia are cheaper than holidays in South America.
Holidays in Asia are cheaper than holidays in South America.
The food in Brazil is better than the food in China.
The food in Brazil is better than the food in China.
The hotels in Japan are nicer than the hotels in Venezuela.
The hotels in Japan are nicer than the hotels in Venezuela.
The weather in Thailand is worse than the weather in Argentina.
The weather in Thailand is worse than the weather in Argentina.
Darling.
Yes, darling.
Let's stay at home this year.
Yes, darling.
What was that?
What was what, darling?
When you buy a ticket for a train or a plane, the person selling the ticket asks questions. For example, do you want a ticket just to go somewhere? Or do you want a ticket to go somewhere and come back?
Single or return? Single or return?
In the United States, that's one-way or round trip. Would you like a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket? Sherry McGonigal works for American Airlines. She works at the ticket desk at San Jose Airport in California. So let's find out what happens at a ticket desk.
Passenger will step up and tell me which flight they intend to be taking that day, whether they have a ticket or not. If they've not got a ticket, I can issue the ticket right there at the ticket counter, reconfirm their itinerary for the round trip, check in their luggage for them, and make sure they're satisfied with their seat selection.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you like to check that piece of baggage?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and your destination?
Ontario.
Ontario, Canada?
No.
Ontario, California?
Yes.
All right.
The size of the passenger really has a lot to do with their comfort on the flight. If it's a larger person, they would certainly like the exit row, preferably with the aisle, or at least some seat where they could put the armrests up.
Flying first class or coach, Mr. Mullaney?
Coach.
Coach?
Yeah.
And because you're tall, do you want an aisle seat or window?
I need, if you have like an exit row or one of
An
those.
exit row?
And
Okay.
yes, I will help.
The three classes of service that we offer are coach class, which is the economy class, business class, which is better than coach class, and first class, which is the premium service and the best way to travel.
I have to say myself that first class in business is the only way to go transatlantically
You
for
bet.
such a long flight.
It's the only way to fly.
Okay, in Chicago, the flight number right now, flight 52, is gate K19.
Okay.
And you will be coming into the airport at gate number K6B, so it's only a matter of walking in the same terminal 13 gates.
Okay.
Right?
Super.
It's just a one-way as of now. Did you want to return also to American Airlines?
Yeah, Sunday travel would be fine.
Okay, thanks. In the morning, afternoon, or evening?
I prefer evening.
Prefer evening, okay. That would be our American flight non-stop service out of Vancouver Sunday night at 6:10 in the evening. And you'll arrive back here in San Jose at 8:30.
Perfect.
All right, traveling out of the country and need to see your proof of citizenship, thank you. And will you be checking any baggage?
The one piece.
Each transaction is really different. There's never anything that's boring about the job. And that for the most part, the people that I come into contact with are really pleasant. And the people that I work with at the airport are really pleasant.
How are you going home tonight?
I think I'll get a taxi. It's raining.
How about you, Kevin?
I think I'll go by car.
You don't have a car.
Your car.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today we look at how things work.
For example, do you know how a fax machine works?
Or this. Do you know how this works, Natalie?
What is it?
A sifter.
A sifter?
For sifting flour.
Let's go to MAP Advertising and meet Carl Schiller. Carl is a client and a friend of Julia Marsh. He's from Munich in Germany. This is his first visit to London.
And I wanted to give you these brochures before tomorrow's meeting. Oh, and I have a present for you.
A present? For me?
Yes.
Carl. Oh,
Do you like it?
yes. It's great. Thank you very much.
Ah.
Now, where does this go? Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Here. Oh, and it has a radio, too. How does it work?
There's a switch there.
Yes, it says CD this way and radio that way.
Mm-hmm. And you need these batteries. And this, a CD to help you learn German.
Thanks again, Carl. You're very kind.
You're welcome. Now I must go and find a hotel.
Oh, I can help you there. There's a very nice hotel near where I live, in Wimbledon.
Wimbledon?
Yes, it's about 6 miles, 10 kilometers from the centre of town. But it's a lovely area.
Fine.
Okay. I'll book a room for you, and then I'll tell you how to get there.
Thanks.
Julia liked her present. She asked 2 questions, one about the headphones and one about the radio.
Where does this go? How does it work?
Now let's join Rachel and Rita at MAP Advertising. Rachel has 2 letters she wants to fax, but she doesn't know how to use the fax machine.
How does it work? It's easy. I'll show you. First, put the letter in here, like this. Okay? Uh-huh. Next, press this button, the button with the towel. For telephone. Then, type in the fax number. What is it? 0279 450 767. Then, wait for the message online, here. And that's it. Got it?
Yes, I think so. Can I try now?
Of course. First, put the letter in here. Next, press this button.
First. Next. Then. Words you use to show that one action comes after another.
First, put the letter in here. Next, press this button. Then, type in the fax number.
Mum, food. Come back! Stop! Now, listen to me. Never, never, never go near that. Is that clear? Do you understand?
Yes, Mum. What is that?
That's a mouse trap.
What does it do?
It kills mice.
How does it work?
I'll show you. Don't stand there. Move back. Good. Now watch. First, touch the cheese. Next, push down.
Oh.
Then, eat the cheese.
The mother mouse told her baby not to go near a mouse trap. Never, never, never. Then she asked 2 questions. Is that clear? Do you understand?
Carl Schiller is at his hotel in Wimbledon. It's the hotel that Julia recommended.
It's cold in here. How do you turn on the heating?
The heating is on, sir. But you're right, it is cold. There's a thermostat here on the wall. I'll turn it up.
Thank you. There's something wrong with the TV. It doesn't work.
You have to press this button.
Uh-huh.
The light switches are here. This turns on your main light, and this turns on the bedside lights. And this is your radio and alarm clock.
Thank you.
Will that be all, sir?
Yes, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your stay.
There were some important words there, like turn on. You turn on the light. You turn on the central heating. If the room is too cold, you turn up the heating using the thermostat. And if it's too hot, you turn it down.
How do you turn on the heating? How do you turn on the heating?
I'll turn it up. I'll turn it up.
There's something wrong with the TV. Something wrong. It doesn't work.
Mildred Cookson is a miller at an old water mill on the River Thames. The mill turns grain into flour for making bread and cakes. But how does the mill work?
The water mill is actually powered by this water wheel here. And that in turn moves all the machinery inside the mill. The grain is brought to the mill in sacks, and I have to get it up from the ground floor up into the roof to store it. Then, when the water wheel starts up, the grain can flow down from where it is on the top floor onto the stone floor where the millstones are, into the millstones. This is a set of millstones without the covering on. The top stone here that goes round, and the bottom stone set in the floor that doesn't move. Here is the shoe, and here is the damsel. The damsel turns with the top stone, and the grain can flow down the shoe, past the damsel, and into the middle of the millstone here. The grain then travels outwards in between the two millstones, being turned slowly into flour as it reaches the edge and gets pushed down a hole in the floor, down into the flour bags below.
How does this flour sifter work, Kevin?
It's easy. First, you hold it like this. Next, you put in the flour. And then you do this.
And that's it for today. Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Today, getting around town.
How do you get around your town?
Some people go by bus.
Some people go by train.
Some people go by underground. By underground.
And some people go by tram. By tram.
Yes, today we're looking at getting around town, travelling around town. And our example is this town, London.
Julia Marsh's friend, Carl Schiller, is still in London. He's from Munich in Germany. At the weekend, he wants to visit the British Museum, so Julia takes him there. They travel first by bus, then by underground.
Ah, okay. How do we get to the museum?
First we go by bus, and then we go by tube.
Tube? What is that? You buy toothpaste in tubes.
The tube is another word for the underground.
Oh, I see. Tube, like a tunnel, huh?
That's right.
Ah. What's this?
It's your ticket.
Do you have to buy your bus ticket in a shop?
No. This is a special ticket. A one-day ticket.
Yeah.
You can use it on the buses, and on the tube, and on the underground.
How much does it cost?
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
Yes, Carl.
Thanks. Thank you very much. What do I do with this ticket?
What do you mean?
Well, does the driver stamp it? Do I put it into a machine? Or what?
Oh, no. Just show it to the driver when you get on the bus. That's all.
Which station do we go to for the British Museum?
Holborn. We're here, you see, Wimbledon.
We take the district line to Notting Hill Gate and then change to the central line. And from Holborn Station, we have to walk.
How far is it from the station to the museum?
Oh, not far. Half a kilometre.
And how long does it take?
From Holborn Station?
No, from here, the whole journey.
About 3/4 of an hour. 50 minutes.
Right, let's go. In Munich, I go everywhere by tram. Are there trams in London?
No. My mother told me there were trams when she was young, but not now.
Why not?
I don't know.
Carl didn't know what to do with his ticket.
Does the driver stamp it? Does the driver stamp it? Do I put it into a machine? Do I put it into a machine?
No. Show it to the driver when you get on the bus.
How far is it from the station to the museum? How far is it? How many kilometers? Or how many meters? How far is it?
Half a kilometre. It's half a kilometre from the station to the museum.
How long does it take? How long does it take?
About 3/4 of an hour. It takes about 3/4 of an hour.
How do you get here, Natalie?
By bus, then by underground.
How long does it take?
About an hour.
How do you get to work? How long does it take?
I have to drive. There's no way that I could take public transport. It takes me about 45 minutes from home to actually to the office.
By car, it takes about 12 minutes.
I come on the underground.
I drive my truck, a Ford Ranger, and it takes me about 5 minutes to get to school.
I travel to work by overland train and then by tube train, sometimes by bus as well.
I travel to work by canoe. I live on a houseboat which is moored about half a mile away, and I paddle up here in a 16-foot Canadian canoe.
After a long day at the museum, Carl and Julia come back to Wimbledon. They're now waiting for a bus back to Carl's hotel.
And I really like the Egyptian section.
Wasn't it fantastic? And there's so much of it.
How often do these buses run?
Every 10 minutes.
You said that 10 minutes ago. Come on, Julia, let's get a taxi, huh?
Carl, taxis are expensive, and you can still use your one-day ticket.
But it's not far to the hotel. It won't cost much.
All right.
Yeah? Taxi?
How often do these buses run? How often?
Every 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes.
But Carl didn't want to wait, and so they got a taxi.
Stop here. How much is that?
$9.99, sir.
That's 10. Keep the change.
Oh, Oh.
Keep the change. Keep the change.
Go by bus.
Go by train.
Go by tube.
Get a taxi.
Or, for a change, go by boat. Paul Money has a boat, a canal boat. He takes passengers from a part of London called Little Venice to another part of London, Camden Town. Let's join him on the canal as he describes where the boats go.
They go from Little Venice, which is where we are today, down to Hampstead Road Lock, which is in Camden Town. The journey down to Hampstead Road Lock is a distance of about 2.5 miles, so 5 miles in total, and the return journey takes 1.5 hours. There isn't really a typical passenger. Tourists from all countries of the world, groups of old-age pensioners who book the boat, and they're our favourite customers for sure. All sorts of people. The journey goes from here through the tunnel under Maida Hill, which is about 250 metres long. By canal standards, it's quite short. It's one of the shorter tunnels on the system. Some tunnels are as much as 3 miles in length.
Yeah, a little bit slower would be good. A little bit slower would be good.
The fastest that the boat travels is probably about 4 3/4 miles an hour, although the speed limit is actually 4 miles an hour. The journey makes its way around the northwest edge of Regent's Park, through the London Zoo. There's a beautiful aviary and a few antelope to be seen, and sometimes we get to see the elephant walking around, and then winds down in a very narrow channel past some beautiful old houses and down to Hampstead Road Lock. In the high summer we make 4 trips a day. The return fare for an adult is £4.50 or single fare £3.50, and then there are reductions for children and pensioners. I love boats. The fresh air is a great attraction. If there is a sunny day, I'm out in it. Yes, meeting the people too is very important to me. I couldn't do a job where I didn't have some interaction with people.
And now it's time for us to go home.
I'm going home by underground.
I'm going home by bus.
I'm going home by boat.
Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today we look at cooking.
and the different ways you can cook.
You can boil.
You can roast.
You can bake.
Or fry.
4 different ways of cooking food. Can you think of one thing you can cook in all those different ways?
Eggs.
Can you roast eggs?
Oh, no.
I know. Potatoes.
Yes. You can cook potatoes in all those ways. How do you cook potatoes?
I cook potatoes in a number of different ways. Boiled potatoes are nice, mashed with a little onion and cheese, it's very nice. I don't fry potatoes very often.
My favorite way to cook potatoes is to bake them.
Baked or boiled?
I boil them, but I like sauté potatoes, so I part boil them, then fry them.
When I cook them for breakfast, I cut them into thin slices and I deep fry them.
Now, Natalie is learning how to cook Italian food. And today, she's going to cook something for us.
You come home from work or college. You're tired, you're hungry. You don't want to cook, but you have to. If you want something easy, try this recipe. You need pasta. And you also need butter, cream, Parmesan cheese, salt and pepper. First, melt some butter over a low flame. If you use a high flame, the butter goes brown, and you don't want that. Next, add some cream. And some cheese. Then, some salt and some pepper. This water is now boiling. Put the pasta in the boiling water. Add some salt and boil for about 7 minutes. That's fine. Not too soft, just right. Now, mix in the sauce. And that's it. Quick and easy to make.
Delicious.
I agree. Excellent. How much butter do you need?
And how much pasta do you need?
I'll show you. For 3 to 4 people, this is what you need. 60 grams of butter, 8 tablespoons of cream, 150 grams of Parmesan cheese, 450 grams of pasta, and a little salt and pepper.
Julia Marsh is having dinner tonight with James Brady.
at his flat. James is cooking a traditional Irish meal, Irish stew. Irish stew is made with lamb, the meat of a young sheep, or mutton, the meat of an older sheep. James is calling his mother to find out how to make it.
I see. If you use lamb, you cook it for 2 hours. If you use mutton, you cook it for 3 hours. Right? Thanks very much, Mum. Thanks. Bye. First put in some potatoes. Next, put in the carrots and onions. Then the meat. Now what does she say? After you put in the meat, put in some more potatoes. Oh no! I forgot the parsley. Add some parsley before you serve the meal.
Hello, James.
Hello, Julia. Come in. Oh, thank you.
That smells good. What is it?
Irish stew.
Irish stew. You can cook Irish stew.
Oh, yes.
Well, he can cook Irish stew with his mother's instructions.
If you use lamb, you cook it for 2 hours. If you use mutton, you cook it for 3 hours. After you put in the meat, put in some more potatoes. Add some parsley before you serve the meal. Another thing you have to do before you serve a meal is set the table.
That's the first course.
Hurry up, darling. They'll be here soon.
Yes, dear. Next, main course. Meat. Knives and forks again. 1 knife, 1 fork. 1 knife, 1 fork. 1 knife, 1 fork. 1 knife, 1 fork. And last, dessert. Dessert fork, dessert spoon. Dessert fork, dessert spoon.
Nice. Very nice.
Yes, yes, it is.
What are we eating tonight, darling?
What are we eating? You did the cooking.
No, I didn't. You did the cooking.
No, I didn't.
Today is your birthday, darlings. You are 1 year old today. So we're going to have a birthday meal. Now, what do you want for the first course?
Carrot soup.
And the second course?
Boiled carrots.
And what do you want for the main course?
Baked carrots.
And you'll have a birthday cake, of course.
Millie's is a restaurant in California which serves low-fat vegetarian food. Its owners are Margaret and Dennis Malone. Here's how Margaret describes their restaurant.
Millie's is a restaurant that the emphasis is on heart-healthy, low-fat, gourmet cuisine, and we specialize in providing people with locally grown organic produce.
We mostly steam and blanch and saute and bake. The one thing that we don't do is fry and use oil in deep frying and sauteing. One of the favorite dishes at Millie's that we've been making a lot is a stew, and we do it as a special, and it's called O'Malley's Stew. We get all of the seasonal vegetables that we buy at farmers market, and we wash them and we chop them on our preparation board. Then we get a pot and fill it with water and begin to blanch the carrots and the leeks. After they've been simmering for a couple of minutes, we add the shiitake mushrooms and the smoked tofu. We continue then to add the remaining ingredients and simmer a while longer, add some fresh herbs, and let it simmer for a few more minutes, and then the dish is complete. People come to dine now, and oftentimes it's 2 to 3 courses. In the past, we served food that wasn't quite as gourmet, and the meals were a bit shorter.
Ma'am? Yes. Your tempeh Normandy. Your shiitake steak, sir. And our special pasta dish.
Thank you. People are more and more interested in not only what they eat, but why they eat. So recently I've started to conduct groups that support people changing their lifestyle and their diet, that deal with all the emotional reasons why we choose foods that sometimes are not beneficial.
Well, that made me hungry.
I know a good vegetarian restaurant.
Great. Let's go. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello.
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 Today, we go out of town to the country.
Town. Town.
Country. Country.
Natalie wants to rent a house in the country for a weekend. But which house? Look at this, Natalie. Lots of houses. How about this one? Near a river.
Or this one. It has a great view. It's on a hill.
This one's nice. It's on a farm. Why not stay on a farm?
Well?
Well?
I don't know.
Near a river. On a hill. On a farm.
At MAP Advertising, Tom Hall has a problem with the rent.
What? But that's double. That's double the present rent. Yes. Yes, I will think about it. The company can't pay that. That's too much. Move to the country. I wonder. Rita?
Yes, Mr. Hall.
Ask James and Julia to come to a meeting tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Yes, Mr. Hall.
I have to tell you something. We have to move the company to a new office.
Move?
But
I think that's a great idea.
good.
We should be in the centre of town. We'll be near our customers.
Julia.
Transport is better.
Julia,
There are lots of good restaurants.
Julia. I think we should move to the country. Here.
Oh.
Tom Hall has to move the company. What does Julia think of this idea?
I think that's a great idea. We should be in the centre of town.
But Tom Hall doesn't want to move to the centre of town.
I think we should move to the country.
Julia isn't sure. She likes where she lives. Do you like where you live?
Yes, I like living there. There are lots of open spaces and it is very green, and there is also a forest which is nice to walk through.
I can't really say I do like living in town. I'm really much more of a country person, but this is where the work is.
I really like living in Santa Clara. It's close to where I work, and it's a small community, more or less. And it's a very green community with lots of trees, and it's relatively quiet, and I feel safe there.
Town mouse is visiting country mouse.
Welcome to the country. Come on, I'll show you round.
What's this?
Don't you know? It's a flower.
Bah. What's that?
That's a cow.
Moo. Oh, I don't like the country. It's noisy and it's dangerous. Everything is better in the town. Come and see. Hey, you can't walk there. Look.
You can't walk on the grass in town?
No.
Oh, what's that?
That's a dog.
That's a dog?
Oh, smoke. Wonderful. Where are you going?
I'm going home. I'm going back to the country.
Which house?
I think the house near the river is the best house for you, Natalie.
I agree.
I agree. I agree with Kevin. I also think that the house near the river is the best house for Natalie. I agree.
At MAP Advertising, Tom Hall thinks they should move to the country. Do James and Julia agree?
4 against. 4. Cheaper rent. Cheaper houses. Cleaner air. It's quieter, there's not so much noise, and parking's easier. Do you agree that these are all good reasons for moving?
Yes, I agree. But let's talk about the things against moving. Number 1, a long way from some clients? Don't you mean from all our clients?
No, that's not right. One of our biggest clients is here in the West. And we have another here in the North.
What about communications?
There's an airport here and a motorway here. And there are fast trains to everywhere in Britain from this station.
So communications are better than they are from here?
I think so.
But what do we do with our spare time? I know we can go for walks in the country, perhaps go horse riding, but we can only do that in summer. What can we do in the winter when it's cold and wet? It's not like London, is it?
I agree. But in this town here, 20 minutes by car, there are cinemas, theaters, good restaurants, and there's a jazz club. So I think MAP Advertising should move to the country. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree.
James?
I'm not sure.
I agree. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree.
Mary and Michael Bell own a farm near London called Cherry Trees Farm. It's special because it's open to visitors. Most of these visitors are children from city schools.
We keep cattle, which are called Herefords. We keep black pigs. We keep sheep. And we keep chickens for laying eggs and various farmyard animals, geese, ducks, goats. The majority of educational visits to Cherry Trees Farm are from school children aged between 4 and 10 who are from city areas.
Now, welcome to Cherry Trees Farm. Now, a visit to Cherry Trees Farm is not the usual sort of visit, because where practical, I ask you to help me.
After they've had their lunch, they then go to collect eggs, which to many is one of the best things they do on the farm, because a hen often will be sitting in the box where the egg is laid, and the child must slip its hand under the hen and actually touch a warm egg.
I got it, Alex. I got to send the chicken.
Don't push them too hard, don't chase them.
And then usually, after they have collected eggs, they will set off to see all the other animals.
When they're old enough, as people want them in the shop for roast duck, then we take them and prepare them. Can you see the one with the ring in his nose and the horns? Now he's our Hereford bull.
Why does he have a ring around his nose?
Well, when we need to do anything with him, we can put a hook through his nose to control him.
Part of our philosophy or belief is that animal welfare is as important as the methods by which we farm. So for us, freedom amongst the animals is part of the whole system.
Would you like to work on a farm, Kevin?
I'd love to.
Natalie?
If there's a television.
Natalie?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we're going to look at, well, things, and how we talk about things, how we describe things.
Things such as tables, chairs, and desks.
Watches.
And clothes.
What's in the bag?
An old sweater.
What colour is it?
Yellow.
What's it made of? Wool? Cotton?
Wool. It's made of wool.
Very nice.
Thank you.
What colour is it? What colour is it? What's it made of? What is it made of? What's it made of? Wool? Cotton?
Wool. It's made of wool. This is my favourite sweater. I have 4 sweaters, and I like this one the most. It's my favourite. What colour is your favourite sweater? And what's it made of?
My favorite sweater is blue. It's made of wool, and I bought it in Scotland.
My favorite sweater is a mint green color, and it's made of 100% cotton.
My favorite sweater is red, and it's made of wool, with my golf club's emblem on it.
Grey and cashmere.
I don't have a favorite sweater.
Almost all my sweaters are dark blue, and wool or cotton. I have a number.
I don't wear very many sweaters because it's too warm here.
It's a dark gray. Taupe gray?
It's green, dear.
Well, no, it's got gray and green in it.
At MAP Advertising, Tom Hall wants to buy some desks for the new office. He asked James Brady to help him. James phoned an office furniture company, and they sent him this, a catalogue. Today, James is looking through the catalogue, trying to find a desk he likes.
James? What are you doing?
I'm measuring my desk.
Why?
Well, Tom, asked me to find some new desks for the new office. And there's a nice one in this catalogue. Julia, may I borrow your pen?
Here.
Thanks.
And how big is your desk?
Well, it's 1 metre 80 centimetres long, 75 centimetres wide, and 75 centimetres high.
And the one in the catalogue?
It's bigger.
What's it like?
Well, it's grey and red, and it has 3 drawers.
Grey and red? What's it made of?
Metal and wood, with leather on top.
Let me see. Oh, yes, it is nice. How much is it?
There.
What?
Well, what do you think of it?
As you see, this desk is not big enough. But that desk is too expensive.
Oh, well, look again.
James, the pen, please.
Is this pen yours?
Yes, it's mine.
In the catalogue, James found a desk that he liked. Julia asked him about it.
What's it like?
What is it like? What shape is it? What is it made of? What color is it? What is it like? What is it like?
This desk is not big enough. That desk is too expensive.
Then James put Julia's pen in his pocket.
Is this pen yours?
Yes, it's mine.
His. Thank you. Hers.
Thank you.
Yours. Mine.
Ours.
What's that?
It's a present for you.
Oh, what is it?
You have to guess.
Oh, I don't know. What shape is it?
It's square. No, it's round.
What shape is it? What shape is it?
It's square. Square. It's round. Round.
I don't know.
Okay. Which hand is it in?
That one. A watch. Thank you. Where did you get it?
Excuse me.
Yes?
Do you want to buy a watch?
But whose are they?
What do you mean?
Are all those watches yours?
Of course they're mine. All of them. Now, which one would you like? What about this one? A nice, square, silver watch.
with a black strap. Or this one, a nice round gold watch with a brown leather strap.
This is a very nice watch. How much is it? Really? I'll take it.
Oh dear.
Oh, what's the time?
Ask her.
Can I help you, sir?
Whose are they? Whose are they?
They're mine. They're mine.
Handbags.
Books.
Umbrellas.
Watches.
Handbags, books, umbrellas, watches. All things you can lose when you travel by bus, train or underground. Maureen Beaumont works for London Transport at their lost property office. She helps passengers when they lose things.
On a typical day, we can receive as many as 500 items. If it's been raining, we could receive over 1,000 umbrellas. Handbags, purses, cameras, watches, you name it, somebody's lost it at some time or another. As you can see, this is some of the false teeth that we have handed in. We're not quite sure what are tops and what are bottom sets, but probably enough musical instruments here to equip the small orchestra. A false hand. It's part of a skeleton. It's the leg part, I think. Quite a large theatrical sword. A stuffed eagle. Beautiful wedding dress. We received 19,000 umbrellas last year. Ladies' umbrellas. Gents. And even the more unusual type. An umbrella for two. What's that one?
Yes.
Yes, this one was handed in at St James's Park.
That is my umbrella.
Yes?
Yes, I'm very pleased.
Here you are.
Thank you very much.
Right, sir, if you'd like to put your signature and address there for me.
Yes, certainly.
Is this yours, Kevin?
No, it's not mine. Is it yours, Natalie?
No, it isn't mine.
Well, whose is it? Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello.
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 Today, we look at the body and things that can happen to it.
Like aches, illness, accidents.
But first, we look at some of the main parts of the body. Head. Chest. Stomach. Arms. Legs. Back. Head. chest, stomach, arms, legs, and back. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, my back hurts.
Do you want to sit down?
No, I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yes, quite sure.
What's the matter? When something is wrong or somebody is ill, you ask this question. What's the matter?
And the answer? My back hurts. My back hurts.
Or, I have backache. I have backache.
Yes?
I don't feel well.
You should see a doctor.
But you are a doctor.
Am I? Oh, yes. You're right. Yes, I am. What's the matter?
I have a headache.
Take your hat off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, doctor. Oh. Oh. No headache. It's gone.
Your hat is too small.
But my stomach hurts too, doctor.
Where does it hurt? Exactly.
Here. It hurts here.
Stand up and take your jacket off. Uh-huh. No stomachache?
No stomachache.
Your belt is too tight.
But my feet hurt.
Let's see. Take your shoes off.
Oh.
Do your feet hurt now?
No, they're fine.
Your shoes are too small. No more problems?
No, I'm fine. Just fine. I don't feel well. I don't feel well.
Where does it hurt? Where does it hurt?
Now let's go to MAP advertising. Rachel Hanson is feeling happy today. She got a letter this morning. It was good news.
I've done it. I've done it! What? I've won a holiday for two in Italy. That's great. Congratulations. Italy? Beautiful weather, beautiful food, beautiful...
Rachel, look out! Rachel, are you all right? Are you okay?
I don't know. I've broken my leg. I think.
Now, don't worry, Rachel. Which leg is it?
This one.
And where does it hurt?
There.
Now, I won't hurt you. I'll be careful. I can't feel anything.
Have I broken it?
No, I don't think so. But I'm not sure.
What's happened?
It's Rachel. She's hurt herself.
Has she broken anything?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. Don't move her. She should go to hospital. I'll call an ambulance.
Look out! Look out. I've broken my leg. I have broken my leg. I've broken my leg.
What's happened? What has happened? What's happened? Has she broken anything? Has she broken anything?
Have I broken it? Have I broken my leg? I'm not sure. Julia doesn't know the answer, so she says, I'm not sure.
Don't move her. Don't move her.
Come on, John. Time to get up.
I don't feel well.
Oh, dear. What's the matter?
I have a headache, and my chest hurts.
I see.
And I have stomach ache. Look up, Mum, be careful. Don't sit there.
Why not?
I fell out of bed last night. I've broken my leg, I think.
Oh, dear. You should go to hospital.
No, I'll be all right. But I can't go to school today. Oh.
Don't worry, John. You can stay in bed all day. Today's Saturday. There's no school today.
Oh.
Be careful, John.
It's all right, Mum. My headache has gone. My chest doesn't hurt. My stomach ache has gone. And my leg is better. I think I'll get up now.
Now, what about Rachel's leg? Let's see what's happening at MAP Advertising.
Hello, Tom Hall. Ah, Julia. That's good news. Okay, take her home and tell her to stay there until she's better. Yes, that's fine. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Ah, there you are, James.
Yes. I've just heard about Rachel's accident. How did it happen?
She fell over.
How is she?
Julia has just phoned from the hospital. Rachel has hurt her leg, but she hasn't broken it.
That's good.
Yes. Julia is taking her home now. James, are you all right?
Oh, I have a cold. I'll be okay.
No, you won't. You should go home and go to bed.
But...
No buts. You'll give your cold to everybody in the office. I don't want that. Off you go.
All right, boss. Actually, I don't feel well. I've just heard about Rachel's accident.
Julia has just phoned from the hospital.
Head.
Chest.
Back.
Stomach.
Arms.
Legs.
Parts of the body. Dancers have to exercise every part of their bodies. Mary Evelyn is a teacher at the London School of Contemporary Dance. She teaches dancing and studies the human body.
I've always loved to watch dancing. I find it fascinating because it's something which crosses all barriers. It's often called the language of dance. It's a way of communicating emotion or feelings, stories, without having to use words. Lifting the middle, long again, drop. Long leg to the back. Strength is very, very important to the dancer, and stamina. They have a great deal of work to do to make the body mobile. That's to make all the arms, the legs, the head move freely, and to have control over the different parts of the body. isolation in dance is very important. It is crucial that the dancer learns to use all the different parts of the body in separation from each other, so that, for instance, while the whole of the rest of the body was still, they could move just a hand from the wrist, or just the head, just a shoulder. Each part of the body must be mobile on its own. Right, okay. Now bring your heel front. Try and keep your hip back. That's it. And reach the foot. Go down and make sure your knees come over your feet. The hips are square. Okay, push your heels into the floor. Okay, now make sure that you're still lifting the elbows here so that they don't droop down and take the shoulder with it. This is going to be lifted. The shoulder has to still be wide. I've always loved the human body and the way it works. And this is something which I'm still discovering, the endless possibilities for the body, for all the parts of the body to work in isolation from each other or together. This is a study which I imagine will take me all my life.
I think we've finished for today. Natalie?
I've finished.
And I've finished.
Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today we look at people's lives. What have you done in your life?
How many jobs have you had?
Which countries have you been to?
Which countries have you been to?
I have been to India. Last year I went to India, and now I'm back here. I've been to India.
I have been to Russia. 2 years ago, I went to Russia, then I came back here. I've been to Russia.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where have you been?
I don't know. I've forgotten.
At MAP Advertising, it's lunchtime. James Brady has been out with a client all morning. Only Julia is in the office.
Hello, Julia. Are there any messages for me?
No, I don't think so. Are you expecting a message?
Yes, I asked Susan Warren to ring me. It's quite important.
Well, she hasn't rung.
How long have you been here?
I've been here for 5 hours. Since 7:30.
Really? Why did you come in so early?
I have a lot of work to do at the moment.
I see.
James,
Yes?
how many jobs have you had?
Well, I've had 3 other jobs. Why?
I'm just interested, that's all. James, how many countries have you been to?
What? How many countries have I been to?
Yes.
Well, I've worked in England and Ireland, that's 2. And I've had holidays in 5 others. That's 7. Why do you want to know?
7 countries. I've only been to 2.
Julia,
Yes?
what are you trying to say?
What do you mean?
What are all these questions? How many jobs have I had? How many countries have I been to? What do they mean?
Well, James, I haven't done much in my life.
Julia, I wouldn't say that.
No, it's true. I haven't done much. And I want to do something different.
What?
I'm going to leave MAP advertising.
Julia. How long have you been here?
I've been here for 5 hours. I've been here since 7:30.
It is now 12:30. Julia came to the office at 7:30. Julia has been in the office for 5 hours. She has been in the office since 7:30. For 5 hours, since 7:30.
How long have you lived in London, Kevin?
6 months. I have lived here for 6 months.
And you, Natalie, how long have you lived in London?
I've lived in London since 1989. How long have you lived in your town?
I've lived here for 16 years.
I've lived in Bolinas for 18 years.
I've lived here about 25 years.
On and off, I've lived in or around London all my life. I've lived in London continuously for the last 11 years.
I've lived in Reading for about 20 years.
For 18, no, nearly 20 years.
Not quite 2 years.
I've lived in Pacifica 3 years.
Have you found a house for your weekend in the country?
I've found 2, but I don't know which house I want to go to. This one or this one. I can't decide.
I'll decide for you. Go to this one.
Okay.
At MAP Advertising, Julia has decided to do something. She talks to Tom Hall about it.
Yes?
Can I talk to you for a minute, Tom?
Of course, Julia. Sit down. What is it?
I've decided to leave.
Leave?
Yes. I've decided to leave MAP advertising.
Oh, no. Is it because we're moving out of London?
Well, yes. But there are other reasons.
I know. You've never liked working here and you found another job.
No. I've enjoyed working here. And I've learnt a lot, but...
But what?
Well... I haven't had time for other things. I've worked here for 4.5 years, nearly 5. And I'd like to do something different.
You have found another job.
No, I haven't, really.
Well, what do you mean? Something different?
I want to travel. You know, I've never been to the United States.
Haven't you?
No. And I want to learn to ski. I want to live abroad and learn a new language. There are lots of things that I haven't done.
Well, what can I say? I'm really sorry. But I understand.
Thanks, Tom.
What has Julia decided?
I've decided to leave MAP advertising.
Julia has liked working at MAP advertising.
I've enjoyed working here.
She hasn't found another job. She wants to do something different. She wants to learn to ski, to learn a new language, and to travel.
I've never been to the United States. There are lots of things that I haven't done.
Chris Simpson is a photographer. He has been a photographer for 20 years, and he talks about the kinds of photographs he has taken in that time.
I've always attempted to create an element of mystery in my photographs. I'm doing a project for a watch company. They want to show different brands of watches and basically sportsmen. So today it was the rowing.
What, you want it tightening again? Yeah. After loosening it this time, it's getting a bit tight.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Well, if it's tight now.
I'm not a reportage photographer, and I try and find a situation and then manipulate it so that it works for me. This was very much a case in point. I was photographing the trees, she walked by, I saw her and put her in the picture. "99% of the photographs I take are the truth, because that's very much my style of photography. But here is a case of a photograph that I've manipulated. As you see it, that is one picture, shot for real as one picture. The difference is that the Canon is made out of polystyrene. That picture would not have worked, in my mind, if I'd had a boring blue sky. And these clouds, late afternoon, they came along, and it becomes to me the epic picture. And it's luck, because those clouds weren't there to order. You can manipulate certain things. The best photograph I've ever taken, I love landscapes, I love people. I would answer that by saying he is one of my favorite pictures. He comes across in a proud, noble way. And it's that feeling that I wanted to capture, so I'm very happy with that picture.
What's the best job you've ever had, Kevin?
This one.
What's the most difficult job you've ever had?
This one.
How many jobs have you had?
In my life?
Yes.
Including this one?
Yes.
One.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we look at how to talk about problems, about things going wrong. For example, losing something. This is where I keep the things that I don't want to lose. This is my briefcase. Briefcase. In here, I keep important papers. My wallet with driving license. Checkbook. All very important things that I don't want to lose.
At MAP Advertising, Tom Hall has a meeting with James Brady and Julia Marsh, but James and Julia are late.
Rita? Yes, Mr. Hall. Are James and Julia there? We have a meeting at 2:30 and it's...
Sorry I'm late, Tom.
It's all right, Rita. Where have you been?
At the police station.
Where?
At the police station. I've lost my briefcase. Or perhaps somebody's taken it, I don't know.
Oh, no. What happened? Sit down. Was there anything important in it?
Important? My checkbook? All the papers I need for work. My appointment book.
Oh, that's terrible. But how did you lose your briefcase?
Well, as you know, I was with a client all morning, and we had lunch together. After I had lunch, I went shopping. And when I wanted to buy something, I couldn't find my checkbook. Then I remembered that it was in my briefcase, and my briefcase was in my car.
So you went back to your car?
I went back to my car, no briefcase.
And then you went to the police?
Oh, not immediately. Before I went to the police station, I called the client's office. And no luck. They said the briefcase wasn't there.
Excuse me. Tom Hall. James, where are you?
Julia has lost her briefcase with a lot of important things in it. But how and when?
After I had lunch, I went shopping. When I wanted to buy something, I couldn't find my checkbook. Before I went to the police station, I called the client's office.
But Julia had no luck. She has lost her briefcase. Have you ever lost anything important?
I've lost my car keys before now. That caused me great problems.
No, I've never lost anything important.
I have lost an important thing. I lost my wedding ring at one time, but fortunately I was able to find it again.
A boat. I had, in the early 1970s, an old wooden boat on which I lived, and I went away for a few days and came back to find it on the bottom of the canal.
No, I've always found it again if I've thought I've lost it, fortunately, so no.
Yes, I've lost a lot of things.
Back to MAP Advertising. Julia Marsh came late to a meeting with Tom Hall because she lost her briefcase. But why is James late?
James, where are you?
I'm at a garage. I've had an accident.
An accident? Are you all right?
Don't worry, it's not serious. I'm not hurt, but I can't drive the car. The rear lights are broken.
What happened?
I was at the traffic lights when somebody hit me from behind. His brakes didn't work.
Oh, no. James, can you come to the office now? We have a meeting, remember? Oh, good. I'll see you in half an hour. Goodbye. He's okay. He's getting a taxi. Yes. Yes, there is. Julia Marsh. Really? I'll tell her. It was very kind of you to call. Goodbye. That was the manager of the Europa restaurant. Just after lunch today, he found a black leather briefcase under a table. When he opened the case, he found a lot of papers. He said that they had the name MAP on them. And he found a checkbook with the name Marsh on it. J. Marsh. J for Julia.
Oh dear, poor Julia. And James is not at the meeting because he's had an accident.
I was at the traffic lights when somebody hit me from behind.
And what happened when the restaurant manager opened Julia's briefcase?
When he opened the case, he found a lot of papers.
And these papers had the MAP name on them. Of course, the briefcase is Julia's, so her problem is over. But now, here's another kind of problem.
What's the matter?
Before I went to bed, I had 20 legs.
Yes?
I slept for a month.
Then what happened?
Well, when I woke up, my legs were gone. And now I have these.
Do this.
Thank you.
Christine Barr is a firefighter in California. She describes the day when the town of Oakland, near San Francisco, caught fire.
I got to work at 8 a.m. and did my usual duties, checking the engine. I was the driver that day, so I made sure my engine was in shape and all the gear was ready. My captain informed me that we would spend a couple of hours testing hydrants, then we would shop for lunch and dinner. Then we came back to the station around noon, and it was at that time that we turned on the TV and we began to hear the report of the fire.
By 11 o'clock this morning, the fire was nothing more than a small grass fire, and it was almost out. Then, 25-mile-an-hour winds gusted, and it was as if gasoline was being poured from the sky. Flames rose 20 feet high, and smoke blanketed Buckingham Boulevard.
We got on Highway 101, and with our lights and sirens going. Once we crossed the Bay Bridge and were heading toward Berkeley, I looked up and I could see the flames on the ridges, and I was shocked. When we turned a corner, we saw a 30-foot jet of gas shoot out at us, a broken gas line. When we turned another corner, there was a sputtering transformer raining sparks, and everywhere there were down power lines and burning vegetation, exploding trees. While we were on Broadway Terrace, we were asked to fight an attic fire in one of the homes. After we made entry into the house, we climbed up a narrow staircase into a small child's room. And I only had a second to look around me before the room filled with smoke and it was too hot to stand up. So we backed out down the staircase, and as we were coming down the stairs, I saw photographs hanging on the wall, and I felt at that point that these people were going to lose their home. And I thought that if I could take the pictures, they would at least have something. So I snatched them off the wall, and I grabbed a towel, and I wrapped them in a towel, and I hunched over them so that they wouldn't get wet, and I put them down in the neighbor's yard. It was unbelievable to see so much burning at once, and it was like someone had dropped a bomb on Oakland.
What are those?
Photos of my weekend in the country.
Oh, yes. Did you enjoy it?
Yes, it was lovely.
Nothing went wrong?
No, everything was great.
Well, the weather wasn't very good.
Oh, and I lost a suitcase. Oh, and my card...
Goodbye. Hello. Today, we're celebrating, and we look at other people's celebrations.
Oh!
Celebrations, when people get together and have a party.
With food, drink, and maybe music and dancing.
Celebrations like a birthday. Birthday. Christmas. Christmas. New Year. New Year. A wedding. Wedding.
There. That's better, son. Now, have you forgotten anything?
No, Mother. I haven't forgotten anything.
The car.
I've already booked the car.
Ooh, I love weddings. And the flowers.
Jane has collected the flowers.
She hasn't forgotten.
No, Mother, she hasn't forgotten.
Is Aunt Mary coming to the wedding?
We've invited her, but she hasn't answered the invitation.
Oh. Well, it's time to go. Now you're sure you haven't forgotten anything?
Yes, Mother, I'm sure.
Come on, then. We'll wait for the car outside.
It seems both of them have forgotten something. The mother asked about 3 things: the car, the flowers, and Aunt Mary.
I've already booked the car. Jane has collected the flowers. Aunt Mary hasn't answered the invitation. Invitation. A card asking her to come to the wedding. Have you ever been to a wedding?
Yes, I've been to many weddings.
I've been to several weddings all over this country of friends and colleagues, and also weddings abroad of friends in Germany and in Cyprus.
Yes, I've been married once myself, and I've been to many other people's weddings.
Yes, I've been to several weddings. Our most recent wedding we've been to was our daughter's wedding last year. And it was in the front yard of our home.
I've been to many weddings, and I like weddings. I think it's a good celebration.
Today, they're having a celebration at MAP Advertising. They're having a party at the old offices before moving to the new offices. And Carl Schiller from Germany is there.
James, have you met Carl yet?
No.
Carl, this is James Brady. James, this is Carl Schiller.
How do you do? How do you do?
I have things to do, so I'll leave you two to get to know each other.
Do you work here, James?
Yes, I do.
Have you been here long?
No, not long. About 6 months.
Hmm.
Do you know many people here?
No, I've only been here once, so...
Come and meet some people.
Okay.
Rita, I want you to meet Carl Schiller. Carl, this is...
We've already met.
Oh, I see. Can I get you a drink, Carl?
Yes, please. Orange juice? I'm driving.
1 minute. Hi, Julia. Are you having a good time?
Yes, fine. Have you tried this yet? It's delicious.
No, I haven't. What's in it?
Different fruit juices and lemonade, I think. I'm not sure.
I'll try some. You're right, it is good. I'm sorry you're leaving, Julia.
Yes, it's a pity. But I've been here for 5 years now. It's time to move on.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Nothing. I've just remembered. Orange juice for Carl.
James, have you met Carl yet? Have you met Carl yet?
Come and meet some people. Come and meet some people. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I haven't decided yet. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Have you tried this yet? Have you tried this yet?
Are you going to the party?
What party?
That party, over there. It's a leaving party. We're going south, where the weather is good.
I haven't had an invitation.
That's all right. Come with me.
Hi, we haven't met. I'm Basil. Can I get you a drink?
Yes, please.
Have you tried that water down there yet? It's delicious.
No, I haven't.
Come on, let's go.
Cheers!
Let's go back to MAP advertising and see what's happening there.
Quiet. Quiet, please. Thank you. Next week, we'll be in our new offices in the country. But one person will not be there. Julia. Julia has done a lot for MAP advertising. She's been here for 5 years, and I've enjoyed working with her very much. But she has decided to leave. I haven't tried to persuade her to stay because I know she wants to try something new. Julia, would you come here, please? This is from all the staff and myself. It comes with our thanks and our best wishes for the future.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
And now, here's to Julia and her new life. And here's to our new offices.
Norman Stevens is a registrar, a man who marries people. He works at a very famous registry office in Chelsea, in London. And he has worked there for a long time.
I have been a registrar for 23 years. I'm not sure exactly how many couples I've married in those years, but it's probably around 10,000. Would you all please stand to greet the bride? The most weddings I've ever done in one day was actually 22. Would you all please stand? I do solemnly declare.
I do solemnly declare.
That I know not.
That I know not.
Of any lawful impediment.
Of any lawful impediment.
Why I, Kevin Patrick Crehan.
Why I, Kevin Patrick Crehan.
Should not be joined.
Should not be joined.
In matrimony.
In matrimony.
To Kathy Jean Hampton.
To Kathy Jean Hampton.
I have never actually forgotten the words completely, but I have sometimes started the first declaration a second time, or started the second declaration first. I give this ring.
I give this ring.
As a symbol.
As a symbol.
Of our marriage.
Of our marriage.
And as a token.
And as a token.
Of my love.
Of my love.
Have you made your declarations in front of your witnesses? I'm very pleased to say you are now by law husband and wife. You don't have to look happy this time, you know. That's it. Even though I personally have married about 10,000 couples, what I have to remind myself all the time is that for them, it's their first time, and for them, it's a very special day.
Do you know what we're celebrating today, Natalie?
No.
Tell her, Kevin.
My birthday.
Oh, many happy returns.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you, David. Goodbye.
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 That's so sweet.
Hello. Today, we're going to talk about the future.
We know one thing about the future. You can never be sure You can never be certain what will happen.
But at MAP Advertising, two things are certain. They're moving office today, and Julia is leaving the company.
Well, this is it.
This is it.
My last day at MAP Advertising.
What are you going to do? Have you decided yet?
Not really. I think I'll go to Germany and look for a job there.
You don't sound very happy, Julia.
I know. It's just that, well, I hope I'm doing the right thing.
Ah, you'll be okay.
I hope so.
You can always stay at MAP. It's not too late.
No, I'm not going to do that. What about you, James? Where will you be 5 years from now?
What a question. I'll be married. And I'll have 2 children.
Really?
Of course not. I don't know where I'll be 5 years from now. I hope I'll still be in advertising. I like it. Will you get married, Julia?
Perhaps. If I meet the right man, I'll get married. But I don't know.
Julia and James talked about the future.
I think I'll go to Germany.
You'll be okay. You'll be all right. You'll be okay.
I hope so. I hope I'll be okay. I hope so.
And what about James? Where will he be 5 years from now?
I hope I'll still be in advertising. I hope I'll still be in advertising.
Another question. Will Julia get married?
If I meet the right man, I'll get married. If.
Yes?
I want to know what's going to happen in my life. Can you tell me my future?
Your future? Let's see. Yes! If you eat a lot, you'll get fat.
That's no good. Everybody knows that. Will I have a long life?
Do you smoke?
Yes.
If you stop smoking, you'll live longer.
That's no good either. You're not telling me anything I don't know.
You will travel to a far place.
That's better. Where?
I don't know. But you will meet a woman, and you will marry her.
Who is she?
I don't know.
You don't know anything. I'm leaving.
You can't leave yet. First, you have to give me some money.
I'm not going to give you any money. You haven't told me anything.
If you don't give me any money, You'll be sorry.
If you eat a lot, you'll get fat. If you stop smoking, you'll live longer. If you don't give me any money, you'll be sorry.
We heard James and Julia's hopes for the future. What are your hopes for the future?
I hope in the future that my daughters will continue to grow and perhaps be married and have families of their own, and then I can be a grandfather, which would be quite nice.
That my children do well in school, that they study and really apply everything that they have in them to develop their talents and their intelligence, and that they're happy.
My hopes for the future, my principal hope, is that I will stay healthy and continue to do the sort of things which I like to do.
For myself, I hope that I'll remain fit enough to carry on dancing for a long time.
Here is someone with different hopes.
I have an idea. I'm going to make a fire.
What's a fire?
I don't really know.
What will it do?
I think it'll give us light.
That'll be nice.
And I hope it'll make us warm.
Good.
We can put our food on the fire.
Will it taste better?
Perhaps.
I hope so.
That's it. That's a fire. You've stolen my idea.
Tom Hall hopes that the move to the country will be good for MAP advertising. But now the day has come, and he's not so sure.
What is it, Tom?
Oh, I'm thinking.
Thinking about the move?
Yes.
I hope I've done the right thing. If I'm wrong, the company will lose business.
Tom, you've looked at the advantages again and again.
I know.
Offices in London have become very expensive.
Yes.
A lot of companies have moved out of London.
I know, but...
Tom, life in the country will be easier. I know you've done the right thing.
I hope so.
I'm sure everything will be fine.
Yes, you're right. I'm a little sad to leave the old place, that's all. But we all have to look ahead to the future and our new lives. Let's go out and have a meal to celebrate.
I'd love to.
James.
Great idea.
John Ketley tries to predict the future, our future weather. He's a TV weather forecaster, and he tells us what the weather will be in different countries. He starts by talking about a weather forecasting centre in a place called Bracknell.
An awful lot of preparation goes on at our headquarters at Bracknell initially. That's where the supercomputer handles all the equipment, all the information going in. An awful lot of observations, ground-based observations, satellite information, radar pictures, etc., etc. Our team of forecasters over there handle that information, and they then come to a conclusion as far as the forecasts are concerned for the next 24, 48 hours or so. Hello and a warm welcome to the World Service weather forecast. Well, over Europe it's been very unsettled in recent days. We can see these areas of low pressure responsible for this unsettled weather. Plenty of snow across the Alps and some really widespread snow across much of Norway and Sweden just at the moment as well. Spain's going to be extremely good. It will get much warmer than it's been recently. We did have some high temperatures down in the south of Spain about 2 or 3 weeks ago, then it turned cooler, but now we're very confident it will get warmer again. It's going to be sunny. We're going to see temperatures 28, 30 degrees, something of that order in the south of Spain. Let's look at a few city forecasts then for the next few days. Starting up in the north, Tokyo at about 18 or 19 degrees and missing most of the rain. Nagasaki, though, will get the rain. Temperatures there about 13, but it really is very warm indeed for the time of the year up in Vladivostok. Now, as you come into China, through Korea as well, you can see here that it's very warm too. Beijing about 27 degrees, with most of the rain clearing away by the end of the week. Northern China is still rather variable at this time of the year. China is an enormous country, of course. The climate varies tremendously from north to south, from east to west. At the moment, it's still quite unsettled up in the north of China, still snow around, but it looks like it's getting better. It is settling down. It will become drier in the next few days. Over into India now, plenty of hot sunshine there, as you can see, really hot, but those showers never too far away from Sri Lanka. And in the Middle East, well, 1 or 2 showers to begin with, but then most places staying dry. That's it from me.
Have we reached the end of the programme?
I think so.
I think so too.
We'll see you in the future. Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today we're going to talk about people's lifestyles, where they live, what kind of things they have in their houses, and what they do.
I live in a flat in the centre of town. It's a modern flat and all my furniture is modern. I go out a lot and I drive an old car. Right. Tell us something about your lifestyle, Kevin.
Well, I don't have a car, and I don't live in an apartment. I used to live in an apartment when I lived in California, but now I live on a boat, a houseboat, on the river. I don't own the boat. I rent it from a friend. I also go out a lot, and I have a motorbike. What about you, David?
Well, I don't live on a boat, and I don't live in a flat. I don't pay rent, and I don't have a motorbike. I have a house. A modern house, but full of antique furniture. And I drive a sports car. When I was younger, I used to live in a flat, and I used to have a motorbike. Now I have a sports car, but I used to have a motorbike. Used to. I had a motorbike, but not now. Now I live in a house, but I used to live in a flat. Used to. I lived in a flat, but not now.
Kevin lives on a boat, but he used to live in a flat. Where do you live? And where did you used to live?
I live in a small flat in central London near my work, and at weekends I go to the country. I used to live in a 4-bedroom family house in the suburbs?
I live in a 2-bedroom semi-detached house, and I used to live in a large house which I shared with a few other people.
Now I live in a ground floor flat which I'm buying, but I used to live in a council flat that I rented.
I live in a condominium now. I used to live in an apartment.
I live in a 2-story adobe house on the south side of Santa Fe. I used to live in a wooden farmhouse in Ohio when I was a child.
Oh, hello. Come in. Hi. Nice cave you have here.
Thank you.
Is it yours?
No, we rent it. We used to live in a cave.
Really?
Yes, but we don't live in a cave anymore. We live in a tower.
It's very nice. We used to live in a tower, but we moved.
Why?
It was cold.
And it was noisy.
So we came to this cave. It's warm.
And it's quiet.
But it's dark.
And it's wet.
You're right, but we like it, don't we, dear?
Yes, we do.
Julia Marsh has a flat in London. She has left MAP advertising and she wants to move to Germany. She's getting ready to go, but she doesn't know what to do with all the furniture in her flat.
When are you leaving?
Pardon?
When are you leaving for Germany?
I don't know. Oh, James. This is really difficult. I don't know what to do about this flat.
Is it yours? Do you own it?
No, I rent it. But all the furniture's mine.
This typewriter,
What about it?
is it yours?
Yes.
It's wonderful. You don't often see typewriters like that.
I hardly ever use it. But I don't want to sell it. Do you want it?
I'd love it. How much do you want for it?
Oh, don't worry. You can have it.
Thank you.
Hello? Speaking. Mike, hello. I'm fine, thank you. No, I'm not working for MAP anymore. I'm going to Germany, I think. Why? Really? Let me think about it. Bye. Well, well, well.
Julia has an old typewriter. This is what they said about it.
It's wonderful. You don't often see typewriters like that.
I hardly ever use it.
Always. Often. Hardly ever. Never.
Julia talked to someone on the telephone. Who was it?
That was Mike Roberts of International Promotions.
International Promotions?
Yes, I used to work for them before I moved to MAP.
Oh, yes. What did he want?
He offered me some freelance work. He thinks I ought to start my own advertising agency.
Why?
He says there's a lot of work for small independent companies that are
Cheap?
Good value. I don't know.
What about Germany?
Well, I really want to work abroad. But I'd like to be independent. To be my own boss in my own office?
You don't have an office.
Yes, I do. A desk, a telephone, a typewriter.
Wait a minute, that's my typewriter.
No, it isn't. It's mine. I need it. If you want to use it, you'll have to work for me.
Me work for you?
Will Julia stay in London?
Will James work with her?
We'll have to wait and see.
We're now going to Docklands. That's an area in the east of London along the River Thames, where boats used to come in and dock. In the last century and the first half of this century, the area was very busy. There were lots of ships coming in and lots of work for the people who lived there. But things changed in the 1950s and 60s. The docks closed and industries moved out. Then, in the 1980s, there was another great change. New buildings went up in Docklands and new companies moved in. A man who has seen many of these changes is Terry Ward, who works as a postman in Docklands. Let's hear what Terry thinks of the changes to the area.
The kinds of people and the jobs that they used to do in the last century in the docks were all relevant to Docklands itself and the industries which were joined to it. Today, of course, the people are completely different. And there are a lot of professional people now. Skilled accountants, doctors, lawyers. All of these people don't really fit into the mood of the docks or the tone of the docks. They're the kind of people who would have a townhouse and they would want to get away to the country, somewhere for the countryside. A lot of the flats and houses that have been purchased in the docks, well, at the weekends, they're empty. You don't see them. They're only used during the week when the people are working. Therefore, they don't really constitute a community, because at the weekend, when the social life used to be at its most active, now it tends to sink and go quiet. And an awful lot of the new docks estates and areas are deserted at weekends. And you've got nothing anymore. In fact, it's like a ghost town. Well, what we're looking at now is a section of Millwall Dock, which used to be one of the busiest docks in the world. Here, for instance, in the wasteland before us, there used to be the McDougall's flour mill, which was world famous. And to keep that supplied, loads of clippers used to come in to where Clippers Quay is now, and they used to maneuver themselves around and go along to the granaries, where they used to unload all their cargoes of grain. That, in turn, was put into storage, and McDougall used to call upon it when they needed it. Also, further along here was where the timber ships used to come. And that is why where we are standing now is called Timber Wharf. Well, now we have a whole new estate, which is partly privately owned and partly council estate, which is called Timber Wharves. This has only been in existence 5 years at the most. It's only now beginning to fill up completely with people and families. When Docklands was really thriving many years ago, and they used to have whole estates and rows and streets of houses which are all dockers or related industries. All the people lived there. They had a very close-knit community spirit, and they certainly used to make all their own entertainment, an awful lot of it. And they used to organise trips, you know, days down to the seaside and things like that. And it would all be done, and there used to be social clubs, which certain docks used to have their own social club, for instance, where they'd have dances on Saturday nights and things, and various parties for the children, special treats and things. You'll
You'll still find in some of the old streets where the dockers used to live many years ago, in those old cottages, you find a better spirit of community than you do in modern flats.
It doesn't seem to have a soul anymore. Just straight brick and mortar, and that's it. It's lost its spirit.
Docklands looks like an interesting place. I think I'll go there on Saturday.
Good idea. Well, that's all for now, so...
David,
Yes?
we never say goodbye first.
Really?
Well, hardly ever.
Okay. You can say goodbye first.
Thank you. After you, Kevin.
No, after you.
No, after you.
No, you go ahead, please.
Goodbye.
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 Hello. Today we look at what we like and what we don't like, and what we like more than other things, our preferences. Natalie likes watching television. What kind of programs can you see on television?
The news.
Meeting in Brussels to discuss the crisis facing the Irish punt.
Most of them are farmers.
A documentary.
They can grow very little on this land.
A film.
Or a movie.
A music program.
Does it have a garden?
A cartoon.
All right, Lucy, you answer
A game show.
Nick, go with Sandra.
What kind of television programs do you like?
I like comedy programs and I like documentaries.
I like comedies and I like documentaries, and I don't like police dramas.
I like the news occasionally.
Types of programs I don't like, generally speaking, are game shows.
Bushes. How many bushes are there? There are 2.
Natalie likes watching cartoons.
And how many flowers are there? Flowers?
I like watching cartoons too. Natalie likes watching cartoons, and so do I.
Oh, no.
What's on now?
A game show. I don't like game shows.
Nor do I. Natalie likes cartoons. So do I. So do I. She doesn't like game shows.
Oh, no.
Nor do I. Nor do I.
What's this?
It's a game show.
A game show? I don't like game shows.
Nor do I. What's this?
I don't know.
It's a documentary.
I hate documentaries.
What's this?
It's a film.
Okay, I like films.
So do I.
Good.
But I hate this film.
I wonder if Kevin likes watching TV. Kevin? Kevin? Kevin!
Yes?
Do you like watching TV?
Watching TV?
Yes.
No. I'm listening to music.
I said, do you like watching TV?
Oh. Do I like watching TV?
Yes.
Yes. It's okay. But I prefer listening to music. I like watching TV. I like watching TV. But I prefer listening to music. I prefer. I like it more. I prefer listening to music.
James Brady still works for MAP Advertising. MAP are moving out of London to new offices in the country. James is talking to Julia Marsh about her plans to form her own advertising agency.
What have you decided to do?
Well, I've thought about it a lot. And I've decided to stay in London and form my own company. Marsh Advertising.
Congratulations.
What about you?
Me?
Are you going to stay at MAP?
Yes. Well, I think so.
I see. You'd prefer to live in the country?
No, of course I'd rather live in London, but I can't.
Yes, you can. You can stay here and work with me.
I prefer working for a bigger company.
You haven't tried working for a small one. Look at these. My business plan for the company. And my first job. It could be our first job. You'd prefer to live in the country?
You'd prefer to live in the country. You would prefer. You'd prefer to live in the country.
I'd rather live in London.
I'd rather live in London. I would rather. I'd rather live in London. James would rather live in London. He'd prefer to live in London than live in the country.
Let's go back to Julia and James. Julia is telling James about her first freelance job.
You remember International Promotions? The company I used to work for?
Yes.
Well, they're organising a big exhibition.
What kind of exhibition?
It's about health and fitness. And they want me to organise the advertising campaign. Imagine. They don't want to work with MAP now that I've left.
Really? Well, that's great.
I have to find out what kind of people are interested in keeping fit. And then I have to find out what kind of TV programmes they enjoy watching. That's for the TV advertising.
Well, I enjoy keeping fit, but I hate watching TV.
Well, you're a big help.
Julia, about this new company of yours.
Yes?
I think I'd like to join you.
But James, you prefer working for big companies.
Yes. No. I prefer working with people I like. And I'm impressed with this.
James, I'm very pleased.
I enjoy keeping fit. I like keeping fit. I enjoy keeping fit. I hate watching TV. I don't like watching TV. I hate watching TV.
Universal Studios in Florida is one of the biggest entertainment parks in the world. It has attractions and rides based on famous movies, like Ghostbusters and Earthquake. We talked to the Tullis family when they visited Universal Studios for the first time. Let's find out what they liked and didn't like.
I think a day at Universal is the best type of family entertainment a family could have.
Right, all the way down. This is the main entrance. Look, here's the main entrance, and there's Ghostbusters.
Okay, we got to go down that 2 blocks.
Yeah.
I really enjoy going on the rides, and I'd heard a lot about them. I'd never been here before, and the rides were exciting, and they lived up to their billing.
Sounds ominous. Hot set.
Please reach forward to the gray bars in front of you, and slowly and gently pull them back towards you. King Kong has escaped and is on the loose. So I'm going to turn to the police emergency station and see if I can find out where he is.
I think I enjoyed seeing my family enjoy the rides the most and the excitement. And I also enjoyed watching the people.
Well, it's so authentic, you know. You almost have to be sure that you look up, though, to get the total experience.
That's the whole deal. They get you in the mood. I think like the pictures in that...
Like my father, I too enjoyed riding on the rides and seeing the people go by. The lines got tedious after a while, but I still enjoyed. I mean, there's nothing I disliked or hated about the day. I enjoyed it, basically everything.
Winston, look out! Whoa! Ray, 12 o'clock! Whoa!
I'm hungry.
The restaurant was very nice, and I liked the buffet. I disliked how they didn't have the meat of my choice, but I liked the rest of the food, and I liked the salad bar.
Do you want to try a taste? Thank you, but no thank you.
It tastes good. It tastes very good.
I liked sitting down for lunch and taking a break. It kind of refreshed me, ready for the next ride.
San Francisco, I'm not sure what if it said train station, I would understand a lot better.
Right.
I preferred Earthquake to Ghostbusters. I preferred it primarily because I felt that the visual effects were much more creative and authentic. I loved the sensation of actually going through and watching and imagining what a real earthquake would have been like.
I would much rather go on the rides than watch the movies because the rides are unpredictable.
The rides were incredible, but the best part of the day for me, the thing I liked the most, was sharing the excitement and the enjoyment of the day with my family.
Boy, I'd like to go on some of those rides.
Universal Studios looks like a great place. I love parks like that.
So do I. Well, that's all for today. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, arrivals and departures. We're going to talk about travelling from one country to another. Travelling by air.
What do you need when you leave your country? What must you have?
Well, you probably need one of these. A passport. Or perhaps an identity card.
And you need one of these. A ticket.
What do you need? What must you have?
You need a passport. You must have a passport.
You need a ticket. You must have a ticket.
Now, what do you have to do when you get to the airport?
Well, first you have to take your ticket and your luggage to the check-in desk.
And what do you have to do at the check-in desk?
You have to check in.
Right. This is a check-in desk. What do you have to do at the check-in desk? What do you have to do?
You have to check in. You must check in. You have to check in.
And what do you have to do when you arrive in a foreign country? You have to go through customs. Carl Schiller is a German businessman and a friend of Julia Marsh. He has just arrived in Britain and he's going through customs.
Sir, would you come here, please? That's all right, sir. You don't need to show me your passport. Where are you traveling from?
Munich in Germany.
And what is the purpose of your visit?
Business.
I see. And what's inside the suitcase?
Oh, normal things, clothes.
That's okay, sir. You don't need to do that. And what about that?
The briefcase?
Yes. Could you open it, please? And what's this? A computer.
Yes, it's a wonderful machine. My company makes them. And look, it works like this.
That's all right, sir. You don't need to give me a demonstration.
Oh, okay.
Just a minute, sir. What's in the shoulder bag?
Oh, the shoulder bag, just my camera.
Could you open it, please?
When Carl offered to show his passport to the customs officer, this is what the customs officer said.
That's all right, sir. You don't need to show me your passport.
You don't need to. It is not necessary.
Carl didn't need to show his passport at customs. Where do you need to show your passport? At immigration.
Passport, please.
What?
Passport. Please show me your passport.
Passport? I don't need a passport.
Everyone needs a passport.
Not me. I'm a bird. Birds don't need passports.
Yes, they do. Look, it's in the book. From the 1st of January, all animals and birds must have passports.
Well, I don't have a passport.
Okay, you can't enter the country. You must leave immediately.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Do lions need passports?
No, lions don't need passports.
And what about my friend?
And birds don't need passports either, if they're with lions.
Thank you very much.
There are things you have to do before you leave your country. There are things you have to do when you arrive in the foreign country. there are also things you have to do on the plane. When the plane takes off, you always see this sign. It means you must fasten your seatbelt. When you see this sign, you mustn't smoke. You must not smoke. You mustn't smoke. That means you can't smoke. It's not permitted.
Let's go back to Carl Schiller, who is still at customs.
No, you mustn't do that. Excuse me. You have to unscrew it. Like this.
I see.
Then, of course, you can use this other lens.
Very interesting.
You screw it in like this.
This really isn't necessary, sir. You don't need to show me how it works.
No, really. I want to. Then there's this lens.
Very interesting, sir. But I must get on with my work.
Okay. Goodbye.
Carl had a few problems with customs in England. Now, let's look at customs in the United States. P.T. Wright is a customs officer in Dallas, Texas. What happens to travelers when they arrive in the USA?
There are basically three federal agencies that a traveler will encounter. The first is the Immigration and Naturalization Service. The second is the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And the third is the U.S. Customs Service.
Are you carrying more than $10,000 with you? Could you open that for me, please?
The declaration form for the U.S. Customs Service is your basic entry document. You complete this, it begins your processing. You define in it the purchases that you made, the places that you visited, the purpose of your visit. If you're coming to the U.S., the purpose of your visit here. If you're a returning resident, the purpose of your visit overseas. You list on it any items that you would purchase in excess of your exemptions. It focuses the individual towards making his declaration to the customs officer on his arrival.
Good afternoon, folks. Can I see your passports and declaration?
Certainly.
Okay. Let's see. Can you tell me where you've been, sir?
We've been to England and France.
What was the purpose of your trip?
Partly business and partly pleasure.
What is your business, sir?
I'm in the oil business.
Okay. Yeah, I see you bringing back $500. Can you tell me what you're bringing, Carrie?
Just clothes.
Oh, did Daddy buy you some stuff?
Yes.
Good. Tell me, were you on a farm or a ranch of any kind?
No.
Okay, are you bringing back any food items?
No, sir.
What about any plants, things like that, animals?
No.
Okay.
The U.S. Customs Service requires that you, as a non-citizen, non-returning resident, declare all items that you have in your possession other than personal belongings that you'll be using in your stay. So this would include gifts that you're bringing to people you're visiting.
Are these all gifts?
They are just gifts.
Okay. Can you tell me what you have here?
Certainly. That's hat and gloves.
Okay, and what about this one?
Small handbag.
Okay, and this one here?
A child's drawing book.
Okay, I'm going to look at it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is all your own personal clothing?
Yes, it is.
Well, what is this here?
That's some duty-free perfume that I bought back at London Gatwick. I don't have to declare that, though, do I?
Is it for personal use or is it a gift?
It's a gift.
I'm afraid so, yes. Did you not include it in your exemption here?
No, I didn't.
How much did you pay for it?
£25.
Yes, I'm afraid that you'll have to include it in your declaration because it's only duty-free from the country that you're buying it in, not from the country that you're bringing it into. If you haven't added it to your declaration, you'll have to add it onto it, okay? I want to do that right now.
Visitors to the United States may acquire specific pamphlets printed by the U.S. Customs Service and distributed worldwide. These pamphlets traditionally carry the name Tips for Visitors or customs hints for non-residents, and they should ask for that pamphlet from whoever is helping arrange their travel. That pamphlet will be very explicit in what the traveler must do prior to his entry and what he should do, and then it will even enumerate the specific items that he cannot and should not bring to this country.
That was P.T. Wright of the U.S. Customs Service.
Today we've talked about arrivals and departures.
And we've talked about things you have to do.
Things you don't need to do.
And things you mustn't do. And that's the end of the program.
We must go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today we're going to talk about crime.
Particularly the crime of theft.
Theft. When someone steals something from you.
Something like this. A checkbook.
Or this. A wallet.
Or these. Credit cards.
This is a very dangerous station.
Is it?
Yes. Someone stole my wallet here yesterday.
Really?
Yes. I was standing right here.
What were you doing?
I was reading a newspaper. I was standing here and I was reading a newspaper. Like this. And I was eating an apple. Like this. And I was listening to a cassette. Like this.
And someone stole your wallet?
Yes. It's incredible, isn't it?
Last week, somebody stole my credit cards. It was last Tuesday. I was having lunch on my houseboat when the telephone rang.
Is there a telephone on the boat?
Yes, Natalie. So, I was having lunch when the phone rang.
He was having lunch when the phone rang. He was having lunch when. You can also say, while he was having lunch, the phone rang. While he was having lunch.
While I was having lunch, the phone rang.
So what did you do?
I answered it. I went into my bedroom and answered the telephone.
Who was it?
My mother. While I was talking to her, I heard a noise. Somebody opened the door of the boat.
Who was it?
I don't know. I said goodbye to my mother, put the phone down, and ran into the other room. Nobody was there.
Somebody opened the door. Somebody or someone. Someone opened the door. Kevin ran into the other room, but nobody was there. Nobody or no one. No one was there.
No one was there.
Perhaps it was the wind.
No, I did hear someone. And that person stole my credit cards.
Are you sure? Perhaps you lost them.
No. Someone did steal them.
How do you know?
Because the police caught the thief.
A thief. A thief is someone who steals things, who takes things. Someone who steals things from a house is called a burglar. A burglar. There was a burglar in Julia Marsh's flat last night. Or she thought there was.
Morning, Julia.
Morning, James.
Did you go to the cinema last night?
Yes.
Did you enjoy the film?
Yes, it was very good.
But the strangest thing happened when I got home.
What?
Well, when I got home, I came up the stairs and started to put my key in the door.
Yes.
And I heard a noise. A noise like a computer in my flat. I thought it was a burglar.
So what did you do?
I ran into the street and phoned the police from the phone box on the corner. Well, they came very quickly. But while we were walking up the stairs, my door opened. I thought, oh no, the burglar's coming out. But it wasn't a burglar.
Who was it?
It was Carl.
Carl?
Well, you know, Carl Schiller from Munich.
Oh, Carl. Carl?
Yes.
What was he doing here?
He was waiting for me to come home. Imagine. While I was sitting in the cinema, Carl was sitting in my flat.
While Julia was sitting in the cinema, Carl was sitting in her flat. While Julia was sitting, Carl was sitting.
So, it wasn't a burglar. It was Carl. And he didn't steal anything. Has anybody ever stolen anything from you?
Yes, my family was burgled some years ago when I was living at home.
I had my bag stolen out of my car. It happened, I was finishing duty and I was picking a friend up. I'd actually locked the car and left the bag in the front of the car on the floor. I was about 2 to 3 minutes, came back, the window was smashed and the bag was gone.
When I was growing up, we used to leave our bicycles in a garage that was unlocked, and people started stealing them, so we eventually had to lock up the garage.
My house was broken into by a burglar about 5 or 6 years ago, and all the electronic equipment was stolen, television and hi-fi, and also all my wife's jewellery.
Back to James and Julia. James wants to know what Carl was doing at the flat last night.
What was Carl doing here?
I told you. He was waiting for me. He wanted to talk about a new computer.
How did he get in?
The porter let him in.
Why did he do that?
He knows Carl. He came to the flat one day while he was staying in London.
Carl's been to this flat?
Yes, don't you remember?
No, you didn't tell me that.
I did tell you. I remember.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure.
Okay. Where's Carl now?
He's at his hotel.
Oh, good.
But he's coming here this morning.
Oh, good.
He wants us to work together on a new project.
Oh, good.
Kathy Ellison is a police officer in Austin, Texas. Let's find out about her job.
I've been with the Austin Police Department for 13 and a half years. Currently, I'm assigned to crimes against property, the theft division. Theft entails several areas. We investigate white-collar crime. We investigate property crimes. We investigate anything to do with embezzlements or any kind of stolen property. We investigate all those types of crimes. When you graduate from the academy, everyone is assigned to patrol. So you have to do at least 2 years in patrol, and that's what I did. One of the things you do is you learn how to get from one place to the other quickly. You learn what your major streets are, and so you just drive around trying to find out who lives where and who knows what's going on. Every district has an area where one person knows what's going on all over. I mean, that person stays home all day, and they're just looking out, and those are the people that we look for. What most people call nosy people are our best informants, is finding out what's going on. And I think that people tend to trust people of the same race. And I found that even when I was taking police calls with another officer who was not a black officer, if the person that we were talking to were black, they would just, for some reason, turn to me and not the other officer.
All these your kids? Hey.
I get afraid a lot of the times, but one of the things that you're taught in the cadet class is if people don't see that you're frightened, and if you just do your job, and I've talked my way out of a lot of things.
Hey, y'all, I can't even hear myself talk. Please.
Were there any funny moments on patrol?
Several years ago when I was working patrol in Northwest Austin, I received a call of a female who was distraught. She said that someone was in her home. I was the first officer there. I didn't know where my backup was. And she ran to the door and she goes, they're in here right now. So as we were walking through her home, it was dark, her lights weren't on, and she was behind me, you know, just stuck to me, like, I don't know, it was just really funny. But she saying that the person was in the bedroom because that's where she saw them. And as we were walking through her apartment, the wind came through and blew a curtain right into me, and I thought there was a person that pushed that curtain, and I had my gun drawn and almost shot that curtain.
You want to sit him in your car for a second?
Sure. This is the car right here?
Yeah, that's his car. He's temporarily.
Whose car?
This car?
Yeah.
Mine.
You driving it?
Yeah.
You got a license?
No.
Why not?
I ain't gonna get one.
How old are you?
16.
Police work was not a goal of mine. I didn't grow up wanting to be a police officer. I didn't even decide to become a police officer until my senior year at college. But because I've worked in various assignments from recruiting to community services and the police neighborhood center and now theft, I like it a lot.
Well, I couldn't do that job.
Nor could I.
Well, that's all for now. But remember, be very careful with your wallet.
Your checkbook.
And your... and your credit cards.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello.
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 Today's programme is about buying and selling, and importing and exporting.
That's buying and selling.
Between different countries.
Importing and exporting. For Britain, this car is an export. And for Britain, this car is an import.
Good morning, madam. Welcome to Harry's Cars. How can I help you?
I want to buy a car.
Well, you've come to the right place. We have cars from all over the world. What would you like? A Japanese car? A Spanish car? Or this one? The best car in the showroom. It's a world car.
A world car?
Yes, every part of this car is made in a different country. The engine is made in Germany, the controls are made in Japan, the tyres are made in France, the windows are made in Spain.
What's made in Britain?
Ah, these.
The engine is made in Germany. They make the engine in Germany. The engine is made in Germany.
What kind of things do you buy? Are they made in your country or are they imported?
I have a bicycle that is made in Taiwan, a car that is made in Japan, a Mazda.
I have a guitar that came from Spain, made by the Ramirez brothers. I have a saddle that came from Australia.
I have a Marin mountain bike, which comes from America, and a Sony Walkman, which comes from Japan.
I have discovered among our artifacts an old chest of my great-great-grandmother, which was originally imported from England back in the 1850s.
I have Greek urns. I also have Japanese clothes and a grass skirt all the way from Hawaii.
This is my new computer. It's a portable computer. You can carry it easily. It's made in Japan. The factory makes about 1,000 computers like this every month. Most of them are exported. About 300 a month are sold in Britain. Hardly any are sold in Japan. So, the hardware, the computer, is made in Japan. But the software comes from California. This is a business program. A lot of software is developed in California, and it's sold all over the world. Most of the computers are exported. They export most of the computers. Most of the computers are exported. A lot of software is developed in California. A lot of software is developed in California.
Carl Schiller works for a computer company in Germany. He's in London at the moment to talk to Julia Marsh and James Brady.
So, Carl, why are you here?
I'm here to talk about a new business project.
What kind of project?
We're developing a new computer for children to use at home.
But surely lots of computers are made for children. And several of them are made for home use. How is your computer different?
In two ways. First, we're developing a better voice activation system.
A what? What does voice activation mean?
I'm sorry. Look at this computer. This one doesn't have a voice activation system. In order to use it, you have to read the screen, then type your answer. China. History, yes. But the new computer speaks to the child. It asks a question and the child answers by speaking to the computer.
And the other difference?
Ah, it's educational. Nearly all the computers that are sold to children are for games. Hardly any are made to help children with their studies.
But yours will.
Yes, because we're developing special software, study programs.
I see. You're developing the software in order to sell the hardware.
Yes, you could say that.
It sounds very interesting.
But it is, and maybe you two can help me.
How?
We need an advertising agency here, in Britain.
You mean you want us to advertise your computer?
Yes.
Do you realize that we're a very small company?
Yes, so you must work for me to get bigger. What do you think?
Yes, Carl. We'd love to.
I'm here to talk about a new business project.
To talk about a new business project. Carl is here because he wants to talk about a new business project. To, or in order to.
You're developing the software in order to sell the hardware.
In order to sell the hardware. In order to. Or just to. It means the same thing.
There's an English sports car called a Morgan. The Morgan factory is not like most car factories. It's a traditional factory, and it's very small. It only has about 100 workers. The company was started by Harry Morgan. Today, his grandson, Charles Morgan, is the production manager at the factory. He explains how Morgan cars are made.
The Morgan is built using a technique which we call coach building. Coach building was very popular in the 1920s. And in fact, all the best cars in the world were always coach built. And what that means is that rather like in the olden days, with coaches being built out of a wood frame and metal panels, we still build the car that way. We start with the ash tree and we make a frame, and we then cover it in either steel or aluminium. The car is constructed with a steel chassis, and the engine and the driveline and the gearbox and the back axle is assembled into the chassis. We put the engine in the center of the chassis in order to give the car balance. The car, once it's finished as a chassis, has a ticket put on it with the customer's name on it. And even at this stage, when the car is only 2 or 3 days old, the customer can see his particular car going through our factory. The wood frame is assembled out of many, many different, what we call body rails. And the skill of assembling the wood frame is to make sure that each joint is treated as a very important part of the overall picture of the car. To that end, the joints are glued and screwed together. There are 76 different pieces of wood, and most of them have a joint both ends. The Morgan is built out of a combination of parts which we obtain from external suppliers and parts that we manufacture ourselves. We manufacture many of the major components ourselves because we want to give the car its particular character. The metal parts are made out of a flat sheet of metal in every case. We make, for example, the fuel tank of the car. We make the radiator of the car. At the final assembly stage, the various items are fitted to the car, like the heater, like the computer box that runs the engine, like all the electrical equipment that makes up the dashboard. Morgans are exported to virtually all the civilized countries in the world at one time or other. We have agents in approximately 15 different countries. The proportion of cars that are exported compared to the proportion that are sold in the UK is half and half. So approximately 50% are exported. The Morgan sports car has a unique look, but it also has, I think, a unique character. And that character comes from the materials that are used in the making of the car. And it comes from the way it's built and the people who build it. Because undoubtedly, of the 100 people who build this car, they all put a little bit of themselves into the car.
Lovely cars. That was Charles Morgan at the Morgan Car Factory, where 100 people are employed making cars.
And this is a studio where 3 people are employed making programs.
And now the program is finished.
Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we talk about health and illness.
We look at what to say if you're feeling ill.
And how to give advice to other people when they're feeling ill.
When you're ill, you may feel pain. You may feel pain here, in your head. Ooh, I have a headache.
Or here, in your throat. I've got a sore throat.
And I've got a temperature. I've got a temperature. This is a thermometer. You use it to check your temperature. Normal body temperature is 36.9 Celsius. If it's more than that, we say, I've got a temperature.
And in the States, we often say, I have a fever.
At Julia Marsh's flat, there's someone with a very high temperature.
Good morning, Julia.
Hello, James.
Good morning, James.
Carl, what are you doing here? Aren't you going back to Germany today?
He isn't very well.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I have
A sore throat.
Yes, I have a sore throat and a headache. I feel off.
Have you got a temperature?
What do you mean?
Are you very hot? Do you have a high temperature?
Oh, yes, I think so.
I think you've got flu. You ought to see a doctor as soon as possible.
Here in England? I don't know.
I think you should go back to your hotel and you should call a doctor.
But I have to be back in Germany tomorrow.
Carl, you're ill. I think you ought to stay here for a few days. What do you think, James?
No, Julia. He must do what he wants to do. Carl, if I were you, I'd go home tomorrow.
I have a sore throat. I have, or I've got. I've got a sore throat.
You should call a doctor. Should. It's the right thing to do.
You ought to stay here. Ought to. It's the same as should.
If I were you, I'd go home. if I were you... Of course, James is not Carl. It's a way of giving advice. It's what James would do if he were in Carl's situation.
What would you do if someone gave you £1 million?
I'd spend it.
You'd spend it?
Yes.
I'd save it.
You'd save it?
Yes. What would you do if someone gave you £1 million?
I'd give it away.
You'd give it away?
Yes.
£1 million? I'll spend it. How much for your beans?
£1 million exactly. And I'll give it away.
Thanks. And I'll save it. Oh.
What would you do if someone gave you £1 million? What would you do if someone gave you £1 million?
I'd spend it. I would spend it. I'd spend it. What would you do if someone gave you £1 million or $1 million?
Oh, if somebody gave me $1 million, I'd contribute 1/10 to my church. I had to do that. And the rest I'd use to pay off my bills and spread around my family.
I would buy a very nice house somewhere hot and have a very large studio and a boat.
I would spend some of it right away, and I would put some away for later, and I would give some to my children for their future.
Oh, I'd pay for my wedding.
I go shopping and buy clothes.
I'd retire.
What would you do if you were ill when you were in another country? Would you go back home immediately? That's what Carl Schiller wants to do, but Julia has other ideas.
Don't argue, Carl. I'm taking you to see my doctor now.
No, I don't want to do that.
Why not? What are you worried about?
I don't like doctors.
What do you mean you don't like doctors?
Well, actually, I'm afraid of them.
What?
It's true. I'm frightened of going to the doctors.
I understand. I'm the same.
Oh, come on, both of you. Don't be so silly.
Listen, it's all right. I feel much better now. I think I should go back to Germany and have a rest for a couple of days, then I'll be fine, really.
Okay, if that's what you want to do.
Thank you for all your help, both of you. You've been very kind.
Don't mention it. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you. I'll call you next week about advertising the new computer.
Good.
Okay, I'll show you out.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Carl said he didn't want to go to the doctors, and he said it in 2 different ways.
I'm afraid of doctors. Afraid. I'm frightened of going to the doctors. Frightened.
Some people are afraid of going to the doctors, and a lot of people are very frightened of going to the dentists. Mubarak Samji is a dentist in England. Are people frightened of going to see him?
People are, even in this day and age, frightened of going to the dentist, and it is generally because they've had a bad experience in the past. In the 6, 5, 4, and if a patient turned up who was very frightened, you would have to go through the various stages. First of all, I would try doing treatment with just a local anesthetic. But because people are frightened of needles, I would ask them to take a tranquilizer by mouth, which in most cases makes them feel a little better. But you do also get patients who are beyond that, and for them they would have to have a tranquilizer administered in their vein. And you unfortunately also get the final category of patient who will need to actually be put out completely by means of a general anesthetic.
If you're frightened of going to the dentist's, you should look after your teeth. What advice does Mr. Samji give about that?
The advice varies according to age group. The advice that I would give to young children is that they should not eat too many sweets, and they should regularly clean their teeth by brushing, especially last thing at night. Do you eat a lot of sweets?
Only on Saturdays.
Well, that's good. So not so many.
No.
That's ever so important. You should eat as few as possible, because it's sweets that give you holes in your teeth. All righty.
Yes.
And how about brushing? How often do you brush your teeth?
In the mornings and sometimes in the evenings.
Excellent. Brushing in the evening is ever so important. You should brush every evening before bedtime. And remember not to eat anything straight after you've brushed your teeth. All right. For adults, the main advice is on the prevention of gum disease, in addition to the prevention of decay. And it is for that reason that adults should clean carefully in between their teeth, again, especially at night. Remember about how you ought to floss to prevent gum disease.
Right.
Generally speaking, no sign of decay, so you're obviously being careful about sugars.
Trying to, yeah.
And as far as those wisdom teeth are concerned, make sure you get your brush right to the back there. Keep that gum nice and tidy.
Mubarak Samji, a very friendly dentist.
When was the last time you went to the dentist's, David?
I never go to the dentist's. My teeth are perfect. Ow!
I think you ought to see a dentist.
Oh, no, my teeth are fine.
Goodbye.
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 Hello.
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 Today, we're looking at people and how to describe them.
How can we describe Kevin?
Well, he's short.
He's short and he's, well, he isn't fat, but he isn't slim either. What can we say? He's of medium build.
Yes, short and of medium build.
Just a minute. I am not short.
Well, you certainly aren't tall.
Okay, I'm not tall, but I'm not short either. I'm of medium height.
Okay, medium height. Now, what can we say about Kevin's hair?
It's a very nice brown color.
He's got short, straight brown hair.
How would you describe yourself, Natalie?
Well, I'm quite tall, I'm slim, and I've got long, curly blonde hair.
This is Kevin. He's short. He's of medium build. And his hair? He's got short, straight, brown hair. What about Natalie? Well, she's quite tall. She's slim. And she's got long, curly, blonde hair.
What do you look like? How would you describe yourself?
Physically, I am medium height, medium weight.
Brown hair and hazel eyes. And I'm 5'4" tall.
I have long brown hair and it's straight, and I have green eyes, and I'm not fat and I'm not skinny.
I've got blonde hair, my eyes are blue, I'm 5'4", and I weigh 112 pounds.
I'm short, middle-aged, a little bit overweight, but fairly happy.
How do you describe someone you don't know? Someone in a photograph, for example. Where do you think he comes from?
I think he's Italian.
How do you know?
Well, he looks Italian, doesn't he?
He could be Mexican.
He might be Brazilian or Greek.
Or Turkish.
What about his age? How old is he?
Well, he must be over 17.
Why?
He owns a car, doesn't he?
He's older than 17. He must be at least 25.
Are you sure?
Absolutely sure.
Well, he's certainly over 20.
He looks Italian.
He could be Mexican.
He might be Brazilian.
He must be over 17.
He's certainly over 20.
This is it, Shakespeare's house. This must be Shakespeare's living room.
Yes.
And that must be Shakespeare's typewriter.
No, it can't be Shakespeare's typewriter.
Why not?
Because Shakespeare didn't use a typewriter.
Didn't he?
No, he was a busy man. He probably used a word processor.
Oh. This must be Shakespeare's armchair.
And this must be Shakespeare's son. Hello, Mr. Shakespeare.
Shakespeare? What are you talking about? Get out of my house.
Well, I like Shakespeare's house, but I didn't like his son.
Let's join James Brady and Julia Marsh. They're looking for ways to advertise Carl Schiller's new educational computer.
James, you know that model agency you went to see when you were in Manchester?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I asked them to send us photographs of children from 12 to 14 years old that we could use to advertise an educational computer.
Well, they sent photographs. But most of these aren't children, are they? I mean, look at this one.
What's the matter with him?
Well, he's too old. He must be at least 18. He could be 23.
I don't think so.
He must be. He looks like a professional footballer.
It says here he's 16.
It can't be. It must be a mistake. And look at this one.
She looks great.
Yes, she looks great, but she doesn't look like a schoolgirl, does she?
I don't know. Schoolgirls look like that these days.
She doesn't look like a schoolgirl who enjoys using a computer. She looks like a rock singer. And it says she's 14. She can't possibly be 14.
What about this one? She looks about 14. She looks intelligent. And she looks like someone who enjoys doing homework.
James.
What?
That's a photograph of me
Oh.
when I was at university.
It says here he's 16.
He can't be 16. It must be a mistake.
He can't be 16. It isn't possible that the boy in the photograph is only 16. He looks much older. He can't be 16. It must be a mistake.
Chris Owen is a director of a model agency. It's called Elite Premier, and it's mainly for female models. The agency finds models for advertisers, magazines, and fashion designers. The people at the agency who deal with the models are called bookers. What kind of models do they look for, and how do they find them?
We have quite a good scouting program. And a lot of the bookers will constantly, when they go home in the tube or if they're going away on holiday somewhere, you know, it's part of their job, and they look for a look that they think might or might not be worthwhile. This is a card that all the bookers take around with them. They keep in their handbags. So if they see a girl on the street that they think is particularly interesting, you know, they can take it out of their pocket, their purse, whatever it is, and it gives the would-be model a feeling of reasonable security, that it's a bona fide agency with pictures of girls on and a telephone number that they can call afterwards. And that's just one of the little things that we use to help us scout. And we have an open door policy. I mean, anyone wants to come in. They come in, we can assess them. They don't need an expensive portfolio. They don't need anything really but themselves and perhaps their mother or father to reassure them. And they can come in and they'll have an expert assessment, basically. I can show you a book of a very new girl to give you an idea, the sort of pictures that come just from testing. And then gradually she'll start doing shots for Looks magazine, for example, 19 young girl magazines. We look for a girl around 5'8", who's got symmetrical features, you know, nice eyes, nice mouth, and girls with great personalities as well, and, you know, good professional attitudes. They get there on time, they do their stuff, they keep they keep the client very happy, and the client books them again. That's the sort of girl you're looking for.
They sent us an order today asking us to invoice them, so we have to send the invoice and then we have to wait for them to pay.
So all I have at the moment is the 16th to the 20th. Now I won't know until middle of next week. Okay, Andrea. Take care, bye.
If you do that one, that's for this test next weekend. She's really good. Next weekend.
This girl here, Kathy, is half Chilean and half English. And she was scouted in a shoe shop in the King's Road. She was working there. And she has a very exotic Latin look. She's a very beautiful girl. And again, has a good personality. She's got a dark coffee skin, dark hair. And she looks great with her hair up, nice neck. She's a good profile. And photographers will like that. I mean, it creates a nice image. And I think that, you know, she's going to do very, very well, this girl. Very nice. This is another girl here, Joanna Rhodes, who's was discovered in a model competition with Company magazine, and she's one of the top English models. I think a lot of English models don't necessarily look English. For example, Susie Bigg. She might be Spanish, she might be Italian, she might be South American. You know, in fact, she's very English. I think that there's a great satisfaction in finding someone, grooming them, putting them on the road to success, and, you know, watching them grow, not only in terms of their career, but in terms of their personality, their character. I mean, the change you see in some of the models over a 2 or 3 year period is quite astonishing. And you can get a lot of satisfaction from that, I think.
Lots of tall, slim, very beautiful women.
And that's the end of the programme.
David?
Yes?
Do you think I look like a model?
Well...
I mean, if you saw a photograph of me and you didn't know me, would you say, hey, he could be a film star?
Yes, Kevin.
Natalie?
Yes, Kevin.
Yes, I think you're right. Goodbye.
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 Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, entertainment.
We go to the theater.
And we talk about concerts. Jazz concerts, classical concerts, or pop concerts.
What can you see at a concert?
What can you see at a theatre? At a theatre, you can see actors and actresses acting in a play.
What about a concert hall? Well, you go to a concert hall to see musicians playing a concert. If it's a classical concert, the musicians play in an orchestra. If it's a pop concert, a rock concert, or a jazz concert, the musicians play in a band.
Kevin and I want to go to a rock concert next week. So yesterday, I went to buy some tickets. There was a very long queue, and I had to wait for hours. But I managed to get one.
One?
Yes. I'm sorry. I was only able to get one. I wasn't able to get a ticket for you.
Why not?
There was only one ticket left. I couldn't get any more.
She managed to get a ticket. It wasn't easy, but she managed to get a ticket. She was only able to get one. She was only able to get one ticket. She wanted to buy a ticket for Kevin, but she couldn't. She couldn't get a ticket for Kevin. She couldn't. She wasn't able to.
At last. Did you manage to get any tickets?
Yes, the last 2.
Let me see. But these are for the ballet. Couldn't you get any tickets for a pop concert?
No, I couldn't. They didn't have any.
What about opera tickets?
Look, I wasn't able to get any tickets for a pop concert. I wasn't able to get any opera tickets. I was only able to get 2 ballet tickets. Okay?
No, it's not okay. I don't like ballet.
Okay. Are you happy now?
No, I'm not happy. I like classical ballet. This is modern ballet.
Julia Marsh and James Brady are working in their office and listening to some music at the same time.
Who's this?
What? Oh, the music. It's the Peter Jones Band.
Who's playing the piano?
I don't know. Here we are. It's Lola Davis. She's good, isn't she? She plays very well.
She plays beautifully.
I think they're playing in London soon. Yes, here we are. The Peter Jones Band at the Rainbow Club on the 11th and 12th. Oh, when's that?
The 11th and 12th? Well, that's Friday and Saturday this week.
We could go and see them then, if you like.
Yes, let's. I won't be able to go on Saturday.
Oh. I can't go on Friday. Oh, wait a minute. They're on at the Wilton Hall on Thursday. Let's go and see them there.
Thursday? Well, that's the day after tomorrow. Will we be able to get tickets?
I don't know. I'll try and get some tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, I'm going to a concert at the Wilton Hall tonight.
Oh.
James and Julia wanted to see a band at the Rainbow Club, but the dates were a problem.
I can't go on Friday.
I won't be able to go on Saturday.
Then James was worried about getting tickets for the concert at the Wilton Hall.
Will we be able to get tickets?
My sister's having a birthday party next Friday.
So?
So, I won't be able to go to the rock concert.
You won't be able to go to the rock concert. Oh, that's too bad.
You can have the ticket.
Great.
It costs £30.
Oh,
What's the matter?
I don't have any money.
It's the night of the jazz concert. Was Julia Marsh able to get the tickets?
Julia, I'm so sorry. I couldn't find a taxi.
So how did you get here?
By taxi?
I thought you said you couldn't find one.
I meant I wasn't able to find a taxi when I came out of my flat. What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Here's your ticket.
Thank you. How much did it cost?
£27.
£27 for a jazz concert?
This is the Wilton Hall. It's expensive.
But weren't there any cheaper tickets?
Yes, but I wasn't able to get any.
Why not?
Because I forgot to get them last night. Come on, we'll miss the beginning.
We'll leave James and Julia to enjoy the concert, because we're going to the theatre. Andrew Lee is the manager of the Old Vic. Let's find out what the Old Vic is.
The Old Vic is a theatre, and it's the oldest theatre in London. It was built in 1818. It was called the Old Vic because it was originally the Royal Victoria Theatre after Queen Victoria, but popularly it became known as the Vic and then the Old Vic. The theatre, as I've mentioned, was built in 1818, and its exterior is a Georgian exterior. The interior is largely Victorian, and in fact was completely rebuilt in 1878. Like most theatres, people sit in rows, in straight rows, facing the stage. And what we have here is the theatre divided into three levels: the stalls, the dress circle, and the upper circle. And the best seats in the house are, of course, the ones that are closest to the stage. Not the very front row, but the ones right in the middle of the stalls.
Hello.
Hello, can I help?
Yeah, do you have any tickets available for tonight's performance?
Yes, we have. Stalls or dress circle, £30 each. How many was it for?
Just two, thanks.
2 tickets. I can do 2 in the stalls, row K, 14 and 15. That's 8 rows back.
Yes, that's fine, thanks, yeah.
Right. 2 £30 tickets, that's £60. Thank you.
Thank you.
Starts 7:45 this evening.
Okay then, thanks very much. Bye.
What kind of plays can you see at London theatres?
There are about 48 major theatres in London with a broad mixture of presentations. Those theatres, between them, present anything from large-scale musicals like Les Miserables or Phantom of the Opera or Miss Saigon to small-scale plays, often new works by new writers. I think theatre styles change. We have been very influenced by television, for example, in the kind of drama we present and the way we present it. But in recent years, we've become more influenced by spectacle. And there's a tremendous move now from things like outdoor concerts, for example, and the world of rock and pop music. All of this has influenced the way we do theatre, so that there's now, at this time, an emphasis on spectacular theatre on a large scale. But given those influences, I believe that the theatre will always, live theatre will always have a place as part of our British entertainment scene.
Andrew Lee, the manager of a wonderful old London theatre, the Old Vic.
Well, I still have this ticket.
I'll have it.
I didn't know you were a rock fan.
I'm not. I'm going to give it to someone who is. Cinderella, you will be able to go to the concert.
Hey, David, that's very nice. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes. Goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Today, we look at life in the future. We talk about things that are going to happen and things that may possibly happen. Right, let's have one prediction each about life in the future. Natalie.
Oh, in the future, the population of the world will certainly be bigger. And cities will probably be bigger too.
Kevin, what about work in the future?
Work. I think it's very likely that we'll work less.
What about your prediction, David?
Ooh, in the future, we may possibly visit other planets.
The population of the world will certainly be bigger. Cities will probably be bigger.
It's very likely that we'll work less.
We may possibly visit other planets.
We may possibly visit other planets, or people from other planets may possibly visit us.
Look.
What is it?
A planet. A planet. Perhaps there's life on it.
Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't.
Let's go and find out. Come on, let's go and have a look.
Wait, I must check. It's probably dangerous.
What is it? Ah! Oh, quick! Let's get out of here. Do you really think we'll ever find a friendly planet?
I don't know. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't.
Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Maybe. Maybe. Or perhaps. Perhaps.
What do you think life will be like in the future?
In the near future, I think the life will be pretty much as it is now, with a little progression. In the far future, I'm not really sure.
I think the future will be very difficult and very hard for people who are now growing up.
I think life in the future will be more computerized, and there'll be more robots working instead of humans.
I think life in the future is going to become more regulated. I don't think we're going to have the personal freedoms that we've had in the past.
I think life will be, in London, will certainly be busier in the future.
Better. You always hope that it'll be better.
Carl Schiller is talking to a British businessman about the new computer that Carl's company has produced. James and Julia have just arrived.
Julia, this is Michael Preston.
How do you do?
How do you do? Michael Preston, James Brady.
How do you do?
How do you do? Please sit down. Now, I'm thinking of investing in the new computer that Carl's company has produced. And I asked him if you could come to this meeting to talk about the advertising campaign. I'm very glad that you could come.
Thank you.
I've read your campaign plan. It looks very good. I only have a few questions, mainly about where you intend to place these advertisements.
Well, as you can see from the plan, we intend to place them in family magazines and on early evening television. We want whole families, parents and children, to see them.
But are you sure they'll be the right families?
The right families?
Are you certain that the parents who read those magazines and watch those television programs are the people who will buy an educational computer for their children.
Yes, we're quite certain. This research shows that...
Good. I'm sure you're right. And I see that you're thinking of placing advertisements in teenage magazines.
Yes. We intend to place them in some teenage magazines. The more serious ones.
And we're thinking of putting them in Sunday newspapers, because it's likely that the whole family will be together on Sundays.
I see. But do you really think that parents and children will like the same advertisements?
We think they'll like our advertisements.
Good.
James and Julia explained where they would put or place their advertisements.
We intend to place them in family magazines.
We're thinking of putting them in Sunday newspapers.
Michael Preston wanted to know how sure Julia and James were about their advertising campaign. He said, "Are you sure? Are you certain? Do you really think?"
Do you really think that parents and children will like the same advertisements?
Let's get back to the meeting at Michael Preston's office.
So we keep a balance. We talk about the educational benefits, and we talk about the fun of using a computer.
To change the subject, what are your marketing plans for adults?
Adults?
We don't intend to market the computer for adults.
Well, I think you should.
Why?
First of all, there are a lot of adult learners. Not just children that learn new things. For example, I'm sure that your computer would be very good for language learning.
Language learning? I wonder.
And secondly, you have to think about the future. It's likely that people will work less. They may want to travel more. They'll certainly have more time for studying.
Yes. Perhaps we can discuss this at our next meeting.
Good idea. Well, it's been very interesting. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There were several phrases there that are useful when you're talking in a meeting.
To change the subject, what are your marketing plans for adults? First of all, there are a lot of adult learners. And secondly, you have to think about the future.
And to end the meeting, he said, "Thank you all for coming."
Thank you all for coming.
Life in the future. People who work in the energy industry, making electricity, have to look into the future to predict our needs, especially people who work in alternative energy, people who look for new ways of making electricity, such as photovoltaics. The man to explain photovoltaics and look into the future is John Hoffner. His job is to provide electricity for the city of Austin in Texas.
My area of specialty is alternative energy. I work in the generation planning division, and we look into the future to find out what alternative energy sources might make sense in Austin. For example, photovoltaic solar systems, fuel cells, wind energy, any renewable energy technology. And one of the ones that we're concentrating on is photovoltaics, because Austin has a great solar resource, and we also use a lot of electricity when the sun is out for people's air conditioners. Photovoltaics simply means converting light into electricity. Photo means light and voltaic means of electricity. So the simple definition is that it converts sunlight to electricity. This is one of the photovoltaic cells that converts sunlight to electricity. It has essentially a positive side and a negative side. When you wire up a wire from the front to the back and put it through a little motor, you can get electricity out of it. We in Austin have the second largest photovoltaic plant in the United States. That plant is about 300 kilowatts in size. That's enough electricity for about 100 to 150 homes in Austin. Now, what we do is we take those photovoltaic cells, each one of those about 1 watt of electricity, and use those as building blocks to build a large power plant. We wire those together in what's called a panel, and then we take those panels and wire them together to get the desired voltage and current that we need. Our plant works at about 500 volts and about 500 amps of electricity. And that power has to be converted from DC to AC power so that it can be used in the homes in Austin. 50 years from now, we will see a completely different energy picture. A lot less reliance on traditional forms of electricity such as coal and natural gas and oil, and a lot more reliance on renewable energies such as photovoltaics, wind, and hydropower. For example, you may not have a car that runs on oil or gasoline, but it will run on photovoltaic cells. The whole car may be molded with photovoltaic cells, and then you generate your power with photovoltaics and then run the car. In the future, we will certainly see a difference in the way electricity is delivered to us and the way we use it. It may be that rather than a large power plant that's away from the city that brings the power into your house, you may have a power plant right at your house. It may use photovoltaic cells, or it may be a little fuel cell that generates electricity just for you.
John Hoffner and his picture of energy in the future.
Today, we looked at life in the future. What may happen,
What will probably happen,
and what is certain to happen.
So, thank you all for coming. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Today, we look at the press. That's newspapers.
And news magazines.
What's in a newspaper? Well, this is the front page, and this is the headline. This is the back page, and there are lots of articles. This is an article, and it's written by a reporter or journalist. This article was written by a reporter called Howard Smith. Let's see what's in the newspaper today. Oh, a bank in Manchester was robbed last night.
Really?
Is that right? Oh, a new hotel was opened last week in Los Angeles.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Hey, look at this.
What?
The Queen was seen in a shop in Edinburgh.
Really?
The Queen in a shop? That's amazing.
A bank was robbed last night. A bank was robbed last night.
A new hotel was opened. A new hotel was opened.
And the Queen was seen in a shop in Edinburgh. That's the kind of news I like reading. What kind of things do you like reading in newspapers?
I like to read the sports, and I like to read what's going on locally versus nationwide.
I like reading about current affairs, and I like reading art reviews and book reviews.
I like to read, first and foremost, the news, but secondly, the funny page.
I usually only read the Sunday papers, and I like to read the whole thing. It's part of the whole day.
I read everything in the paper, except football.
I always read the horoscopes.
I like reading about the royal family.
Julia Marsh and James Brady are still working on the advertising campaign for the new educational computer.
Here it is. Listen and learn with the talking computer.
Hey, that looks great.
Are you surprised?
No, I knew it would look good.
Now, let's look through all these newspapers and magazines.
Why?
To see if there are any new advertisements for other computers.
Oh. Right. Hey. Lola Davis has been arrested.
James.
No, listen to this. Jazz pianist Lola Davis was arrested last night at her hotel in Liverpool.
Look, don't read the articles. Look at the advertisements.
Sorry. Two famous Greek statues have been stolen from a museum in Athens.
Really?
Yes, apparently they were stolen yesterday morning while their guards were having coffee.
Very interesting. Can we get on with our work?
Okay. Hey.
James.
I'm sorry, Julia. There's a story here you may wish to read.
I'm too busy.
It's about MAP.
Really? MEP? Well, let me have a look.
James was more interested in looking at the articles than the advertisements. Let's listen again to some of the things he said.
Lola Davis has been arrested. Lola Davis has been arrested.
We don't know when Lola Davis was arrested. Then James reads the article and finds out.
She was arrested last night. She was arrested last night.
And what was the story about the two statues?
Two statues have been stolen. Two statues have been stolen. They were stolen yesterday. They were stolen yesterday.
Og has been robbed.
Who?
Og.
Are you sure?
Yes. Og has been robbed.
I know.
And Og's wife has been robbed.
Are you sure?
Yes. Og has been robbed. Og's wife has been robbed. And Og's brother has been robbed. Everything's been stolen. Og?
Yes.
And Og's wife?
Yes.
And Og's brother?
Yes.
Haven't been robbed.
What?
It was a mistake. Everything has been found.
to James and Julia, and the article about MAP, the advertising agency that they used to work for.
The prize for the best advertising campaign of the year has been presented to MAP Advertising.
What for? Which campaign?
Hold on. MAP were given the prize for... Where is it? Ah, the Drake Bicycles campaign.
What?
Apparently, Tom Hall was presented with the prize in London last night.
Last night? Tom was in London last night?
Yes. I'm surprised he didn't come and see us.
Are you surprised? I'm not.
Why?
Because he has been given a prize for something that was done by me.
What do you mean?
Drake Bicycles was my account. I managed that campaign.
Oh. I see.
I'd like to have a word with Tom Hall.
Ivan Fallon is the deputy editor of one of the most famous newspapers in Britain, the Sunday Times. What kind of newspaper is the Sunday Times?
It's a broadsheet newspaper, as opposed to what we call a tabloid newspaper. If I could show you that this is twice the size of a tabloid newspaper. We print them on the same presses as a tabloid newspaper, but a tabloid newspaper is that shape. It's a very large newspaper. It's a multi-section newspaper. We've got 8 sections and a magazine. The first section, which is obviously the most important section, is what we call the news section. And in that we have home news, we have foreign news, and we have analysis of some of the major events of the week. The editor personally decides what goes on this front page. More effort and time goes on this front page than any other page in the paper. This story was written by Andrew Grice, the chief political correspondent, but had many hands in it, particularly the hand of his immediate boss, who's the political editor. And we always have one major picture on this page, and this is the new Versace skirt in the Paris fashion shows, which shows that short skirts are back. After that, we have more specialized sections. We have what we call the news review section. This section includes what we call the leader, which is the newspaper's editorial comment, our views on what is the most important event of the week. This one here, which will be personally written by the editor, which is an attack upon the government's economic policy and its employment policies. This is our contribution to the political debate. The third section, which is the section I edit, is business. This is a section that is amazingly well read. It's the classified advertising section. Classified advertisements being specialist small advertisements. Quite often they're tiny ads. Here we have ads for second-hand cars. We have ads for houses. We have ads for jobs. And now we get to our tabloid sections. We have effectively 3 tabloid sections. The reason for this is we found that not everybody likes the large broadsheet format. We've developed this particular section as our art section. It's a section that people will keep and read all through the week, basically because it also contains all the television programs that will be on in Britain. It's a complete television guide. The book section we call section 6. It was the first time in Britain that this type of separate section had been done on books, and is still the only separate book section in Britain. We also have a colour magazine, colour supplement, which is very much a separate part of the paper, entirely different type of style and entity to the rest of the newspaper proper. And it is a magazine that's planned up to 6 weeks ahead, printed totally outside, got its own editor, its own staff, its own separate writers, its own separate style. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Working for the Sunday Times is dramatically exciting. You are absolutely at the centre of what are the most exciting events that particular week. Yeah, it's a bit too undramatic.
Ivan Fallon of the Sunday Times.
And that's all for today. The programme was presented by Natalie Forbes.
And Kevin Dutcher.
And David Riley. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.